fuck out of here, stream game. Uh-oh. They've actually been banned for kind of. One second, y'all. We need to fix a camera so we can keep the cat. Oh, he is on the bottom now. But yeah, I think he knocked the camera on the top into the corner. Whatever, that's fine. I guess for now, I can adjust the top camera if we need to later. He's got his little... Yeah, it's a little lamb chop. Like a little lamb chop toy. That's what it is. Alright, let's do it. We can put him at the top like that. Looks like he's just getting situated. Maybe a little comfy. I know we went a couple minutes over our countdown. We had to make sure everything was good to go. Been running around like crazy. Make sure fully adjusted. All right. Welcome. Oh, here. Maybe I should have done this before I changed the camera modes, but...
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of not actually all ages, because this is an 18-plus stream, so no fucking children allowed. But for all of you who have joined in, who are participating, who submitted questions for the very first Jay Vicarian AMA Ask Me Anything, thank you very much. We are ready to get started. I cannot believe all of you participated as much as you did, especially given that you only had about 30 hours notice for this stream. Let's fucking go!
Okay. Hopefully that worked out well. Wasn't too loud. I'm sure it was pretty loud. But our plan for today is to start off the same way we always start off, which may be problematic for those who are looking only for AMA content, but if this is your first time or first major time attending my stream, we always start our streams off with NPR. The only other things I currently have pulled up here, we'll just show this off right now, are the actual AMA information. I was planning to make a full PowerPoint, or as I've seen work well, oh shit, this cuts off Jackson's head now. Whatever, he'll probably roll around. Get seated, get comfy. We'll show him in his full glory here soon. But we do have the information pulled up from the questions, which seemed like they were streaming in as of even the last 5 minutes ago. So while we are doing this 5-minute intro for NPR content, which I start every stream with, if you have additional questions that you'd like to add in, even those that you want to catch me off guard from, because I was actually genuinely surprised, considering I put anything in all caps and mentioned on my stream last night that there are no qualifiers, modifiers, or things that I will not address on this stream. If you want to put anything in last minute, you have approximately 5 minutes and 20 seconds.
Support for NPR and the following message come from Cinema Made in Italy with Kidnapped, the story of one of the biggest controversies in Italian history from master director Marco Bellocchio. Now in select theaters. CinemaMadeInItaly.com.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Janine Herbst. In Israel, the far right wing of the government is rejecting a Gaza ceasefire proposal that President Biden announced Friday. NPR's Daniel Estrin is in Tel Aviv, where senior Israeli cabinet members are threatening to topple the government of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu if the ceasefire proposal is adopted.
President Biden said Israel was offering Hamas a 6-week ceasefire and an exchange of Israeli hostages for Palestinian prisoners. Biden said the ceasefire would then lead to a permanent end of hostilities. An Israeli official confirmed to NPR that Israel proposed this deal privately, but that Israel would not commit to extending the ceasefire past 6 weeks. The official was not authorized to speak publicly about the sensitive ceasefire negotiations. Biden's revealing of the ceasefire proposal has caused a political firestorm in Israel. Far-right members of Netanyahu's cabinet said Israel must destroy Hamas before ending the war, and they threatened to resign if the ceasefire deal is advanced. Daniel Estrin, NPR News, Tel Aviv.
Thousands of people filled central London today, marching to demand Hamas release the remaining dozens of Israeli hostages. Willem Marks has more.
The march, named United We Bring Them Home, ended its route close to the Prime Minister's residence in Downing Street and the UK's Parliament. Several groups planned the event, including the Hostages and Missing Families Forum UK, with diplomats, politicians and Britain's top rabbi attending and speaking, as families asked all involved in the conflict to help return their relatives.
Willem Marks reporting. Mexican voters are waiting to see the results of the presidential race, one that's likely to put a woman in the job. Millions of voters went to the polls today in the biggest race in the country's history and also the most violent, with at least 37 candidates killed while campaigning. Voters are also choosing a new Congress.
37 candidates killed while campaigning is wild. It is amazing to see that there are two women in the top spots for running, but that level of violence for a country that's now starting to top national and international polls for murder per capita is pretty fucking nuts.
Governors in several states and local politicians. Water is starting to return to Atlanta residents after multiple water main breaks struck the city starting Friday. But Emily Wu Pearson from member station WABE reports a boil water advisory remains in effect for parts of the area.
Many in Atlanta are on day 3 without access to clean water as the city makes repairs. Some residents have drips coming from the faucet or low pressure as crews work to fix several damaged mains. Watershed outage maps showed several areas of concern. One was an 80-year-old main that had corroded and burst near downtown. That one has been repaired. But crews worked through the night on another burst main in the city's midtown area, with water gushing out of a large hole in the street. There's still no timeline for when water services will be fully restored to the city. For NPR News, I'm Emily Wu Pearson in Atlanta.
U.S. futures contracts are trading higher at this hour. Dow futures are up about 0.2%. NASDAQ futures also up around 0.2%. You're listening to NPR News from Washington. As elections near in Britain, the U.S. and the European Union, a nonprofit, tested some popular tools to find out just how easy it is to clone candidates' voices using artificial intelligence. NPR's Hua Jingnan has more.
In short, it's still pretty easy to create a convincing false portrayal of President Biden or former President Trump. The report from the Center for Countering Digital Hate shows that some software will block you from cloning those voices or try to stop you from using public recordings. But there are still very good cloning tools you can use without running into any roadblocks or even rules. Experts say this is worrying, and governments need to regulate deepfakes in elections. In an already contentious election year, bad actors could use these realistic-sounding voices to spread falsehood, sow chaos, and even dissuade people from voting. Hua Jingnan, NPR News.
China has landed its Chang'e lunar lander on the far side of the moon to collect soil and rock samples that could give insights into the difference between that little explored side and the better-known near side. This mission, if all goes well, is expected to last nearly 2 months. Beijing wants to put a person on the moon before 2030 and build a research base at its south pole, a region thought to contain water ice. China's moon program, named after a moon goddess, is part of a growing rivalry with the U.S., which is still the leader in space exploration, and others, including Japan and India. I'm Janine Herbst, and you're listening to NPR News from Washington.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Mint Mobile. From the gas pump to the grocery store, inflation is everywhere. So Mint Mobile is offering premium wireless starting at just $15 a month. To get your new phone plan for just $15, go to mintmobile.com/switch.
And now, more from NPR.
Not more, not yet, not right now. But this is where I will add a little break for the actual start of our stream, to address all of the questions, which I am so grateful to have seen there being now like over 35 or a couple more that just came in, even as we were starting off our stream, to our very, very first AMA. For those who aren't familiar, AMA means Ask Me Anything. And I did put instead of qualifiers, an open modifier. I even created a new tag on Twitch that is Ask Me Anything and Seriously Anything. There was an AMA or Ask Me Anything general one, but we've modified that to make it clear that I'm willing to address any questions. Me, asshole, and joke. /S. Me, asshole. Some of the questions, it looked like, did get into that. As I mentioned at the start of the stream, I did think about making a PowerPoint presentation. I do not have any mods, so to be completely clear about everything as we get into, or to kind of pre-answer a couple of things that may be broad over umbrella topics or kind of overarching topics to cover what are questions that have overlapping Venn diagrams. I am Justin J. Vicarian. My cat in the corner, who continues to roll out of camera, is Jackson. I have been streaming since September of 2023, so a little less than a year now. I have been a Twitch member, though, since Twitch was transitioning from Justin.tv into Twitch.tv. So I have been a member of Twitch for literally over 10 years. If anyone wants to share their account age, I do have that activated on my channel, and you can check 10 years, 5 months, 21 days, and 23 hours is how long I have been a member of Twitch. So there are some questions that related to me streaming. I just went through and did a cursory review as I thought about making a PowerPoint about an hour ago, but I saw not only more questions coming in, as well as decided to just do it fucking live like we've done for so many other streams, and without having a team of moderators or other people helping me out with any of this, to, instead of trying to PowerPoint or pretty up the presentation for the questions, to just go through what the AMA form was and all of the questions individually as part of this stream. I imagine this will actually take a good period of time. I am extremely enthused and happy to see so many questions come in, considering I did just post this less than 36 hours ago. And thank you all who have participated, not only in my channel over the last 9.5 months or 9+ months, but who submitted questions, who have asked questions on other streams, and who have generally just been lurkers, followers, subscribers, or friends of this stream for the last little less than a year. This is what the form looked like, though. So here, I'll scroll in a little bit. This was my first AMA form. I put this together literally yesterday when I woke up. If I look a little tired or have some little puffiness, bags under my eyes, and seem a little bit less energized than normal, we did spend Friday, or actually even Thursday night, playing until like 2 a.m., Friday night playing until like 3 or 4 a.m., and last night playing until literally almost 6 o'clock in the morning. So we've been playing for quite a long time, and over these last 9 months, it has been an absolute pleasure to get to meet so many different people on Twitch, on this platform, and to receive so many amazing questions from people while live, which inspired me, as we had a lot of them come in on Friday night, to do this. Last night was way too late, but fun. I don't want to say it was way too late. I honestly kind of forgot for a couple of hours that I was even still live or streaming, since the night before I'd ended my stream, or Friday night I'd ended my stream early and then continued to play for like another hour and a half. So the fact that I even just kind of got into Zen mode, had so much fun, fished, got home, got through all of the stuff, or got home in Minecraft, and got through all the stuff that I was really looking to do last night, that's the goal. Like, that's really where, to not jump too far ahead in terms of some of the questions that I did see, that is really what I've been looking to get out of this entire experience, is to really be able to get into a place where I can remove myself from the streaming factor and just really share the stuff that I would, as I've been saying since the very start, just probably be doing anyway, like, or any otherwise. Like, that is the stuff that I've been doing for literally over a decade, which we'll get into as well. But yeah, this is what the form looked like. So for the AMA, this is just saying, hey, hello, welcome to my first AMA. Ask me anything. This is the question submission form. This is today. Not necessarily approximately 7 p.m. We started at approximately 7:20 and got actually going around 7:30, 10 o'clock Eastern time. People could submit multiple questions, which we will get into. I will do my best not to show names for those who did choose no, but it looked like there were only a couple who said they didn't want their information shared, but who were, providing their information. Most people who chose no, they didn't want their information shared, didn't provide any of that. This is also my Gmail account, so I'm comfortable with sharing that since it's been on stream multiple times. I do own jvicarian.com and can field questions, responses, or even if you're looking for collaboration or media requests, you can reach out to jvicarian@jvicarian.com or the@jvicarian.com. But my general Gmail, which I'd set up before I even started streaming, was tvjvac, since jvac TV and jvicarian@gmail were both already taken, kind of like Twitter. So in the unfortunate reality of needing a handle that seems to not match with many of my other handles, this is one of those few, but you are always welcome to reach out to me at tvjvac@gmail.com, as well as essentially any email address, including jvicarian@jvicarian.com and the@jvicarian.com. Those are the ones I am most likely to respond to quickly. But our general question, as we posed to everyone, was just, what's your question? Please be as detailed as possible. If your question is related to a specific topic below, feel free to mention that. And I included this because I have always been a huge data science nerd, huge fan of statistics, and even in completely anonymous forms where this does have required questions like, what is your question? It did not collect emails from individuals, and I essentially relied upon my community to be honest in their responses, at least as they related to whether or not they wanted to be disclosed. If they did want to be disclosed, what their names were, or providing them even the anonymity, anonymous option to not provide their names at all. But after this, these were the pre-selected topics, which I will show breakdowns and kind of, pie charts and things for, that I thought people might have questions about, given the historical questions we've had previously. Gaming, streaming, Jackson, or just otherwise animals. And some people have asked if I've had other animals or how I've, come to own and be at this point a partner with Jackson throughout my streaming history. But also even just questions about whether Jackson's had other friends, things like that, which I'm happy to dive into. My garden and gardening, which we've touched on and even shown off on previous streams, especially going back to the very early days of me starting my stream. Politics, which we essentially start every stream off with, but I'm happy to dive into. I was actually surprised there weren't any controversial, or at least I haven't seen anything since we started NPR, but there weren't really. I thought this might be one of the most controversial areas to touch on, but this is not something that, outside of some of the first few months of my streaming and why I started adding NPR to every stream, I haven't had too many controversial questions about more recently. But I have had, and even am very appreciative of those who have gone back and have seen some of the early streams or areas where I was doing building projects, including building the computer that I am now streaming from, building the server, which I'm hosting for a number of different games, which people have been playing and I have streamed over the last few months. Religion, which is a topic I am extremely open to discussing. I have read a lot in those areas. I would consider myself decently well learned in those topics and areas, and if anyone wants to dive into those, I didn't see any questions related to this, which we can get into as we do the breakdown. But the birds and the bees, since I know sex is a huge interest for a lot of people, my stream from the very beginning has always been marked 18 plus, especially for significant profanity or vulgarity, since I think not only being innuendo friendly, but being extremely sex positive should mean if you have an adult stream, you should be open to discussing and talking about sexual topics. So I just labeled it here, birds and the bees. It was funny to see a lot of people fill in the other category, which was also a requirement. So if you hadn't selected some of these other topics, it did require you to fill in what this was. Topping, Freudian slip. Or was it? I don't think anybody asked top or bottom, but that's not a Freudian slip. You just got a free answer right there. But yeah, I did also make sure I provided anonymity, since most Google Forms or other types of forms, Qualtrics, SurveyMonkey, other types of things, usually do require you to like sign in or create accounts, which I fucking hate. So with Google Forms, it does at least have the option to You do need to then trust people to be truthful in terms of what they put their name was. But where if you ask a question, you could choose yes, no, or I don't care. No or I don't care didn't still force you to put your name. We did have a lot of I don't care and no's where there was no name, which is perfectly okay. Did anyone put your mom? They did, but I think it was spelled UR. We'll go back into. I'll refresh and we'll pull up the pie chart here in a second. But your name did literally have a your mom response, and Adagio, I'm now sus that may have been you. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I I don't want to dox anybody, but I'm pretty sure what's your name also had a dox. Somebody wrote literally like dox was the response. But I do want to make sure that everyone also knows this was something that was entirely voluntary. I am extremely, as I mentioned, appreciative and grateful of all of those who participated, considering I shared this literally less than 2 days ago, had the, whimsical questions and kind of thought to do an AMA since it was brought up and I was told I should do an AMA 2 days ago when I was streaming on Friday. And I said, fuck it, yesterday. Decided to put this all together.
Thank you, Carlos JVC, for the sub.
God damn it, Carlos. Thank you so much. 7 months. Huge shout out to Carlos. Carlos has been subscribed for 7 months, which is the entire period of time I have been capable or able through Twitch to have subscribers. One of my longest subscribers and an amazing person themselves, someone who I have had many wonderful conversations with. I don't know if you did submit questions. It's possible that you were someone who didn't want your name to be shared. That is perfectly okay. But thank you so much for joining in, Carlos, from the very beginning. And even though there were a couple of months during my first 2 months where I hadn't even hit affiliate status, where I couldn't have subscribers, you are one of the biggest supporters that I've had. And thank you so, so much for being a subscriber for that entire period of time. You are one of only, I think, 2 or maybe 3 who have done that, but where I have been extremely grateful not only for the support, but for all the amazing conversations that we've had over these last 7 months. My 7th month is in 9 days. Let's fucking go. So there was even a question, which I don't want to jump ahead, about Sauce and myself, as well as other people who I've met through Twitch, which we'll dive into here shortly. I'm just going to go through the questions in the order in which they were submitted. But Sauce is somebody who's been streaming for almost about the same time as me, or maybe started a little bit before me, but where we hit the affiliate period and the period where we could even have subscribers or have all of the wonderful tools and things we now have available to us. So it is so great to get to see so many people who have joined in as part of this community, who I've connected to and found through Twitch, or who have found me through Twitch, like Carlos and many others. So thank you. Huge, huge, huge shout out to Carlos and everyone who have joined in and been a part of, especially those who have been supportive of this stream. Nah, sorry, mate, was into other stuff since I returned to the gym. My shoulders and elbows are hurting as hell, so I had to rest, but saw the notif. I'm glad that notif went back out too. So also thank you to Adagio, who called out that my notifications were not showing up. They did not show up. I did confirm this for a couple of days. One thing that also seems to have broken was the stream preview, where even on mobile, it would show up as nothing, or where the stream preview wouldn't even take you to my channel. So I did remove that. But last night, while live and in real time, we did fix the notification, which was actually one of the last things I was testing and why we didn't start exactly at 7:15. But it did work today at exactly 7:19. The strange part is that it didn't post for 4 minutes until 7:23, even though it did show the correct start time of 7:19. So there's a little bit of lag and delay on some of the automations and kind of interactions I do have set up between Twitch, if this then that, and then the integrations that those have, or API functionality between that and Discord or other platforms. But it is nice that the notifications are not only going out through Twitch, but through other platforms. And thank you so much to everybody who have called out those things not working. As for a formal disclaimer, even though I wrote this as a complete joke, we are going to be talking about a lot of topics which many might consider sensitive, safe, or serious. So if any of this might be concerning or be triggering to anyone, please feel free to pause, disable the audio, mute. Feel free to, continue lurking. You can leave if you'd like, but I'd love if you all did stay with me through the entire AMA or whatever follows. But I wrote this for fun, not only as a joke, but as something that I thought was a lighthearted way to mention that this is something where I wanted to make sure people are acknowledging that by asking questions and participating in this questionnaire, they were giving me, Jay Vicarian, all rights, privileges, and unending admiration for being awesome enough to answer their questions, as well as understanding that in my responses, I may be providing wit, humor, or the occasional irreverence, since that has been my mantra from the start, and I don't want to back away from that, even while giving what I will consider to be serious answers to all of your questions. And that also, I, Jay Vicarian, reserve the right to sprinkle responses with random trivia, unnecessary puns, or excessive enthusiasm, since that is also something I have very much done from the very beginning. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, in my answers is purely coincidental and probably hilarious. I've done my best to, especially in photos or things that I will be showing, since many people actually had questions a lot about like my age, my hair, my life, my background, some of those things. Oh man, Noelle isn't here to hear the puns. Anyone who's not here to hear the puns is unfortunately just at their own loss or is going to be missing out themselves. But ask at your own risk. No one did ask, is rain wet? I included this just kind of funny, since when I was looking for AMA question borders, this was one of the top search results, which I thought was fucking hilarious. It's probably just something that's popped up on like Reddit or other platforms. But without further ado, we have the cat up here. We are going to dive right into this. So let's refresh twice just to make sure everything will shift F5 this. Boom. 36 responses, y'all. 36 responses. LMAO Panta, please. Damn, Rip Noel. I straight up thought that was a weird ad. No, it's not a weird ad. I found that and was like, it's hilarious for like an AMA banner, which my actual banner, here, we'll go back. How do I actually go back to that? This was like, I just searched dinner with friends, and then this was like titled like fancy dinner, but had a Creative Commons or was like open source, allowed you to use it as open imagery, as well as this like question in like a foam ball pit of foam question marks. I thought looked kind of cool, but this one stood out, and it also wasn't the exact correct proportions for the banner image. It would have forced me to like zoom in on just their hand and their like part of their head, which would have looked kind of weird. But I made like a few and thought it was an ad both times. That's kind of funny. Well, it was not an ad. These are all just things that I found on the internet. But since this is a gathering of friends in maybe not a fully fancy setting, haven't even started and I'm laughing already. Well, that's what we're here for. But what's hilarious is I can now admit, after this starting, I was the test response. Because I was asked by somebody in Discord whether or not someone could submit multiple questions. And before just sounding like a dick or, some kind of righteous prick, where I put in here, even just having questions in plural or saying get in your questions in plural and setting up the form such that when you finish, it would even take you to a page that would say, thank you for submitting a question. If you'd like to submit another, please click below and choose like the, add an additional question item or adding the additional question item to the form. I wanted to test that myself. But before I even tested my own form, I had shared it on 3 Discords, and I had 2 questions. I'm guessing probably from the same person, maybe not, but that were both, how old are you? So instead of going through them all right here, we're going to go through these question by question through individual responses. But I did want to show some of the data first, just to show the topics, because again, I'm a huge data nerd here. I think I can zoom in twice more without it getting blurry or messing up the CatCam. But I did add just a handful of topics myself. The topics we ended up with were gaming, of which we have 3 questions, 8.3%, streaming, of which we have 4 questions, 11.1%, which is tied with Jackson, streaming or animals, also 4 questions, 11.1%, gardening at 2%, or 2 questions, 5.6%, same with politics, which there were some who selected multiple categories, which maybe that's something in terms of lessons learned I should restrict, or maybe restrict to only like 2 categories, because I think some people selected just a bunch of them for general questions, but another 2 at 5.6%. More than I expected for building projects, though, which makes me very happy, since that is something that I hold near and dear to my heart, that I plan to actually get into, especially for some of these questions at 11.1%, tied with Jackson and streaming, which I did not predict. Religion, we do have 2. Some of those may have popped up more recently. I thought we only had 1. But yeah, also at 5.6%. if we had any that did pop up since I started this. I should also probably end this just to make sure I'm not getting questions during this. We'll figure that out later. If you want to add more questions during it, fuck it. I said that you need to use a channel point redeem, but if people are smart enough to find my Discord and click the link, more power to you. How many years have you been eating? These are all now custom categories that I did not add. 1, docs, also 1, interior design, 1, up to you, I guess, 1, yes is the category for 1, life, all caps, 1, literalism, 1, 2 space bars, because I think it did require you to actually input text for the other category, just literally 2 space bars, 1, woodchuck, another 1, comics, another 1, hair, another 1, and personal, another 1. I was also pleasantly surprised to see how many people were open to me sharing their information at 11.1%, and that the other next category, where a large percentage of, I'd say the overwhelming majority of these 24 questions submitted, did have people put their names but said, I don't care whether you want me to mention whether you asked the question or not. And only 8 of these questions that were asked, so about a quarter, little less, who said no, and were almost all of those, at least from my spot checking before this, did not add their names. That was something I did plan to put into. I was going to go through a PowerPoint presentation, just the percentage and breakdown of those who not only were open to me sharing information, not using their actual information in that part of the pie chart, but just how I was surprised how these numbers came out. But this does show the names and percentage of those who asked questions. So thank you very much to those who did not only ask multiple questions, but we did have, as you can see here, your mom, who asked 1 question, and another who was just ha 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 ha, which is a very funny name to be putting in there. But every person who submitted a question, since this was a required portion, I want to make sure I am acknowledging here, did give consent to me going through and showing these questions in real time. So with all of that said, let's kick this thing off. Shout out to my mom. Actually, huge shout out to my mom. My mother is a wonderful individual who has been supportive of me in all aspects of my life, from birth all the way through to the present day. Welcome, Noel! People were wondering whether you were here, even if, I'm guessing, even if you hadn't submitted a question before. I can just keep refreshing this, I guess, throughout the day. We are still only at 36, so we'll definitely know if more questions pop in. But people were wondering if you were going to be here for the answering. So hello, and speed. What is that? Oh, Fort Height. Welcome in. For our first question of the AMA, this is also the second question of the AMA, which was just resubmitted in all caps. How old are you? Hilariously enough, the very first question that was submitted for the AMA for how old I am didn't have, I should have just, I guess, created an age category, but was selected as the birds and the bees, which is somewhat appropriate, I assume, since usually that does need to occur in some form, even with other forms of implantation, in order for there to be an age to be given. But they did not want me to mention their name. They did not provide their name. But to answer your question directly, you can see my previous stream where this was asked as an AMA redeem with channel points. This is something where I want to make sure I am telling everyone I will be open and honest about anything that you have asked. This is the only question where I will ask you to watch my previous streams, because this has been asked a handful of times. I was surprised actually how many questions did tie into some of this, including this one, which was then all caps, how old are you? But with the other category of how many years I have been eating. It is more than 33. We are about to have a birthday coming up in a very short period of time. And if you do watch my previous VOD or my last 2 VODs, you will see me answer to someone who guessed my age directly. How many years you eaten? I also mentioned in that VOD that if you ask the question differently in terms of how many years you've been eating, you can actually say, usually add a 1 to that age, since most people, you would say through even just like getting nutrients through bloodline and things like your umbilical cord and amniotic sac are actually older or have been eating longer than their birth date, the date in which they were extracted or born from some type of, gestational sac or something. So, gonna use that one day in the real world. Jackson awakens. Oh, fuck. We do want to keep the cat on stream. I did adjust even this camera. I don't know if he's going to jump up to the couch. He did. I'm a fucking magician. We've already predetermined. How many days old am I is another way to phrase this in terms of how many days I've eaten. But that would require me to then know exactly how many days away I am from my birthday, which, although I would consider myself pretty decent at math, how many days from... But maybe I can answer the question. Maybe I can answer this in a way I haven't done before. A little over 12,000 days. If that answers the question closely. Actually, a little closer to 13,000. How many years have you been around the sun? That I did answer in my previous stream. So this was the first two questions that were in here. 525,600 minutes times more than 33. If you want the exact number, go to both my first 15 streams as well as my last 3 streams, and you will find the exact answer to this question. Speedy did use the form, but I wanted to make a fun, lighthearted joke, and since yesterday on my stream, you also see that I already pre-mentioned that I am open to answering literally anything. This is something I've answered with exactness on multiple occasions. If you want to see those answers, you can find other portions of my Twitch VODs. Everything else from here forward, I will actually answer directly and in full seriousness, even if you want to dive in to that topic directly. I will also be showing photos from my literal day of birth, as well as other things, since we had some questions about that too. What is Jackson's favorite snack? Fuck, I meant to bring this in here so that I could show this in real time. I have done this once before on stream as well, but since this isn't a topic that has come up that is also potentially related to doxing myself, which is why in terms of days between dates, like today and my birth date, I did not show my exact number of days because we've already essentially doxed our address. We've doxed at least our local information, our full name, where we went to school. If you want to go through the 206 VODs that I have published in their entirety on YouTube, please feel free, as I mentioned even yesterday, to win a prize if you can tell me my exact birth date in Discord. But into new stream information, this has been brought up actually twice. Once where I've shown off the actual treats. Here, I should also have the hot swap between this that also has Jackson. Hell yeah, our fucking swaps are working. This is also auto-adjusting. Look at this. We're having great camera luck today on the day of our AMA. But these are what are Life Essentials chicken treats. I've learned about these actually from another streamer, Nurse Huckleberry, who also turned me and Spotty onto... Oops. We had a little tiny piece of label that fell off. Turned me onto Seribot, as well as they have 2 beautiful cats themselves, and used to show them sprinkling like this dry powder, or it looked almost like catnip kind of, on their counters for cat treats. I asked them what they were, did a lot of research, and this is essentially ran by a very small team, but where the ingredients, which is why I wanted this to zoom in very, very closely, is literally one ingredient, 100% freeze-dried chicken. He did not react, or maybe he did. I can't tell. It's very possible. I should be very careful about this. But they also essentially have an endless shelf life. The little tag that just popped off here. See if we can get that to adjust. Probably is trying to adjust on my face. Zoom in. There we go. Use by 2025. It's upside down. Oh, the tag is upside down and at an angle. They always have a year shelf life, even though since they're freeze dried, if you keep the actual bag, you keep the bag sealed, they're essentially open indefinitely. Can I shake the snackies and then also feed him for us on camera? I want to keep him. I can do that, but let me do that later because I want to try to keep him in a good position for stream. And usually when I bring him in here, especially if he's not like interested in hanging out right next to me, which is the camera that not only freezes very frequently, but that I do have next to me, he doesn't hang out there for very long unless it's very late. Like last night, he actually hung out there for a few hours, but because he normally also just sleeps next to me, and since I went very, very late, he was essentially just sleeping next to me where my hand is now freezing. So we will instead, oh shit. We're doxing the fuck out of ourselves already. I also share my entire desktop, which is probably a horrible idea considering a lot of the things that are recommended. So if I do dox the shit out of myself, please, someone who does know me or who cares about me, let me know. And I'll try to edit that out if I can, because this is something I've never done before. But this is Jackson's favorite snack. He goes absolutely nuts for these. His next favorite snack is fish. Any type of seafood that I'm cooking, whether it's scallops, whether it's salmon, he really loves salmon. He also likes tuna, which isn't great to feed cats. I should give a PSA for that because I used to feed him tuna, not like straight from the can, but there are high levels of mercury or high enough to where it can be toxic to cats. I don't know why you and Nate share your entire desktop. I do it because of convenience. Also because I use different browsers for streaming content as well as just for my own like kind of personal things. I'm a huge fan of what I'm using right now and showing DuckDuckGo, but that doesn't play well with all of the like sound alerts and other plugins or things that want you to use like Chrome. Instead, I usually use Firefox. I actually don't use Chrome at all. You can see even on my bottom screen here, I don't even have Chrome open. But there are many plugins and different systems that want you to use Chrome or Firefox because they don't play well with DuckDuckGo or other browsers. I used to actually use the Brave browser, which is based on Chromium, but is so kind of restrictive and ad blocky that it even breaks things like YouTube or other Google products and things. So same reason that I don't sign into my actual email, which is the@jvicarian.com or jvicarian@jvicarian.com. I at least try to do the best I can with not doxing myself. And that even goes back to making sure that like the available information, I have no bookmarks or anything saved on this site. So anything you see as I'm typing into, like my browser or like, poopy poop face and stuff, like this isn't anything that would be bookmarked on my page. These are just recommendations from DuckDuckGo. So I love DuckDuckGo for many, many reasons, but I am comfortable with sharing my entire screen because I also only use this computer for streaming and playing video games. That is also technically a question, though. And I didn't see a channel point redeem. Sauce once again being the responsible adult in the room. Also, why am I not surprised Nate shares the entire desktop? Only knew he existed like 3 days ago. But I hope that answered this question. He loves seafood. He will go nuts, especially when I'm cooking any form of seafood. Even when I open salmon raw, goes kind of nuts for that because as a kitten, he did get some salmon and other things before I like knew how to own a cat, since I was primarily a dog person before owning him. But this is something where somebody did say they didn't care and was also submitted by Spotty. So thank you, Spotty, for submitting this question and asking about Jackson's snacks. It's great to get to see. Oh, we are having more questions stream in. Guess we'll need to reload since we're now at 37. I should have ended it, but we'll see what these mystery questions are as we get through the end of the stream. For the next one, can I recite my social security number backwards? This was the docs other category. They did not care if I mentioned who asked it, but unlike their question, they did not dox themselves. So you dox yourself and re-ask this question while I'm live, and I will mute my mic and recite my social security number backwards. How about that? You put your full legal name as shown or printed on any federal ID in the what is your name category, and I will recite my social security number backwards with my mic muted on stream. How about that? Is that fair? Is that a fair way to address and ask me anything? I think it is. But the questions did seem to get more serious from there, at least, until we have where is pee stored, which is in the balls. If you're a male, and have balls, where is pee stored? It is stored in the balls. For those who are not familiar with where this comes from, this is not me trying to be sexist or trying to be, oh shit, this is all like super serious information. Know you're a meme or something? This is also why I use DuckDuckGo, because it tends to give you fairly unbiased information when you do searches. But pee is stored in the balls is a satirical factoid falsely claiming that men hold urine within their testicles. This started back in 2012 from user RadMilk, who posted a tweet saying, apparently there's no such thing as a bladder, and pee is stored in the balls. This actually got shared by Chrissy Teigen, who then tweeted the same question, is pee stored in the balls? After a few others, including Matt Christman, who is a Harvard-educated professional journalist, seemed to ask what would appear to be a rhetorical question. Pee is in the balls, right? There were lots of memes and other things, including tons of edited and photoshopped images showing this, even going back to like Snapple caps and all kinds of fun things. Another reason I love DuckDuckGo is even for sites like Know Your Meme, it immediately just fucking destroys most ads, even when you're signed into Google, which we have clearly shown that I am by being signed in and showing these responses. So shout out DuckDuckGo, shout out ad blocks, fuck Google in the way that they are treating information like this, but pee is stored in the balls. I don't know if this was a serious question, but this is also, I guess, semi-related to birds and the bees, because there are other things stored in the balls that help with reproductive health and reproductive activities. So they also did not provide their name. How shame on you, how dare you to ask such a question and not let us know who you were. Say it destroys ads, but I'm watching an ad for DuckDuckGo on JV's stream right now. I am also not directly affiliated with DuckDuckGo. I have to mention that, as well as NPR and most other things that I mention that I love. That is how you know that the endorsements or information that I'm giving related to these services is actually genuine. None of these services are providing me information or payments to suggest this info or to suggest anything about these types of things or give positive feedback or advertisements about them. So if you're hearing information that is coming from my mouth, I will let you know if this is sponsored. Otherwise, it is something that I'm just genuinely wanting to make sure all of you know as much as I do, or have as much information as I do, even if these motherfuckers aren't paying me hashtag yet. Oh my God, I didn't know. I keep extras balls in my balls for safekeeping. I keep my credit card in my balls. Ooh, damn. I don't know if you've got like a zipper. If you get your zipper caught in a zipper, that's pretty intense. I don't know if I would want to have a zipper on my balls. And storing a credit card in there would probably get pretty painful. Like the reason you often see me leaning back, doing little adjustments, or like doing a little like, and like the little, here, we're sitting cross-legged right now, just to prove it. Like we sit cross-legged quite often, but I do that because it allows me to have my balls without a credit card stuck in them, stored in comfortable locations. Same reason we have, reason we have a hammock underneath the desk is because it also helps with like circulation and blood flow, since you shouldn't be sitting like straight down for long periods of time. Free-flowing balls. They're not completely free-flowing. There are many times, or often times, when I stream and don't wear underwear. I just wear like loose-fitting shorts because it allows for more free-flowing ball placement. I have also literally sat on my balls, which is one of the worst feelings in the world. But pee is stored in the balls, y'all. So it's also why we make sure to take breaks at least every like 3 or 4 hours. Watching my stream from last night, which was like almost 10 hours fucking long, doxing his ball status. This is literally an ask me anything. Not only did I put anything in all caps and share it on multiple Discords where I said literally anything, you can literally ask me anything. I do not have asterisks or qualifiers or modifications on that. I was genuinely surprised how tame most of the questions were, given that disclaimer that I made. The next question, though, should I make the indoor pool for my Minecraft parrots larger or keep it as is? I like the current shape and proportion, but worry there isn't enough swimming room for all of them at once. I'm also thinking about enlarging the open skylight. This was submitted as an interior design question, also using the gaming tag. This is the portion of data science that I love and the appropriate use of the other category. Don't care if they mention it, but this was from Adagio. Also scream. Oh shit, fuck up. Shit. Fuck me. Sorry. Thank you. Enjoy your lurk, Nate! But this is appropriate use of these tags and helped with some of the data collection. But I do think you should make your pool slightly larger. I also don't know how much parrots like swimming. I think they usually, traditionally, just only get in the water, at least in real life, to clean themselves. But I did happen to take a look at your place last night. I didn't see a massive skylight. So if you add maybe like colored or stained glass blocks to the skylight, I think that would be pretty awesome and amazing. But I think your place is coming along nicely. And I didn't mention this yesterday, or at least while you were on yesterday, but I replaced your door and hope that no doors get broken or skylights get broken or messed with anytime soon. So, or ever again. But if you want my personal opinion, I think the shape does look nice, but you can always enlarge it and make sure there is more swimming room, which might also afford more opportunities for things like allays or additional mobs and things that you might want to put inside of your place, or additional non-monster mobs inside of your place. Parrots love to bathe. Mine jumps in to splash around almost every day. That's awesome. Yeah, I know they love to bathe, but keeping a pool for them, I think if you want to have even more parrots, you might want a slightly larger swimming room. And it is awesome to know you have a real parrot, which we've had the extremely wonderful fortune of being able to hear while in Discord and on stream in the past as well. But thank you for submitting that question and relating it back to our Minecraft server, as well as building out a beautiful home there. The next question that we had here was, do I celebrate Jackson's birthday or adoption every year? The answer to this is an absolute yes. Minecraft. Did I not say Minecraft? What did I say, Panda? In Minecraft? Did I fuck up? Did I have a misslip? But I do celebrate Jackson's birthday every year. I also usually get him a little gift, usually in the form of a bigger than just treat kind of toy or addition to my home. So I have a full cat tree, which used to be, when I started my stream, in the background behind me on the left here, which is now where, I guess if I can switch back to this and remember to switch away from it, which is where I just have a few things right in front of a window and where I've stood up a bunch of other stuff. And same thing like over here, which is where it also was for a short period of time behind what is a door. I moved that actually into my bedroom because I have a giant window in there that he likes to look out and look into my yard from. So that is one of his birthday presents. He has also received many birthday presents in the form of like fun to play with toys that he can have, especially from when I used to work not from home and would be gone for multiple hours per day. Things that like have little running motorized components or make noises or have little, one of them just even has like a little vibrating like pole that has a flag on it that he can attack or play with. So he has lots of toys. Usually the way I celebrate his birthday, since his birthday is very close to my birthday, is celebrating them semi together, but making sure I'm getting him and treating him special for the day. So thank you also for appropriately using the Jackson Animals category. I know you didn't care again for this question, but also submitted by Adagio, which I appreciate for the Jackson questions. So the next one that we had come in was I involved, or were you involved in theater in high school, college? In high school, no, I was not actively involved. I did participate, and I will show photos since there were some questions about not only additional like birth questions, but what I used to look like back when I had hair. So I figured the best thing that I could do to address that would just be to give y'all a little slideshow of Justin J. Vicarian's life from literal day of birth all the way up through recent history. If anyone wants me to start that now or early, we definitely can. I don't want to jump ahead in terms of other questions. Oh, it's not just the Frosted Tips picture. That is one of, I think, like 35 pictures I added. I had to go back and even look up shit that like my mom had sent me like over a decade ago. I had to go back into emails that I haven't used since like I was literally in high school. Frosted Tips? Oh, you haven't seen the Frosted Tips pictures. Mom, Three Sons is saying now. All right. Do I have a seconding? We're going by Robert's rules now. Does anyone second the Three Sons rule to show what I was involved in birth, grade school, and high school? Because I was a huge fucking nerd. I've seen the Frosted Tips too many times. You've maybe only seen it twice. But let's jump into this because we have these photos. There was another photo. Part of why I pulled some of this stuff out. There was another question about cars that I've had, which we'll get to. Don't want to jump again too far ahead. But we have questions that also went into Jackson. So yeah, this is something that just to show the general nature of this. I loaded up 38 items from my history because one other question, I don't know if it was right after this. It was not. So we'll jump into this part now. And I will maybe refer back to some of these photos without triggering Noel. Welcome in, Spotty! Without triggering Noel to show not only my nerdiness from birth through the current day. Do I have any cool music for the slideshow? That's a good question. I could have cool music in the background. I hadn't even thought of that. That's a really good question. Bleach blonde. Oh, yes. There are bleach blonde photos in here, not just Frosted Tips, but full-blown Eminem style blondness. Let's see if I can play some background music that hopefully won't get us screwed while we're doing this. Tell me if this gets annoying. I will also hear this, so I should be able to stop this if it becomes problematic. Stream beats. Here, how about this? How about that? If there are any problems with this, let me know. Ooh, actually, I think I want to do this. I know we just started this, but I have something I like more. I have a liked set of these songs, which may not flow as well from one to the other, but I think will play better because I really like these songs a lot more. So hopefully this just plays through. Yeah, but this is me on the day I was born. For anyone who wanted to know what I looked like as a little babe, a little child, Sonic music. I'm not playing Sonic music. I know you're seconding that, Panda, but I did come out of the womb with hair. Literally, there's hair right here. This is also hilariously a more high-res photo than like some of the other photos I've had throughout my life, even into high school. So I believe this is a scan of an actual developed like Polaroid, not Photoshop. This is literally me. My eyes don't look that blue. Look how fucking chill I look. I was also told I was not a chill baby. But if you want to see the non-bleached blondness in its full blondie, this is me when I was 2 years old, holding my brother. I have two brothers. This is the one that is closest to me in age, who is screaming like murder on his birthday, but with my straight, beautiful blonde hair in the background. So for the pre-answer to the questions about what I looked like with hair, or when I used to talk about, for those like Noel and others who have seen the Frosted Tips or bleached blonde hair, I was just returning to my natural roots and the way that I exited the womb, which was with nice platinum blonde hair. So I'm sorry that my hair changed over time, but to continue proving this, this is from, I think, my 5th or my 6th birthday, where we still had plenty of the blonde going on, but where my hair was also naturally highlighting with a little bit of dark brown coming in here. Can't believe they put a wig on a baby. I'm already unsettled. Children scare me. You're perfectly fine. I know most of you are kidding. But this was me as a very, very young child, still rocking the blonde hair. You can also see these beautiful bangs with me dressed up as a fireman. This is also just the year after, so I believe I was like also 6-ish in this photo, but looking like the same smile we still have today. But you can also then see not only these beautiful bangs with the bleach blonde, but not bleached by a stylist, just natural platinum blonde hair, petting a fucking goat, y'all. Petting a fucking goat. Wearing the suspenders. We were wearing suspenders just a couple days ago too. Come on. The blue eyes starting to color in a little bit, matching the outfit. You can see how fucking dirty it looks like I'd been getting too. Still haven't changed in that regard either. But same exact year from there. Additional big smiles with the eyes open. Also, these wonderful, beautiful bangs. Oh no, not the truck simulator. It's coming back to haunt us. Look, okay. Similar thing. We were trying to emulate the full overalls. I do have overalls and like a ski bib in my garage, but these are straight up kind of bowl cut images. But to go into the question about my nerdiness, since this was also something that came up, they are different. I was a huge nerd. So this is me in grade school, doing my best to look. I lost the natural charm that we had here and dove straight into my nerdness. Yeah, we've got Looney Tunes here. We've got Bugs and the Tasmanian Devil right here. But this is me celebrating my birthday. I think I was, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, there's literally a 9 right there. So this is me on my 9th birthday. Someone take the lighter away. But this is really where I think some of the true nerdiness began. And shortly after this, where I began, burning CDs for people with downloaded songs and mixtapes, which evolved from a short period beyond this into high school, where I was still a very huge nerd and was like uploading custom ripped playlists and song lists to people's iPods. And by the end of it, they're the very first released iPhones. So to continue showing how much I did not have fashion sense, or still apparently don't have fashion sense, to this day, this is what I looked like towards the end of grade school in my true nerdiness, where not only does my tie not fully fit or isn't tied correctly, my shirt doesn't fit and is not only way too long, is super baggy, but my pants, thank God this wasn't a full pants show, look like I'm wearing like a fucking parachute or some kind of like jumper bag. So this is where we evolved to by the end of grade school, where I was very, very much a large nerd and not a very athletic individual. This is what this also looked like, where the tie is much more well done. I believe I actually borrowed this belt from my father at the time. You can see the hair has started to modify from not only its natural blondness, but into this like spiky, like Green Day, Blink-182 looking style, front spikiness. So this is something that will be a prominent feature of the rest of the images where I have hair moving forward, but at least our fashion sense did start to increase from here. So from here, we now have entering the end of grade school and beginning of high school. You thought you'd seen frosted tips before, Noelle? Look at this shit. This is just straight on fucking bleachness. In fact, the photo that follows this, I distinctly remember as one of my formative memories, was a time where I walked from the house that I was living in to a barber shop or like a fantastic Sam's, like a super cheap barbershop and paid to have my entire head bleached as blonde as possible and got a very large amount of shit for that from my family. But this is, if you can believe it or not, when I was a true nerd and very, very, very much nerdy. That's not Guy Fieri. Did Guy Fieri wear this kind of necklace or have Britney Spears poster in the background and play a bass guitar? I don't fucking think so. I pretty much stuck my head in a Clorox bucket for this and paid the price. Oh my god, it's blonder. I don't know. Is that blonder than my birth photo? Let's go back again. Is that blonder than this? I don't think it is. I think those colors are pretty comparable. Like, you zoom in on the hair here. Is that much different? I think I was just going back to my natural roots. You know? You can still see if you zoom in on this, like, you've got a little bit of darkness there. This looks pretty natural. I think it is. But people had asked about the music playing, or this ties back to your original question, Adagio, whether or not I was involved in music and theater, or like theater in different groups. I was very much still a nerd. This was at the peak of me creating music playlists to try to gain favor with not only friends, but especially people who I wanted to become friends with. So I used my, still at the time, extreme nerdiness and fascination with computers to try to build those relationships. But at my core, despite wanting to look like Eminem and play, I think at this time I was interested in like Metallica and all the hard rock, or playing like rock music, still very, very much just a skinny white nerd with bleach blonde hair. Awful! Awful! Well, guess what? This is what I actually looked like just that later that same year. So in high school, despite my potentially Eminem-esque, just graduated from grade school, wanna redefine myself and be much cooler in high school, maybe not get picked on very much or as much in high school. This is what I actually looked like my freshman year in high school. So, on a field trip, in a bus, being a fucking nerd, in my true form. I don't know how different we look nowadays, but I bet it is not that fucking different. Or you've probably still seen me as I'm getting stressed out in video games do the... This has been... Oh yeah, this is where the Frosted Tips continues from. Y'all asked to see some of this shit. So this is where that evolved. So finally starting to become a little bit cool. We've got acne all over the fucking place. Clearly nothing but maybe a little bit of Clearasil to try to cover that up, but Frosted Tips still in their full view as we continued through high school. But as you can see by my extremely ripped and amazingly ripped and wonderful physique, I was clearly awesome at football. So once we started getting involved in athletics, just everybody came flocking to us. All the nerdiness went away. Everything completely changed. We were just masterful at football, just immediate varsity team. That's actually all a complete lie. I was on the JV, the junior varsity team, not the Jay Vicarian team. And although we started actually coming into our own and looking quite a bit more attractive from what my peers did start to say, we're still 100% a nerd. This is later that same year. As you can see, the Frosted Tips still in full-blown form. Someone start the Jay Vicarian team. But at least starting to become a little bit more fashion-oriented. This was actually one of the first suits I ever got in my entire life. I owned it up until even just a few years ago, like 6 years ago. But even after I moved out to California, decades after this photo was taken, I still owned this suit, the very first suit I ever got. But you can see here, we started growing a bit too, started getting a little bit taller, looking at least a little bit more attractive, but we never stopped the Frosted Tips. So for those who wanted to continue seeing it, like the tie matching the dress, yeah, this is color coordinated. And, you know, pretty progressive, if I can tell you, for the year that this was, like wearing a pink tie and a pink flower. The flower I didn't have a choice in. That was pinned on me by my date, but also hanging out and still not shying away from our fashion sense. We evolve straight from that into this. Just to show that no matter how much you might increase your fashion sense, or no matter how cool you might get in the future, if you are a nerd, people will still draw literal dicks on your face when you pass out. This is also shortly after I pierced my ears with safety pins and caught a lot of flack for that while still in high school. My parents were also not super happy about that. My father in particular, when I pierced my own ears, but it is what it is. They're still pierced to this day. And in fact, although these earrings are slightly nicer than what I was wearing at the time, they're not too entirely different. Dear chat, do not use safety pins. I heated them up with a lighter and then used ice cubes and ended up actually getting some like iodine and like, you know, stuff to make sure I was being somewhat safe. But you can then follow this up with, towards the end of high school and beginning of college, me doing some very dumb things. In fact, in the multiverse of possibilities, this is definitely one of the instances in which I probably died and would not be here with you today, because there was a challenge that was passed down that I gladly accepted, whether or not you could survive while being hogtied in the back of a vehicle that someone was then going to drive at full speed through a parking garage. And no, I mean, I consented to this, just to be fully clear about this. Fully consented. And look at how well done these knots were. Like, I've seen BDSM, you know, people do a worse job than this. And this was like from people who I did not expect to do such a good job. But yeah, clearly not of sound mind. But for those who wanted to really see what I was like in my transition from not only full-blown nerd, which is extended into this current day, but the true transition of what helped me become the individual I am now, this is what you get. You got questions about this kind of stuff, I'm going to show it to you. It's just like when your grandparents start dropping the most batshit insane lore over tea. It's not just like that. I've got photo evidence, and this is actually even like a senior like shirt that I'm wearing underneath this. But people have also asked about me hunting, or about the formative years I've spent out in the fields of Kansas and other areas, shooting guns, learning about how to do all that stuff. This also came up on the night just like 3 days ago while we were playing Farming Simulator. So this is me at that same exact year. I even date matched by sorting by date the photo was taken for some of these photos to make sure I was lining up the dates accordingly. For some of the dances and some of the other like high school photos, it was a much easier. How do I spray my seed? How do I drop my seed? But look at this. Look at this photo, y'all. Standing out in the middle of these fields. These are the types of fields I'd walk for like endless miles and use. I actually still own this shotgun. Also, for those that are curious about proper gun usage, you can see here, not only am I wearing my Kansas Hunter's Education patch and badge right here, but our shotgun in a pump form is actually not only fully unloaded, but our pump is in the down position. Our finger is not on the trigger and is off on the trigger hold. So even during these early days, I was practicing proper gun safety practices, wearing, even in true nerdiness, my Kansas Hunter Education badge on my shirt while trying to look as cool as possible with the very first model of Apple earphones. So if I can date myself a little bit and talk about how I tried to gain cool points by uploading custom playlists to people's iPods and very first editions of iPhones, these are the very first edition of Apple earphones that were released in existence. And that's what I was wearing while walking through endless fields and practicing proper gun safety. This, maybe not so safe, but you wanted to see what I looked like with hair and frosted tips while they aren't all gelled up or looking natural. This is me, also maybe not in complete sound state of mind, but playing around with a knife and with our hair not gelled in a completely natural form, just chilling, you know, having a good old time. But for those that wanted to see what we looked like, we're going to keep on with it. I also did, again, try to blur out the faces of all those individuals who might have been included in some of these things, but we are now in college, everyone. This is now officially me in college. You can see our ability to tie a tie as well as have a clean looking attire has increased significantly. We've decreased the amount of frostiness in our tips. You'll see that as a common theme where we went from platinum blonde to brown to frosted tips to back into our brown hair before we got rid of all of our hair. But this is the photo you all have seen before. The one where I was originally asked what I looked like. This was now probably like 5 months ago. What I looked like with hair that I've shown on stream twice before this, as far as I can remember, but where we had definitely some gel or product in our hair and had frosted tips. With the frosting removed, though, I did find this photo. I'm pretty sure I'm drunk here or like not having a very good time. I don't look like I'm having a good time. Or maybe I can move myself to the top here just to show you, or maybe the bottom. Yeah, we'll go to the bottom here for just a tiny moment. How not good of a time I was having. But this is what the difference in just a year's time between growing out this. You can see a little stubble on this, like tiny bits of stubble coming in here. Going from that to then like just not shaving or finally trying to see, can we grow a real beard looked like. So we stopped dyeing and frosting the tips and then moved into just not giving a flying fuck about our hair. This is also after a mud wrestling contest. So since there is also another question about how long I've known other people who I know have a fascination and interest in mud wrestling, or who have even mentioned potentially doing meetups that might involve mud wrestling. The reason I have expressed interest in this or participate in other people's chat and constantly reference how interested I am in IRL mud wrestling is because I needed to at least provide proof that I have done these things before. And also with members of the opposite sex, in case that is an important, play card or something that I need to be able to show, since some people get really weird about, doing that kind of stuff, especially when you're all wet and covered in mud. But it's an absolute blast. I highly recommend it. This is also what our hair looked like at the time, going back to the question about what I looked like with hair. And this is just days after that. We did add a little bit of frosting back, but I had a couple times where I dressed up like a Chippendales dancer and even destroyed a very good dress shirt. Go to jail card, jail. So you were correct the first time. But I have dressed up like a Chippendales dancer. I have stripped this clothing off of me as well. In fact, I think we have an even zoomed in photo of this later on another occasion where I'm wearing some very cool Travis Kelce-esque earrings before Travis Kelce was a member of the NFL. Fellas, it's not gay to mud wrestle the boys. Oh, there is boys involved in some of that too. In fact, where this is occurring is on the front step of a fraternity house, and the mud wrestling occurred in the front yard. So there were also other people present who participated in those activities. I was also wearing this like string necklace, which looking back on it was probably extremely dangerous. Like probably another instance in the multiverse in which I would no longer be with you today in order to stream. Hell, I might have even had a strangulation occur with these fucking bow ties, which I actually still own a bow tie. It is not this exact one. But for those that wanted to continue seeing what we looked like with hair, and while in fun form, I can't go through all of this without showing PKT. That is correct. That is correct. But without showing some shirtless photos, just some shameless shirtless photos, since we did that and even showed some of our sleep stream stuff from the other night. But this is also where the frosted tips came back in full form before we started shaving our head. So this was the end of the frosting. You can see the frosting then goes away here, although we maintain, I'd say this is also one of the instances where the black on black, I think our fashion sense continued to improve over time. I've worn bow ties before, you survived. But where the tips started to die. So this is an academic photo that was taken while I was presenting some research that I did, since I've mentioned some of that to people, or there wasn't a direct question about some of that here, but just a couple of months ago, I was asked about the research I did do when I was in grad school. So this is actually as I was finishing undergrad. So we've now advanced towards, the end of my undergraduate career, which wasn't relatively compared to all the photos that have been taken and shown over this entire period, that long ago, like definitely less than half of the time that the photos have been taken during. You can't read all of this, especially probably with the streaming, but that's okay because you can see just a couple of weeks from me first presenting this poster to going to an actual research conference and presenting the same information. Here, can I do this? Will this cover me up? No, this won't cover me up. We'll go back to the top. You can see the title of my presentation, which was Sexual Fantasies of Domination, Fantasy Appeal, and Elements Explored. So for those who have had questions about, oh yeah, there's glasses here too. I do still own these glasses. This is the first pair that I ever got. But for those who've asked questions about my sexual openness, the things that I've had interest in, or whether or not I'm trolling when I start talking about, BDSM topics and things about, like forcefulness, domination, my preferences in those areas, I've literally done actual research on these topics and presented research on these topics at multiple conferences in places extending all the way out to Florida, California, prior to even living here and moving here, and being a huge fan of this from even a research perspective for a very, very long time. So if anyone is curious, you can ask questions about this. I've not gone in depth into some of this as much as I am now, but when I say that I've had an interest and have followed a lot of these topics very closely, even before a lot of the current conversations going around like sexual fluidity or, gender identity, gender preferences, or even just like force and power have come into play, which have been huge topics, especially in the last like 5 or 6 years. I was researching this even in an academic perspective a little bit longer ago than that. What subject is that under? Humanities or something? Yeah, so what we got an even feature on at the time, since I did go to the University of Kansas from the Department of Psychology, which is what this was posted under from their homepage. We even got a homepage reference since I ended up winning a poster award for my research presentation as I was finishing my undergrad. At this time, I'd actually already been accepted into graduate school, but this was from the Department of Psychology at the University of Kansas and highlighted my poster on sexual fantasies of domination, fantasy appeal, and elements of control explored. This is also, if you want another just gratuitous shirtless photo of what I looked like as I was transitioning into graduate school. Perfect time to join, Grin! You can get to see that in its fullness. But as you see right here, I have no hair, I have no hair, I have no hair. So the question that we will be answering coming up after the nerdiness and kind of theater or other involvement in that regard, I did still have earrings in. You can still see the earrings and stuff here, as well as in most of these other photos. I have no hair and I must scream. I love the Harlan Ellison reference right there. But we did fully just commit to getting rid of the hair. I wasn't gonna, since especially after all the frosted tips, or after that beautiful blonde hair we were born with, I wasn't going to just, take Propecia, deal with fucking up my hormones, or a lot of the stuff that if you weren't doing for a specific purpose can have, a lot of unintended repercussions or even reproductive effects. So we still maintained, I think, our general fun nature, but decided to just get fully rid of the hair in its entirety. So this is not that long ago. We're now getting close to the end of the presentation where, for those that asked about these types of things, this is even just a handful of years ago from now, or not even really that far. So this is what we have done as we've committed to not having hair. But to the actual question and topic at hand, I have been a huge, huge supporter of theater programs. And as I spent my time through undergrad, I am going to show one... Oh, wait. I don't know if I can do this here. I might need to do this like this. Oh, shit. This one's unedited. I need to edit this. Ah! I didn't save the edited version. Here. I'm just scribbling all over this photo really quick for a couple of people involved besides myself. Ah! Okay. We've scribbled all over this. We'll scribble even more. But I've been a huge supporter of theater programs and those who have been dedicating their lives to theater work for the longest time. I don't know if anyone can guess who is doing this keg stand that I am helping them do right now, but I am not going to dox them. I am just going to show that we have been helping and supportive of theater programs since I have been able to help those individuals and support them. Recent changes will be lost again, because why the fuck would I save those changes? But I hope that answers your question. I didn't do a lot of that when I was active in high school, or as I showed through some of that. I really didn't. I was a huge nerd, to the point of like getting picked on a lot when I was in grade school and even into early high school. But that somewhat changed just as I started doing wrestling and playing football, which I ended up quitting football actually even before my senior year, before I could make varsity, mostly even just to focus on wrestling, but also because I wasn't as interested in like the athletic side of things. I was more interested in even taking like AP classes in Cisco. So I took like Cisco networking even when I was in high school. So a lot of my passions that have led into running servers that we're all playing with on Minecraft, and continuing in my nerdiness, which extended into joining a fairly nerdy fraternity, which I got doxxed for in chat. But yeah, I mean, I joined a lot of nerdy groups, supported a lot of nerdy people, went to a lot of theater shows, have been a huge fan and supporter, not only of theater programs, but of musicals and live performances in those regards for a very long time. Yo! I mean, why not have a bunch of photos with people's faces blacked out saved? Because I have them unedited. I have them with their faces saved. But I do love theater. I've always loved theater. In fact, even when I was back just this last holiday, was talking with one of my cousins who is actively involved in a ton of theater and who's had a lot of amazing, even like lead performances and things, who has also been a huge fan of and interested in a lot of the things that have extended from my interests here, encouraging them, talking with them, offering to introduce them to a number of the people that I know and who have lots of interests and a lot of success in those areas too. That does tie me back, I guess, to this next question, which was submitted anonymously, who asked, how did me and Ephemeral meet? This is related to streaming, also proper usage of the category. They did not want me to mention their information, so again, this was submitted anonymously. But we met on a very warm winter day just last year, when I heard the voice of an angel and couldn't help but just get pulled into their streaming content and their information. And in all seriousness, though, I met them through a friend that I have who is actively involved in theater and who has become very successful. Maybe not as successful as they would wish to be, but I am extremely proud, and I am very grateful and fortunate to know John Madison, who's played on the Minecraft server that we've all played on recently, and who really is somebody who I sat down, went out with, a little over a year ago now, before I really kicked off a lot of the streaming stuff, and talked about streaming and putting myself out there and doing this whole thing with, since they had done so. And I guess I'll just straight up give them a shout out right now, because they have had a huge impact, not only on me since we lived together, or since we spent time in college together. I guess to answer some of that directly in terms of other questions that have popped up around that area, I have known John since we were both undergraduates, and where that has come up on stream, so I feel comfortable in recommending that. Why did the shout out not work, though? Did that work? Jackbox Party. We will give them a shout out, though, because that is how Ephemeral and I met. Was even before I had kicked off the partnered stream with John, had seen that they were a mod in John's channel, and where he had mentioned that he'd been really fortunate, even during COVID, to have gotten to meet a lot of really amazing people through streaming, and had mentioned Ephemeral in particular. You've set up some sort of chicken hell. Yeah, for anyone who's actually curious about John and I playing together, I gave them a shout out because I want to make sure I am, being honest in not only those who've encouraged me to do this, but because it's directly relevant to this question in terms of him introducing me to a number of other amazing individuals who I have been extremely, grateful to be able to meet, or lucky in terms of being introduced to. Ephemeral is one of them, someone who I then started following their streams and watching along even before John and I did the very first kind of partnered stream on the Minecraft server, of which we are now all mostly in the chat playing on. So that is how we met. I believe that was in like late November of last year. I'd actually known of them before then, but we didn't like formally meet or get to like know each other. I didn't actually start putting my information out there to them until like November, December of last year. So like 7 months ago. It was him that named it. Yeah, the chicken hell. It was John that named the chicken hell. Still remember the faulty treasure map and the increasing despair. That is also clipped on my stream. You can find evidence of all of these things that I'm mentioning on there. But huge shout out to Ephemeral too. They are also one of the other Discords that I had posted this information in. They are currently, I think, on a streaming hiatus, but have put out a lot of amazing content. They do a ton of really, really cool work. And they are also just genuinely an amazing human being with an angelic voice. So can't help but give them a shout out. I also appreciate this question in its anonymity because I didn't expect to have very many questions about like how I met or how I got to know individuals. Like obviously like John and I had talked about how we knew each other and some of that, but waiting for the owl to come back from the war. So I was actively there. That's when you found me. That is true. A lot of you might have actually found me during that. Well, that stream technically happened after I had met Ephemeral though. To answer this question though, I had met or came to know them before John and I actually did a collaboration, since I went out and was talking with John about streaming, even before I had fully dove in on doing all of it. In fact, like talking to him about a lot of this is one of the things that really encouraged me during the time that I decided to start streaming, to do so, and even to start, doing some of those types of collaborations, or even restarting my Minecraft server and a lot of the things that I had really kind of put away to the side as I pursued more of a professional career at the time. Found you when you were wielding the Kildo. Oh yeah, so that was Cyberpunk days. I am worried about that statement. Jackson immediately grabbed my attention. Yeah, the Kildo. So I did a melee playthrough of Cyberpunk, which was my first playthrough and first exposure to Cyberpunk 2077. I decided to do a melee build, which started with swords, but then we had a unique interaction where we found a giant dildo that I used as my primary melee weapon from basically there forward, and just dubbed it the Kildo because it killed people in like 2 or 3 hits. Okay. Next question. What is the longest thing you can recite from memory? Category is up to you, I guess. This is probably, I'd say, also a streaming category. They did not want me to mention who asked this question, although I think this is one of the few that had a no that did put a name, so we'll stop scrolling from there. There are a lot of things I can recite from memory. I won't say I have a perfect memory because there's a lot of stuff that I do forget, but there's a lot of weird stuff I can recite from memory. Like going back to like grade school and high school, or I can recite like the Scouts of America motto, formerly known as the Boy Scout motto. On my honor, I'll do my best to do my duty to God and my country, to obey the Scout law, to obey the Scout law, keep myself mentally strong, physically strong, mentally safe, and morally straight. I can also recite large portions of Catholic Mass in Latin, including like the Our Father, Patra Nostra, or In Nomine Patri et Filii Spiritus Sancti, Patra Nostra Quotidianum in Nominis Hodei, continuing on with a bunch of that nonsense, or even like large portions of the actual Mass. There are a lot of songs I know. Honestly, yeah. Hamilton from start to finish. Hamilton I can't do all of. I could do a lot of it, but I'd have to listen to it. Like, Hamilton is not one. I found Ephemeral when they started Genshin, so that was fun. Can I recite all of pi? 3.14151957? I don't know how many digits you need to go to like calculate like very accurately the distance between like atoms, but I think it's like 3.14151957 digits of pi. It's definitely 3.1415. $3.1415926, not 57. So, all right, we got to, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 digits? Dad can recite like 15 digits of pi? Oh, I think I said 1415. Did I say 9 or 19? I might have added an additional one. I mean, I at least know most of the digits of pi. I also know a lot of weird, like, physics equations still. Like, even, like, electrical engineering stuff. Like, not just, like, F equals... Yeah, so I added an extra one. Not just, like, F equals ma, but getting into, like, I squared C principles and calculating power and bullshit like that, which hasn't proved to be very useful in my life. But yeah, that stuff has been super fun for me. But in terms of things I can recite, I used to be able to sing Hamilton from start to finish with the instrumentals, but not anymore. I mean, I could if I listened to it again. Yeah, if I listened to it again, or even like the, Like a Man or I'll Make a Man Out of You, I'd never really, outside of watching Mulan like once or twice, be a man. I hadn't really, I screwed that up a little bit, but I hadn't learned that, but I can learn songs really easily, or this background music probably isn't good for it, but I can recite, I'm pretty sure, without having to listen to it again, like all of the 8 Mile, the Eminem movie, like battle lyrics, or especially the final battle with Eminem. I'm pretty sure I could recite that entire thing in its entirety, because I used to just like sing that when I would work out or even do like yard work and stuff. Is there BG music? What does that mean? BG music? Battlegrounds? Background? Oh, there is background music right now. Can you not hear it? I might have it really, really quiet. Here, I can turn it up a little bit more. You can't hear any of that? Yeah, I mean, you can't hear that right now? I show it, like, on my desktop monitor. I just turned it up like 10%. Yeah. But yeah, like, everybody from the 313, put your motherfucking hands up and follow me. Everybody from the 313, put your motherfucking hands up. Look. Now, while he stands tough, notice that this man does not have his hands up. Free World's got you gassed up. Now, who's afraid of the big bad wolf? 1, 2, 3 into the 4. 1 Pac, 2 Pac, 3 Pacs 4. 4 Pac, 3 Pac, 2 Pacs 1. Your Pac, he's Pac, your Pacs, none. This guy ain't no motherfucking MC. I know everything he's got to say against me. I am white. I am a fucking bum. I do live in a trailer with my mom. My boy Future isn't Uncle Tom. I do got a dumb friend named Cheddar Bob who shoots himself in his leg with his own gun. I did get jumped by all 6 of you chumps. And Wink did fuck my girl. I'm still standing here screaming fuck the free world. Don't ever try to judge me, dude. You don't know what the fuck I've been through. But I know something about you. You went to Cranbrook. That's a private school. What's the matter, dog? You embarrassed? This guy's a gangster? His real name is Clarence. And Clarence lives at home with both parents. And Clarence's parents have a real good marriage. What's the matter? You shook? Ain't no such things as halfway crooks. Or... He's scared to death. He's scared to look at his fucking yearbook. Fuck Cranbrook. Fuck a beat. I'll go a cappella. Fuck a Papa Doc. Fuck a clock. Fuck a trailer. Fuck everybody. Fuck y'all if you doubt me. I'm a piece of fucking white trash, I'll say it proudly. Fuck this battle. I don't want to win. I'm outie. Here, tell these people something they don't know about me. Yeah, bullshit like that is just somehow burned into my memory. This isn't Plastic Duck. It is similar. It's DMCA free, like lo-fi beats is what this is, Noel. But I could go on with weird music stuff, or as many people who've even joined on for stream have known, I know a lot of songs, even including like their full verses. Some of the ones I do sing more often, even like the Ooh Baby. Do you know what it's worth? I don't know the full 4 verses but they get stuck in my head. And a lot of them, including a lot of old rap, I know a lot of for some reason. You've probably even heard me and Sauce sing a bunch of old like Kanye and Kendrick and shit like that. This guy's a gangster. His real name is Clarence. Clarence lives at home with both parents. Clarence's parents have a real good marriage. This guy don't want to battle, he's shook, because ain't no such things as halfway crooks. I think I might have fucked that up, but we've recovered. But while they say in Heathers, ooh, baby, do you know what that's worth? But yeah, that was a good question, actually. Who asked this? No one gave me their name for who asked this. But great question. One of the best that I think I probably didn't do enough time like preparing for or even thinking about. In fact, I was originally planning to just say all of a bunch of Catholic shit in Latin because I had to take Latin in high school. Like Clarence. Our next one is tits or ass. Appropriately categorized as the birds and the bees. They did not care if I mentioned them, and they were Grin. Seriously, who was that show for? The real questions. Wait, what do you mean? What show? What show? What do you mean, what show? Oh, Heathers. Ass, Grin, to answer your question. I do love me a good pair of tits. I'm especially a fan of, being able to play with them when the opportunities afford, or do a little bit of motorboating if that is perfectly allowed. But I prefer ass for sure. I think that is something that even those, like, tits is also much more of a genetic thing. Like, I get that there is for ass a little bit too. Not everybody can control like how round or extended or, firm their ass is, but you really can't control outside of surgical intervention like tits. And so I don't want to be judgmental, and I am not too worried about that from a pleasure perspective, since most nipples do tend to work similarly. I think a lot of people can derive pleasure regardless of the size or firmness of their tits. So tits or ass, I'm going to have to go with ass. And most asses, even if you're not genetically predispositioned to having a voluptuous or beautifully built one from birth, can be improved through genuine or general exercise. So ass is something that can easily be improved without a BBL or surgical methods. I guess another modifier I need to put on this that I hadn't thought of until we're talking about it in real time is I'm not a fan of BBLs or fake asses. So ass asterisks in their original form. I prefer cellulite and a little bit of thickness to a fucking fake implant enhanced BBL bullshit. No BBL JV. Opposite. I'm saying anti-BBL. JV is anti-BBLs. Even though I would consider, if I had to be forced to choose between these two things, much more of an ass person. Anti-BBL JV, for the record. No BBL, but much more of an ass person. Asses are also more universal. Both men and women can have nice asses. I don't expect all people to have great tits. And that's not, I think, a reasonable expectation to have. Authentic, organic, 100% homegrown booty. Who doesn't love a nice booty? Also from Grin, coming in here in the birds and the bees category, is dicks or glutes. I think glutes, for the exact same reason as the last question. Gluteus maximus, your glutes are something that you can improve, you can enhance. I don't want to be judgmental of the dicks out there that, especially those who do seek surgical enhancement or try to improve through wild methods or like weird pills they buy on the internet or fucking crazy shenanigans they read about and get tricked into. So glutes for sure, for the exact same reasoning before, but also because in the same type of, genderless, sexless way, everybody can have nice glutes. Not everybody can have a nice dick. So I think we have to, again, go with the glutes, the gluteus maximus, and the ass. Or if I had to classify myself and choose between these things in both dichotomous categories, I would be an ass person. Organic booties win again! But Grin, I did love the questions. I also love the way that you put them in here. I think we have another one here. I don't know if this was from you. Nope. Shit, I thought you did have another one. Maybe not. But we have, who is the best waifu? category is politics, which I think is fucking hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Not the birds and the bees, because it is okay to have preferences in waifus and husbandos. How did no one ask the husbando question? I literally, just to be fully clear here, I thought about submitting my own husbando question, but I didn't want to modify the numbers, or I was genuinely curious before I started my stream how many organic questions we would come in, especially since the only question, technically 36 responses. Again, to be fully transparent, I did submit the third question, which was a test, just to make sure you could submit more than one. But considering before I was even able to test my own form, we already had 2 questions from other people, I didn't want to add anything of my own, so that we had a question about who was the best waifu. But anonymous? Who is my favorite organic waifu? Ooh, that's a different question. Who's the best husbando right now? I didn't see a channel points redeem. I didn't see that. But this is a interesting question to answer. I'm not going to go with organic first. I'm going to go with the exact answer that I gave from Sauce's AMA, or Sauce's waifu rating. Why am I typing speedy? We are gonna go, wow, I hate that there is a fucking streamer or like person who's capitalized this category. We're gonna go with Sniper Wolf. For those who are not familiar with Sniper Wolf, and this is also something that is gonna maybe become a little bit more of a philosophical answer, because Sauce did refuse to even rate Sniper Wolf. And their claim, how do I get to the Metal Gear wiki? Their claim was that they were before their time, and that they couldn't rate them because we are not the same or something like that. But although Sniper Wolf may have an extremely detailed wiki and a lot of backstory, it's important because Sniper Wolf is one of the people who I think had a huge impact on me as a gamer and person who has had my life impacted by gaming. Going back to when Metal Gear, the very first series, or I guess technically the very first Metal Gear came out like early 80s, but Metal Gear Solid came out in the late 90s. I think it was like 96, 95. Here, we can actually just look all this up in real time. But where there was apparently a very large focus on Sniper Wolf as a boss character and someone who carried through across a number of the Metal Gear series as a person who formed really deep connections with the people that they fought with. Here, I think I can just, let's see if I can just pull up a bunch of images on the backside while I do this and read through this. Because if you read through their wiki, and I know it's a lot, here, can I pull this up? I'll do this on the side here. Their biggest thing is that they were a highly skilled sharpshooter, one of the most powerful assassins in the entire series, even compared to genetically modified and like psychokinetic and like powered and enhanced individuals, who was capable of waiting for her targets for days, even weeks, without eating or moving. She typically formed an emotional connection with her targets before killing them, and her favorite weapon was the Heckler & Koch PSG-1, where she also used mercury bullets to poison her victims. She was addicted to diazepam, a drug that relieves anxiety and stops muscle spasms, which she had to regularly take in order to spend these long times not eating or moving, but where throughout her interactions with other individuals, she showed an affinity for caring for animals, for also caring for prisoners like Otacon, another major character of this series, but where this was pretty revolutionary if you think about even the 90s and times in which she was written as a boss character, especially in an exploratory like RPG that involved like CQC, close quarters combat, and lots of other types of things that were much more oriented towards like men, or at the time, like this was one of the first major female bosses of most video games that wasn't like a fucking jokish Mario character. She also developed an affection towards Solid Snake, one of the main characters, who is one of my favorite characters of all video game time, and where her targets often were people she would fall in love with before she killed them. But with Snake, she was often provocative, taunted him with misandrous remarks when Snake commented on her gender in their very first meeting, and later, her great shooting accuracy during a blizzard Wolf amusingly responded that the majority of the world's greatest assassins are women. So this is something that, as a small Midwestern Kansan-born gamer who was a huge nerd throughout the majority of the photos that you saw earlier, I formed a waifu connection with, because I not only was extremely attracted to her, considering she also was one of the first people I'd ever seen who did not wear any clothing underneath a fucking jacket, and also seemed to be like laying bare-chested in the snow, stalking victims for days, and as an actual difficult to kill boss character in the game, but who had these fun quips, and where she even had very progressive and gender positive statements about women naturally making better soldiers, and challenging the protagonist of the game in a way that made you fall in love with them. Behind the scenes, there were also apparently whole arguments at Konami about whether or not it should be a woman, and where concepts of a male version were included because people were fighting back, saying that people wouldn't be accepting of a female boss character, especially while fighting these genetically modified and enhanced individuals in this type of game series. So for anyone who wants to say that this is just some kind of boomer or elder millennial-esque waifu, I challenge you to be like those who love Zelda or who love Mario or who can go back 10 or 20 years and enjoy video games that are formative and progressive in ways that current definitions don't hold up to. I don't give a shit how old you were. Did you not hear what I just said? Are you incapable of playing games that released before your birthday? I was also extremely young when this game came out. I did not play this game on release. I didn't own the console that this game was released on until I was older than 10 years old. Does that mean I can't fucking enjoy it or understand the importance and the progressiveness of this character? I have no waifus. What a cop-out. What a cop-out. Politics was the right category, though. But even here, according to Hideo Kojima, also, the fact that even in recent polls, she was named the 12th greatest video game boss of all time should stand for something. But according to Kojima, the scene in which Sniper Wolf shot Meryl with several rounds from a sniper rifle was based on the film Full Metal Jacket, which may have also came out before a lot of you were born. I totally understand that. But if you're trying to tell me that you don't think Full Metal Jacket is a good film just because it came out before you were fucking born, fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. That isn't a cop-out. I don't have waifus. Your waifu is nothing compared to my waifu. I don't care about characters. You did the waifu rating first. I also didn't. This question was asked to me. I didn't have any control over it. But same thing. In other lines from the game, I'm not going to send you a love letter, my dear. You know what that is? It is a bullet straight from my gun to your heart. How fucking raw and boss is that? That is the realest shit ever. There's emo before emo was a fucking term, y'all. That is like heartfelt, boss assassin level, perfect waifu emo before any of those terms existed in society. So, you want to know who my waifu is? It is Sniper Wolf. You want to see some other cool pictures of Sniper Wolf? I've been pulling them up on the side. We've got this from the artwork for the game. You telling me that isn't reminiscent of even Mikasa, whatever the fuck you want to say, from like Attack on Titan? Straight up stolen. Straight up, literally copied from Metal Gear Solid. Prove me wrong. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. You got some fucking Mikasa Anderman in you? You like Attack on Titan? I saw that one pop up. Sniper Wolf. That's straight up stolen. Same thing with like Tatsumaki from One Punch Man, which I would say also ranks up there. Also because they challenge like conventions and because their character has lots of depth, but is also kind of a ripoff in a certain sense. Like even Quiet from Metal Gear Solid 5 extends from this too. Whereas like Tatsumaki, the difference with this is I would say they're not ranked above because they're not only kind of a ripoff, but where they have the like neotenous, like how old are they kind of weird, trying to toe that neoteny bullshit line, even though they're supposed to be like really old or like older. But Tatsumaki is also super powerful, super badass, shows lots of depth as a character, even though they might have their own like general tendencies to pop off occasionally. But yeah, their relationship with Saitama in One Punch Man, which for those who don't know, I have all the books behind me. We also got this recently too, to extend from our Deadpool Wolverine meme covers. Oh fuck, I might as well just go full screen again. Because you can't see this shit up close without me doing this. So we got this a couple weeks ago. These are Virgin variants of the new Deadpool Wolverine World War III comic that is going to tie into the new movie. This is also a foil version. But we also have the Rogue and Gambit versions to go next to them. But even some of that shit, why I bring that up, rips off of, I feel like, Metal Gear and a lot of the earlier series that came well before those times. And to have somebody as one of the biggest bosses of that game, or even when we're talking about like Tatsumaki, challenge conventional norms, even in ways that maybe I'm not as aligned with, but even to be talking about there being addicted to diazepam and talking about the dangers or addictions of even things like antidepressants and psychoactive medications that you can also use for purposes like stalking and killing your prey, who you might also share emo love messages with. I just don't think there are enough people who really appreciate and understand the history, considering Hideo Kojima is also Japanese. So for those who are like, oh, it's just not weeb enough for me, or it's not, you know, it doesn't tie into enough of this like fully subtitled like Japanese culture for me, you don't know enough about this game apparently, or Hideo Kojima himself. I watched it a week ago, very good. I love Full Metal Jacket. Kubrick is one of my favorite directors. You stay collecting cool comics. But yeah, but that's my point, Sauce. You can't say the same thing about movies and then say it's different for video games, though. How does that logic work? How does that logic work? You can't be, like, too old to like certain video games, but not too old to like certain movies. Make that make sense. You literally refused to rate Sniper Wolf as a waifu because you said it was before your time. How is that? Oh man. All right. Enough time on this question. I've clearly made my response known. I think I've justified it. Anyone wants to know more about anyone wants to know about like OG waifus, hit me up, because I liked Sniper Wolf before waifu existed in common nomenclature. From the info I was given, I couldn't rate her on her personality. What about the open fucking tits, right? Like, come on, half the people who were rated on like just their appearance. This, or you're trying to tell me that Mikasa fucking isn't a ripoff of this shit? You trying to tell me other people that you did rate were not only like literally stolen from her, but that decades before their creation weren't outclassed by her? She would shoot most of those people in the face without question. Look at this. She's even next to a good boy right here. No shirt necessary. No shirt necessary. I was hesitant on putting it as politics, but something in me just knew. Well, I also felt a little bit of, I'll be honest, like I had to not only re-justify this, but I'd already submitted this in the waifu rating and felt wronged when it wasn't voted on, because the justification for it, especially relative to other things that had come prior to that rating, which also were simply rated on based on their physical characteristics, I felt did not do it justice. I felt the game was rigged, and hopefully you now all know why. I'm also only being semi-serious here now. Like I'm not like joking about her, I think, being my biggest waifu, but to those who, even like myself, were not born when some of these things were popular, or even like when the systems that were played on them became popular, or like that I didn't obtain for like years until after they were popular, like that doesn't keep me from rating them higher than other trash characters that are essentially just bad copies of those characters. Well, welcome to being one of today's 10,000, Gren. Welcome to being one of today's 10,000, which, for those who also aren't familiar with Randall Monroe, and the XKCD comics. Please give lots of love to them. XKCD has lots of wonderful things, but if you aren't familiar with the statement I have made about being lucky to be one of today's 10,000, this is what that comes from. I try not to make fun of people for admitting they don't know things, because for each thing everyone knows, by the time they're adults, every day there are, on average, 10,000 people in the US hearing about it for the first time. The math breaks down to, per fraction of people who've heard about it at birth, 0. Fraction who've heard about it by 30, 100%. Assumption. US birth rate, 4 million per year. Number hearing about it for the first time per day, 10,000. If I make fun of people, I train them not to tell me when they have those moments, and I miss out on the fun. Diet Coke and Mentos? What's that? Oh man, we're going to the grocery store. Why? You're one of today's lucky 10,000. Alt text saying, what kind of an idiot doesn't know about the Yellowstone supervolcano is so much more boring than telling someone about the Yellowstone supervolcano for the first time. So, I have the Thing Explainer book. Yeah, I also have his What If books too. Now, SS Sniper Wolf name? Yeah, fuck that though. Fuck all of that. I hate that when I Google Sniper Wolf, that's now like all the front page, and like that I had to even like, while talking about it, download from Google Images like photos of them, because they even have taken over most of their fucking namesake and ruined most of the things that I like about their progressive nature in terms of being super badass and a literal like boss killer. Okay, continuing on. We are now about halfway through the AMA. This is actually going extremely well. And I should have made a PowerPoint presentation, but again, I don't have mods. I thought about making a PowerPoint like literally an hour before starting stream, but questions were continuing to come in. It actually looks like a few more questions have come in as I've been doing this. So you're gonna get to see me not only react in real time without a PowerPoint or anything, but I will respond to all of this as live as I have been. The next question is micro or macro. Also birds in the bees category. I don't care if I mention the name, but from Grin, I don't actually know what this is about. Like, I'm not gonna lie, my immediate mind goes towards like economics. Like, do you care more about like microeconomic influences or macroeconomic influences? But are you talking about, penis size? I was thinking more like there is like the macrophilia or whatever, or not philia. Maybe it is it macrophilia? There's like macro, there's like a macro, like the huge women is a huge thing. Oh, macro sex. We probably shouldn't click any of these links. These are all probably very bad, but like macrosexual? Macrophilia, it is macrophilia. So there is this, yeah, like the huge people kind of categories. I'm familiar with this, but this is also usually associated with like vor and like vor porn and stuff and like eating people and shit, which I'll admit I'm not as into. So although I don't want to say micro, because especially in economic terms, I am much more a fan of like the macro models or understanding things from a macro perspective. I don't know that I associate more with macrophilia. Although I assume micro is microphilia a thing too? Or like, do people get like eaten and then they're the micro portion of the macro thing? Is there a microphilia? There is not a microphilia. Oh, I missed an R. I probably shouldn't be Googling any of this shit while we're live. No, there's only a macrophilia. Oh, microphilia, shrunken beings. Why does this link to a very relative prevalence of different fetishes from the International Journal of Impotence Research? What the fuck? Do they use like plethysmographs? Ooh, that'd be cool. How did they actually test this? Ooh, this also isn't very good. These aren't very good stats considering a sample size of over 5,000 people. I'm gonna go with macro. Maybe I don't know what this means, which would be strange for me. I would consider myself at least decently well-versed in a lot of fetishistic and like out there sexual terminology. But macro versus micro, I assume is related to like macrophilia. I get that vorophilia is different. But there has to be like a Venn diagram of overlap here. Treading interesting waters? I'm gonna go with macro. I think I have to go with macro. I don't know. Vor different from micro and macro, but they can converge. Well, but how do those in particular in full-size vor? How do full-size people eat each other? Like slowly? Like Hannibal? Is Hannibal full-size vor? In vor would probably be called like prey and pred. But full-size? Like snack? Like snake. Snake without the E? Snake! See? Back to Metal Gear Solid. Back to Metal Gear Solid, y'all. Seeing a lot of anime or furry, not safe for work art people tend to do, make the skin very stretchy. Elastic people. Yeah, okay, I get that part. I've had it with these motherfucking steaks on my motherfucking plane. Okay, final answer, macro. Even if that is the case, I'd rather be the person doing the eating. Well, yeah, I'd rather be the person doing the eating than being eaten. I don't know if that's a direct answer. But I wasn't lying when I said you can ask me fucking anything. So, it's not a vor question. Even then, I'd rather be the huge one rather than the small one? Is that closer? You categorized it as the birds and the bees. So I'm answering it from a sexual perspective. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids? Yeah, I'd rather not be the shrunken people. Yeah, I'd rather be the honey. I'd rather not be shrunken. That sounds fucking horrible. There's a reason they wanted to get big again. That was like the premise of the movie. They had to like fight bugs and shit. I haven't played Grounded. I know there are some games that look super cool that are in relation to that. And there was even that more recent movie, like the Little People thing. What was it actually called? It was like, I don't know, shrunken. We're gonna find some weird shit Googling all of this live. This is why I shouldn't share my desktop. People movie. Fucking A. Downsizing. Yeah, this is like a newer version of that, right? I probably can't play any of this. If bugs were my size, I would simply pass away. Yeah, that sounds fucking horrible. I'd rather be massive, but in like a healthy, body positive way. Okay. Next question that is a gardening topic. I think I didn't finish downsizing, but I did watch at least half of it. Watching back, they could have just walked through the length of the fence and avoided the bugs and hazards. I think I stopped because I was watching with friends and they went to bed. Oh, that movie. Yeah, there's another one somewhere. Watching back. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a long time since I've seen Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but would I rather be the people who don't need to find a way to get big again, or the people that are permanently small and have to worry about like rain? Like they also almost died to rain and stuff in that. Like I like rain. I like rainy days a lot. They also help with gardening, which after now passing the halfway point, other than monsteras, what is my favorite plant? But giant cookie. Some people like the idea of being small and being held. I like the idea of being held and cuddled and stuff, but that doesn't require being small. And as to the earlier part of what I thought people were going with that question, if we're talking about like size preferences, I like my size the way it is and don't want to be smaller. And I ain't talking about shrinking my body, y'all. I guess I am in a roundabout sense. You can just bake a giant cookie. Well, but that becomes exponentially harder as you're small too. Like, do you have a tiny oven? How do you bake a cookie if you're tiny? Should I just ask Dom or Sub? Well, I already at the beginning of this whole thing apparently outed myself as a fucking top. But yeah, that happened in pure accidental nature. I don't think a question has been asked in that regard, or at least hasn't as when I started this whole thing. Okay. Other than monsteras, what is my favorite plant? There are a lot of plants I don't own or don't grow and things that I would love to grow. Like, I would love to actually have a ton of orchids, which are hard to keep alive, even in the climate that I'm in, or would love to get like full trees, like getting like tons and tons of fruit trees and like grafting and doing a bunch of that kind of stuff. I mean, you don't need to shrink to have a giant cookie. Just use a full oven. I mean, we have those already. No shrinking needed. Yeah, like, what are you talking about? Like using like a, what's the toy? The Easy Bake Oven? Is that what it's called? I'm saying, if you were little, how would you make a giant cookie? You'd be reliant on big people to make you food and shit. Or you'd need to make like tiny kitchens and stuff. But there are a handful of plants, if I can continue to context switch here, that I love that I've been growing, like figs in particular. I have 2 different kinds of fig trees. I have technically 3 fig trees, but 2 of them I grew from broken branches at a place I used to live back in like 2017. There were a couple of trees that fell naturally, and one on this massive fig tree. It was like 50 years old and was just huge and sprawling, and it snapped a bunch of the twigs off. And so I read that you can just like, even without using root growth hormone, put them in vases, or like I basically just sharpened them kind of like pencils, put them in vases, let the roots grow naturally, and put those in tiny little, basically like peat moss and perlite, containers, and then move those to soil, and then move those to big pots. And now I have one actually planted in the ground. I meant you don't need, oh yeah, I already read that part. But figs are probably my next favorite plant, because even though they're like a tree and not just a plant, they are very hard to kill, extremely resilient. They produce amazing food. Like, I have eaten off of every fig tree I've grown, and it was awesome to see when I moved into here, a dying fig plant that it looked like they had even set on fire, which I have brought back to life, and now even have trained. I have a bunch of the like copper wire, and like have trained it using even like the bonsai wire, and drove a whole bunch of sticks and stuff into the ground for us. So figs, you can train into really cool patterns. You can also grow as kind of like bonsai plants, but that would definitely be my answer for my next favorite type of plant, because it also produces fruit, which monsteras flower eventually, but they're not like fruit. Marisar, my mom grows these giant hibiscus flowers during the summer. A flower grows each day and dies during the night. So every day it's a new flower, which makes it so much more beautiful. Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. That is absolutely amazing. The whole like letting, and if I did want to grow like orchids, like letting them go dormant and all of that kind of stuff. I used to have an ex that was very big into orchids, and I helped maintain some of them, but it was a lot of fucking work. And I'm not saying that some of the plants and things I've had, even now for over 7 years, like, yeah, I even have mint that I've been growing since before those figs. So, but mint's hard to kill. I've had mint growing for like over a decade, and potatoes that I've continued to like have. Like some that started off as like massive russet potatoes and have now started growing into these like smaller potatoes. But that's also just because I put them in like the little potato bags and I don't grow them in the ground. So they do get bigger if you let them grow longer in the ground and flower and vine like multiple times or whatever. But yeah, I grow all kinds of stuff too. So for those who are new in here, I'm currently growing, I guess Carolina Reapers would also be up there, because I grew those from seed, and that's actually really hard to do. I started with like 20 seeds and only had 4 plants actually root and flower, and of that I only have 2 plants that are left, which I've also been maintaining for over 4 years. I started those in 2020, right at the end of COVID, and have been keeping going for like over 4 years. But like peppers, I also have to keep away from each other because they can like cross-pollinate. But I have green peppers, Anaheim peppers, Carolina Reapers, habaneros, potatoes, garlic, 2 different kinds of figs on 3 different trees. I have mandarins. I have loquats, which are kind of like kumquats. I have guava. I have 2 different kinds of green onions, but some that I've been growing also for a really long time that are like that thick around. They're fucking huge. A ton of monsteras, a ton of different like pothos and variegated pothos, money trees. What other plants am I? Tomatoes. I have 2 different kinds of beefsteak and Roma tomatoes. Tomatoes also require a lot of care. But it's hard to pick a favorite from the stuff I eat too. Because like, I love caring for the Carolina Reapers, and those are a great pepper. But they're not my favorite to eat. At this point, it's just become kind of like a, how much can I continue increasing my tolerance over time kind of plant or pepper. But yeah, I love gardening, and this is a great question too. LMAO, there is a reason my plants are all mini cacti. I do have a ton of succulents too. I didn't even mention the succulents. I've had some tiger cactus growing since, fuck, when did I move here? I've had some of those growing since like 2012. So like 12 years, but like they literally can't die. Or maybe they can, but they can like go dormant for years. So like I would have to die for those to probably die. And even then they may like, you know, just the pot might break and they just grow into the fucking ground or something. But yeah, succulents are a whole different story. But this is a wonderful question. And if anyone wants to see my monsteras, I might do a garden stream soon because I need to repot a bunch of stuff like I was talking about 2 nights ago. Shit, the questions are still ticking up. Fuck. I mean, that's a good problem to have. I should have closed the form. Can I do that now? How do I close the form? How do I stop the form? Responses. No response editing. How do I stop this? Accepting responses. We are now officially not accepting responses. Anything from here forward now requires a channel point redemption. We're at 41 responses, which is an amazing feat for less than 48 hours. But thank you to everyone who submitted questions. I just want to make sure that this is actually going to have a reasonable amount of time that I can get through. I once grew cherry tomatoes and the seeds fell into a crack in the back alley, and then months later had this surprise giant alleyway tomato covered in fruit, just chilling. Oh yeah, I also recently planted pumpkins. In fact, I can even, fuck it, I'll just go grab the pumpkin seed bag. We're also 2.5 hours in and I need to get some more water. Give me one moment. I'm gonna go refill my water. And, oh shit, I need to do this with this. Be right back. I'll go grab some water and I'll also show you my pumpkin seed thing. I got them from Aldi for like 50 cents. It's fucking wild. I couldn't believe that they were so cheap. Okay, let me get some water. I'll be right back. All right. Let's get it going. Oh shit, I also meant to actually run the manual ads. Oh, that worked out well. The ads just finished. I did run them actually. Nice. Oh, whoops. I forgot to grab the pumpkin seeds. Fucking A. Pumpkin seeds. We also got squash seeds that I didn't plant, but that I will. I also have a bunch of seed vaults. I say a bunch, I have 3. But one of them I got as a Christmas present that has like 200 seeds from a bunch of like heirloom varieties. It's meant to like be basically kind of like a prepper pack that you can have that I've planted. I mean, I've even grown corn in my front yard, y'all. Like when I moved to the last place I lived in before I got this house, I was literally growing corn in my front yard. And people thought it was hilarious. I ate it. Like I didn't not eat it. Okay. Jackson back at the top. Boom. All right. We are no longer halfway through this AMA. We were halfway through. And then more questions got submitted, which is a good problem to have. Okay. Also just trying to grab my chargers and shit here. I love my mod view, which says we're still on break. All right, we've got water. We've got the cat. Question number 16. Oh, we already answered this. Monstera is what's my favorite plant. Butts or booba? Question 17. Yeah, we already answered this too.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Marisol TV, for the sub.
Thank you so much, Marisar. I really, really appreciate that. That's 2 subs today. Holy fucking shit. Thank you to you. Thank you to Carlos again. Very, very much. I really appreciate it. Hopefully, we're proving that it's not just, struggling through first-person RPGs or survival crafting games that we do on this channel, or as with the recommendation that we had 2 days ago to do an AMA. I am so grateful to all who are not only in here right now, but who've been participating, who submitted questions, and who've been hanging out for all of this. But Butts or Booba did not care. Also Spotty. All right, Spotty, you and Grin had a similar question, and it is Butts. We're going with Butts. Same thing for glutes. I am much more, I guess, if I'm going to have to classify it down or break it down, much more of an ass person. And Butts, something also that can be improved through non-BBL methods. Wait, did I see this one before? 18? What did you do with the Declaration of Independence if you could be a background character in any scene of your favorite movie? What scene would it be and why? How the fuck did I not see this before? Other is just yes. Wait, are these in order that they were submitted? Or did this get submitted while I was live? Ass person. Did I not say ass person? What did I say? I've been stressed from moving. Watching your stream has been a nice way to release. NB coming out stream? Did I not say ass person? Grant, I'm confused by what you just recently put out. Or what you just recently said. But Marisar, I'm glad that I've been a way to relax, and I hope your move went well. Maybe I just missed this question before, but is this purposely misspelled? Is this like the... Yeah, I know what NB is. No, I know what NB is, but what is that? NB... Oh, you're saying... Okay, okay, I see. You're saying to me. I thought you were... Yeah, I said ass person. I thought you were trying to correct me or something. But I said that on purpose, which is why I knew what I was saying. I'm glad y'all are catching on. But no, I mean, my pronouns are him, his. I'm perfectly comfortable in that, but I am much more open, at least in terms of preferences, and consider myself not only extremely sex positive, but going back to why I even showed some of those photos related to my nerdiness and some of my interests, or even hair versus hairlessness in the past. I have been pretty progressive in my interests, and even my research interests when I was much more academically affiliated since I was in undergraduate, which is now longer, quite a while ago, for those of you who know my age and want to backtrack that. I am literally going to search this, though. We highlighted independence because is this like a purposeful misspelling? Or is this a thing? Or did somebody just literally not know how to spell independence? I don't think this is a thing. Let's check Google. DuckDuckGo sometimes isn't all the way up with recent nonsense. No, I think somebody literally just didn't know how to spell independence, which is maybe concerning in its own right. Even if they did say I could say who they were. Oh, should I say who this was? Can I look at this off stream? I don't know if I want to make this person. I don't want you to feel bad, but like, did you do this on? If you are here, tell me if you purposely misspelled this. Also, why do I still have all this random shit pulled up? I can see who sent it. We want to roast them. Roast the shit out of them they can't spell. It's you. It is you, Speedy. It's you. I pulled this up on the other screen. And even Googled it because I wasn't sure if it was a real thing. But what do you mean? What did I do with the Declaration of Independence? I don't know Nicolas Cage, and if I did, I wouldn't admit it on stream. So just like my signed posters of Stan Lee that I don't show on stream, that is for a reason. We keep all of our very safe documents in very safe places, so I know not of what you speak. Although I am a big National Treasure fan, if I did steal the Declaration of Independence and not independence, which I'm not saying I did, I wouldn't admit to it live on an Amazon-owned platform. So, first, how dare? And second, what did I do with the Declaration of Independence? Oh, well, every night I store that safely just, next to me, myself, and I. I am definitely an independent person. And as mentioned, also multiple. I'm actually surprised. Maybe there are, since I don't know what like almost literally 10 of these questions are since they've come in since I started my stream or since I posted the last time in my Discord, which is when I was preparing for stream. Oops, booted up the wrong drive. I am a very like free, non-clothed person most of the time. Like I wouldn't consider myself, considering I've met actual exhibitionists and nudists and people who are kind of the opposite of like never nude communities and people who prefer to be completely naked in all settings. I understand the value and benefit and even like safety, even when I'm cooking, especially with like oils and things, of being clothed. But I would consider myself an independent or independence. Is there a fucking term for like pants independence or freedom from pants? What is that? Independence? Freedom from pants. Freedom from bottoms. This is also wild shit to be Googling in real time on stream, y'all. We're gonna leave it there for now. Imagine being barefoot in a Walmart. So I don't wear shoes often. And there's also like hookworms and things that I used to get weirded out about when I first started going more nude, or like, even in my own garden and backyard and stuff. Even in some of the places I rented where I saved some of those broken fig twigs that have now grown into full-blown fucking trees. I used to like garden in that way, like naked and stuff. But I read about like hookworms and got really weirded out about a lot of that. But that's also why I used to be kind of a no-till, no-maintenance kind of person, but have since started doing the tilling and then putting down the layer of like the garden sheathing or the garden layment to basically like cook off anything on the top layer, and then putting down like fertilized soil and stuff on the top line. When I was a kid, I used to forget my shoes at home all the time. I'm talking like kid as a 10. Please add professional yapper to my stream title. How dare you, Max? This is an AMA stream. If you don't want to hear me yap, what are you here for? But I am an independent person quite often, even in the comfort of my home or my yard. In Oklahoma, we had those spiky burr things everywhere. It was terrible. Yeah, same in Kansas. I mean, Kansas and Oklahoma border each other, so probably the same fucking terrible spiky bullshit. I'm here for the yapping, but answer my independence question. Again, if I did steal the Declaration of Independence, which I'm not saying I did, I cannot answer that question. I know I said that this is an Ask Me Anything question, but I did not steal the Declaration of Independence, which I consider to be a straightforward answer. And if I did, I'd have to associate or talk to Nicolas Cage and other people about how to answer that question first. This is one I'd have to maybe not seek counsel, but seek the at least advice of colleagues for. For the second question, if I could be a background character in any scene of my favorite movie, what scene would it be and why? This is a multi-layered question too, because I don't know that I have an on-the-spot answer to my favorite movie. It used to be like Shawshank Redemption, which is, I think, one of the best movies ever made. But there aren't a lot of background characters I'd want to be. Most of the background characters in that movie are like, besides Red, it's just like the neo-Nazis, the warden, and like the warden's cronies. Or I guess, actually, that could be an answer. I would be one of the random people off scene watching Andy Dufresne sand his boat as Red finds him in Zihuatanejo and gets to see their beautiful bro hug as he made his way down to the beach. That's what I would be. I already found my answer. You watch me reason it out in real time. I would be one of the people on the beach in Zihuatanejo who didn't know anything about Andy Dufresne and Red's backstory, but got to see them bro hug while he was just sanding a boat on the beach and building that entire story and backstory in my head. Like, oh, maybe they were imprisoned together and it was both like wrongful imprisonments. And, you know, maybe that's how Shawshank Redemption came about. But other answer, because favorite movie is a hard thing to gauge. Like, I have a lot of movies I love that I'd rate very highly. Like, being like a background character, though, is also hard for a lot of them. I guess a lot of my favorite movies don't really have background characters that much. It's like minimalistic casts. I mean, I'm trying to think through like other like great movies that have background casts. Well, this is also maybe prefacing for something that did this get submitted earlier? Because I feel like I saw the car question before this one. Being one of the crew members in Fast and the Furious, or just like one of the background characters in Fast and the Furious, or maybe one of the sideline watchers to the street races in Fast and the Furious would also be pretty fun. If not, maybe one of the people who participated in the races and like didn't die or like have my car wrecked, but also wasn't like Jason Statham or fucking The Rock or any of those people who've now like taken over the franchise. So that would be my second answer, is just like a side character or side racer in the Fast and Furious series who got to race with Paul Walker, rest in peace, and also like participate in all of that nonsense throughout its evolution and iterations. I wouldn't say that's my favorite movie. I have a lot of movies that I would also rate much higher than that. But if I'm thinking about movies I'd love to be a background character in, Shawshank Redemption and Fast and the Furious are the first that really come to mind. Final answers. And maybe if I were a racer in Fast and the Furious, I was racing off to another country or another land to secretly store the Declaration of Independence far away from Nicolas Cage and his interests. And Sean Connery? Wasn't Sean Connery his dad or something? Something like that. How would you fix LA Transit's system? Please is also misspelled here. Please elaborate with an essay. Politics and building projects. These are also correct usages of the categories. Would I like to mention Speedy? I appreciate this. I appreciate this question. Fuck, there's so many places to go. I've also fallen down the rabbit hole of like all the conspiracy theories related to, and they're not even full conspiracy like theories. There's tons of evidence in place. So starting back with LA, Los Angeles used to actually have one of the most extensive railway systems in America. And that then got bastardized, and many of those even got decommissioned and even paved over in order to build fucking streets and to convert, even at that time, which were large, like 2 and 3 lane or like 4 lane streets, into even wider ways where it wasn't even necessary. So from an urban planning perspective, there is literal evidence to show that like General Motors, Ford, Chrysler, or like Dahmer at the time, lobbied and petitioned and won and basically bought fucking politicians and both mayors and people in council positions across LA County to pave over and to decommission the subway and railway projects, which at the time were some of the largest in the United States. Even at very short periods of time, beating out like New York and other major metropolitan areas. So if you want a full essay on this, I could talk about this for a really fucking long time. But the first way to fix it would be to remove some of those lobbyistic and kind of corporate interest practices from not just Los Angeles County and from California as a state, but from the entire fucking nation in the United States, especially having spent time and months and like weeks and weeks and weeks in other areas, especially even just south of the border and overseas, but going over to Europe and other areas where you can get, even if it takes a full day or even like 6 or 7 hours on a train, you can get across some of those areas and across multiple countries, even if the distance is longer or larger than the state of California than it takes for Amtrak and the like Pacific Coastliner on Amtrak to get from, which is also eroding in many areas, especially close to San Diego and near other coasts and fun places that lots of people use the Coastliner. Like, it takes longer in California to get from point to point in California, traveling the same distance, than it does in many other major countries and first world nations in those areas. Like, make that fucking make sense. So a lot of that does, again, seem to be tied to an overstressing of the infrastructure and systems that are in place, since we don't have great nationwide or even statewide railways. But even in places where, like in California, you can go from essentially Mexico or San Diego all the way through like Oregon, Washington, and up into, British Columbia or like Vancouver, it takes a really fucking long time because you have very limited options and those trains aren't very fast. So you compare that to many places in Europe or throughout the EU, as well as even like throughout Asia and Japan in particular. And I would say all we need to do is advocate for building out technology that has existed for decades and that doesn't involve giving more money to fucking Elon or the Boring Company to build more tunnels, of which, fun fact, an interesting fact that I'm pretty sure I can announce now, many of the pots and things that I'm growing a lot of my plants in are actually from a decommissioned like gardening space that was bought by the Boring Company that I was invited to go to, given that I was in a gardening group when I worked at SpaceX and was notified that like, hey, they're tearing down this gardening center that was bought to become a hub for a Boring Company location. And if anyone wants, you can basically just show up and fill your car up with as many pots and stuff as you want. They didn't have plants in them, but it was all like mostly empty pots and stuff. And I still have dozens of those pots and wicker baskets and all that stuff, which are literally from what are now essentially like decommissioned and outdated Boring Company efforts. But yeah, there have been so many proposals to build like high-speed railways and vacuum-based like Hyperloop tunnels through both SpaceX and then even Virgin Hyperloop, which bought out those plans from SpaceX, and then even through the Boring Company, which is trying to use Teslas to make like a high-speed railway between LA and Vegas, which they haven't even been able to make decent railways through LA. So first place I would start, if you want in a short form essay, is attack the political systems that favor these fucking automotive companies or these lobbyists that are working for major automotive and big oil or like oil interests, even in cases that seem to be supportive of like Tesla and electric vehicle companies, because they still want more cars on the road, or for every American to own a car rather than for them to have easy public transit. So it's not even attacking the political systems, it's attacking the policies. Because I think the reason a lot of politicians support these efforts is because when polling the American people or polling average people and saying like, would you like to be able to get on a train to get to your workplace in less than 20 minutes? Or would you rather drive to your workplace in 20 minutes? That's the way a lot of this bullshit is phrased. And I think a lot of people are like, oh, I want independence, freedom, and autonomy. I want to be able to drive if I can. And they don't realize that means that then their entire city will be much more designed to be car-centric rather than public transit-centric. So building more housing near major public transit centers is something that requires more people to vote for those types of things. Me personally, I'd rather ride a train. I don't like driving unless I have to. I totally agree, Gren. I did not even take an Uber. Like, I spent weeks in Europe and did not even take an Uber. I did fly technically from France to Denmark and then from there to Amsterdam, but I could have taken a train. The only reason I didn't is because it was like a 2-hour flight versus like a whole day train ride. But I didn't then, once even I got out of the airport, like in Amsterdam in particular, I got out of the airport and went straight onto a train, which then took me to a train hub where I then took a train within fucking like 300 feet, like literally across the street from my hotel. And that street also had multiple bike pathways. It's also one of the most biked areas. So that's kind of a, you know, biased area to talk about biking being more popular too. But having less cars on the road requires us to have cities that are designed to be more public transit oriented, which requires, you know, again, going back to this, it's not just attacking political systems, it's attacking the policies, which going even towards voting for a convicted felon or having a two-party system and having two people, which the majority of Americans seem to not be excited about on the ballot, then vote for someone else. Then vote for something else. That is what voting is meant to do. Being told who to vote for or what to do or what systems you should be supportive of is not how democracy should work. So the bigger part of this essay that's harder to answer is convincing people that public transit is good and a better usage even of their tax dollars, especially when you compare it to, like, Ford doesn't necessarily apply to this, but when you compare it to like the big three automakers and those who needed fucking bailouts in the last 2 decades because they weren't selling enough cars, or through the financial crisis and even the pandemic apparently had more outstanding loans than they could cover. Hydrate is a good idea. But that's a big problem, is we seem to support a lot of these companies. We consider it American as fuck to support American jobs and big steel and big oil and all this big bullshit to support automotive companies, and don't realize that we wouldn't need any of that bullshit if we just had better public transit. But it is people who tend to vote for those individuals, even if they're being influenced by lobbyists and politicians, but where those politicians, for the majority or most part, are voted in by your average everyday people. So this is a public education problem, I think. I don't mind driving, but it's like, why would you want to drive every day when you can have someone else take you to your destination? Plus the benefits of it being like more green, in some cases cheaper. It's more safe, you know, driving danger. Rich people literally got limo drivers to drive them so they don't have to. Give me my goddamn train. I went on a date with a sugar daddy and he asked if I could drive. He was so used to being driven around. I mean, did you say yes? Because that goes back to the problem. I think there's just a lot of people. Yeah. There's just a lot of people who are blinded by the actual issues and who vote against their own self-interest. So it's easy to say, like, this is all corporations' fault, which for LA in particular, if the question goes back to how to fix this in the LA transit system, LA already had an amazing transit system. It just got fucked because of corporate interests, but those corporate interests were tying to policies that were voted for and supported by American citizens. Just like everybody who likes to bitch about our current Congress and politicians, you fucking vote for them, y'all. If y'all are upset about who's in power, vote them out. I get that that doesn't apply to the Supreme Court or like Justice Alito and, you know, Clarence Thomas and shit, but in most cases, especially in this type of situation, the way to solve this problem is by voting, which barely half of all eligible voters do. On that note, question 20. I didn't have a car license either. I wasn't going to drive the Rolls Royce with no license. He probably doesn't know how much gas money it is. Ask for $1,000. Take some of that sugar. Yeah, just be like, I need your credit card. I'll drive you around. Or I'll drive you to Rodeo if you can take me through Beverly Hills. We'll park at a fucking valet spot where somebody else can then drive from there. And as long as I can fill my bag, I'll drive to and from that destination. I wouldn't say no to that. That's not exploitation. That's just getting yours. All right. What was my first car and how was my time with it? Classified as building projects, computers, cars, house. My first car was a Bronco 2 that had a blown engine. It was a hand-me-down from my grandmother who had blown the engine in it. Also, technically, after my aunt, her daughter, let it roll backwards into a tree and dented the fuck out of that. But yeah, old school Bronco, not the new Bronco Sports, not the new Broncos. We're talking about like the 80s Broncos. It was a car older than me, a 1984 Bronco 2, four-speed stick shift, so also manual transmission. I learned on a manual transmission, and I had a fucking blast with it. I love that car. I learned how to drive a stick shift. I went off-roading in it. I fucking blew a tire in it, doing some stupid shit off-roading. I took that thing to field parties. I had my first, like, not near family or at my parents' house beer near that car after driving to a field party. So, like, I had some real-life experiences in that first car. I did not drive drunk, just to let you know, in that car. It was the first one I had. But the unfortunate reality of that car and one of my other favorite cars of all time, which was a Mazda Miata, I did get into a car accident with that. And that is the only car accident which was partially my fault. Every other accident I've been in was not my fault. And some of them were actually pretty fucking gnarly, including the Miata one. But the Bronco, I was turning left and the light turned yellow and I was like panicking because I'd already pulled beyond like the stop place where you like kind of inch forward, and I went to turn left and the car tried to speed through because they were also going too fast to stop for their green light, and they fucking T-boned me and totaled the Bronco. So up until that point, my time with it was great, but that was pretty fucking horrible. It was also right as I was leaving school, so it was like one of the first like times I was able to like drive to high school. Also in Kansas, you're able to apply for a driver's or like learner's permit where you don't even need to have somebody else in the car before you're 16 or before you're 18. So I was doing that before. You're able to just drive to work and school. I also worked when I was in high school. So for those who are curious, my car was not only a hand-me-down from a grandmother, but every car I've had up until like the last 5 years were basically hand-me-downs or cheap junk cars that I bought for less than $1,000. Like almost every car I owned up until one other car that I bought when I moved out here cost me literally less than $1,000, and which usually required a significant amount of work. But that was kind of the thing that I attribute to that Bronco 2 is I learned how to work on cars. I was, fortunate enough to have a father and a grandfather actually on the other side, on my dad's side of the family. I got the Bronco from a grandmother on my mom's side of the family, but had a grandfather on my dad's side of the family who was extremely knowledgeable about cars, mechanical engineering and automotive engineering, and who, through knowledge he had passed down to my father and working with my father, got to learn a lot about building out cars and stuff. So it was wonderful in terms of that knowledge. I got to learn, that was the first, not only car I had, but before I'd even really taken it for a full drive or really even learned how to drive a stick, since it needed a lot of engine work, I got to learn how to take the entire head off of an engine. And that was a lot easier since that was an older car and was carbureted and didn't have, all the fuel injection issues and problems, or like didn't have all the like mass airflow sensors and vacuum tubes and exhaust gas recirculation or emissions things like you have on modern cars or even fuel injected cars and things that have been out for decades and decades, but I learned a ton. F and chat for the cars. Yeah, okay. You can apply for a learner's permit at like 14 at the time. I was like, whatever. But looking back now, not sure that's a good idea. Cheap junk cars are my favorite. Saturn owner. Extra bullshit. Did you ever have an exploding Pinto? I did not have an exploding Pinto, but I do know people who have had them. Built-in problems. Yeah, but that was my first car. I do have photos of my cars because there was another question that's later on, not to spoil or pull it up. But yeah, thank you, Panda. I don't know if you're the one that submitted the other car question or not. Again, I looked at some of this like literally right before I started stream. And it was probably around here where I was like, fuck, I should probably prepare some stuff, but I don't even think I have time to make a PowerPoint. 19, lol, I have heard of those. Yeah. Buying cars for less than $1,000, even in non-running condition, is fucking hard. Or I even looked and was like, okay, like there was a time where I wanted to buy every car I've owned. Like, I'm not well enough off to do that, but was like, how much might it cost if I wanted to go all the way from the Bronco 2 to my more recent cars? If I wanted to buy like one of the models of every car I owned, and even the fucking like 80s Broncos go for like $8,000 or like even like $4,000 or $5,000 not running. Make that make fucking sense. I mean, I guess they're like starting to become like collector's items, or that is something that actually makes me feel kind of old. But again, that car is older than I am. I'm not that fucking old, but it was my first car because it was my grandma's car and was handed down to me in non-running condition. And I had to learn how to work on it and learn how to drive a stick. Those were the conditions in order for me to be able to drive. And I'm very grateful for those experiences and for the people who helped me learn those things, because I wouldn't be in the position I am now if I hadn't learned how to work on cars. Or I mean, that's what I did to pay my way through undergrad. I worked at like automotive shops and stuff, or as I will show in coming moments, I built some pretty cool fucking cars and evolved pretty fast over less than a 10-year period, from helping rebuild that Bronco to building out cars that I am extremely proud of having built. Because that fucked the Bronco up. People want the good one. Yeah, for some reason, I assume the youngest people here until proven otherwise. I've been proven otherwise. What was the car you enjoyed working on the most? You need a channel point redemption if that question wasn't added during the time in which I cut off responses, but I will actually cover that, Marsar, because I have photos of that and we'll show that in response to one of the other questions that's on here, including some of the other cars, as well as even the wrecked Miata. No, you're fine. You're fine. Forgive me for this sub? No, you're fine. I'm screwing around because in the announcement for this, I'll just show this again for those who saw this. I jokingly kind of said, if you don't submit questions here, any other questions will have to, I assume this will pull up here. Oh! It basically said any other questions will need to use the Ask Me Anything channel point redemption, which is where this all started. 2 days ago, somebody had said they used the channel point redemption to start asking questions and said I should start an actual AMA, which is what this all started from. So you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. I'm not trying to make you actually feel bad. What was the car I enjoyed working on the most? A 1995 Eagle Talon TSI, which I will show photos of, that I took completely apart. I removed the dash. I removed the body panels. I volunteered and helped out at a body shop and even got to learn about doing fiberglass layup, and we'll show all of those things in a few moments when we get to what I assume was also Panda's question. I don't know. I'm not sure. I can't remember who asked those questions. But the Bronco was my first car. I would love to own another one again, but they're crazy expensive. What video game or game franchise had the biggest impact on your life? Well, I already talked about Metal Gear Solid. That is definitely a big one for a number of reasons. This is the only car question I asked. Oh, interesting. I'll have to check. I don't know if the other one had a name on it or not. But in terms of video game franchises, I think Metal Gear is definitely up there. Because, I mean, it talked about, like, nanomachines and, you know, genetic modification, and had, you know, some of the first major female bosses who were also, you know, extremely attractive and fucking badasses in their own right, which, again, being where I grew up in Kansas City wasn't like a small area, or even at the time I was growing up there, it was still rivaled most other metropolitan areas in the Midwest. Like it wasn't bigger than like New York, or it was not super far off from Chicago, but besides like New York and places in California, Kansas City was actually still relatively large. But I say that as though like it offered a lot of diversity of experience, which it did not. It was predominantly white, majority conservative Republican, which is also a very different variety of conservative Republican than we have now. It was more like fiscally conservative and stuff, which is strange to see the deviation from for nowadays. But without getting off topic there, it was mostly like white Christian Republicans that I grew up around. So to be able to play games like Metal Gear Solid that were created by Japanese creators that had people speaking other languages, involved needing to read subtitles, with strong female antagonists and bosses and things like that, was really, really amazing to get to see. Also involving, like, I was huge into sci-fi and a huge nerd, big into computers and stuff, so to see stuff that was talking about like nanomachines and future wars set like with cloning and all kinds of cool things really did have a major impact on the way I viewed the world. But extending from that, I don't think that is my top game franchise, since my name, Jay Vicarian, is a derivation from Garrus Vicarian, who is a Turian right-hand soldier to Commander Shepard from the Mass Effect series, which probably had the biggest overall impact on my life, down to the name in which I am streaming to all of you from now, and which I've been associated with, as I've shown on Twitch without ever changing my name or my handle, for literally over a decade. So playing the Mass Effect games when I was young, like actually young, and getting to not only extend like the things that I'd had my mind open to from things like Mass Effect and many other series, or like Elder Scrolls probably also had a big impact in a similar way that like Metal Gear did. It exposed me to like, what if we had these kind of like different, or I guess Bethesda games overall, like the Fallout and Elder Scrolls series, going back to like Fallout 3. And I started playing the Elder Scrolls series with Morrowind, then Oblivion, then Skyrim. But I played from Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 4, all of that. Those had a huge impact because of like cultural diversity and kind of diversity of perspective. But Mass Effect was like, imagine in the not so distant future, we make it to space and encounter alien races and alien species, and truly, as a part of those games, have even our own questionings and understandings, or even kind of beliefs about things like religiosity and existence or nature of reality, challenged by other types of alien cultures and species and things, which really made a major impact. I mean, I was already interested in space, already a huge kind of aerospace, aeronautics, astronautics fan, and huge nerd in those regards too. But to play a video game that puts you in the perspective of not only having those things directly challenged, but especially across Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, having the decisions that you made in those scenarios, like it was unique in not also only telling you like what your responses might be, like it had like the little dialogue choice wheel where there were usually like 2 or 4 choices you could make, but it would just kind of give you a hint as to what those things would be, and also wouldn't tell you whether the stuff you were saying was going to be Paragon or Renegade, or like what is considered like good or bad. So Mass Effect definitely had the biggest impact on my life. It's where my screen name comes from. But like seeing the choices you made, even in Mass Effect 1, carry over into Mass Effect 2 and impact like the way that story could develop, or even the endings and outcomes, or the side quests and things you could have with certain people that you could recruit into your party or to be part of your spaceship crew, which was also novel and kind of transformative, and have that then carry into Mass Effect 3, which, despite those who didn't like its ending options or the way it carried together all the choices and outcomes and things that tied all the way back to Mass Effect 1, that was truly, and still to this day, I don't think there have been any other game series that have really matched the kind of choose your own adventure style of having things that you did in the very first game, which came out like a decade before the third game, impact the choices and decisions and side quests or interactions and game dialogue and things that you had, 2 games later. Like there really hasn't been anything where you could import your save file and do all of that in that same fashion for. So I think it is one of the best game franchises of all time. It's also why, even behind me, oh, we lost the cat. Fuck. We even have the N7 I am Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite helmet and favorite video game series of all time. Come here, friend. We're trying to show you off right now. You can come hang out? He's just sitting in the fucking hallway staring at me. Here. I don't know if the camera's going to update either. Good boy. Such a good boy. Mass Effect is a very good game. Amazing game. Solid, fantastic answers. Treat time. Ooh, we could give him some treats. I didn't even need to do the treats. He just comes when I give him attention. But he is looking over here. Oh yeah, he knows what's going on. You want a little bit of chicken? I usually don't give it to him sitting down. I'd also read that like cats like having to like kind of do stuff for food and treats and stuff. So that's why I normally get up to give it to him. But in addition to this being dehydrated, 100% just dehydrated chicken, considering he is almost 16 years old, it's very easy for him to eat and digest and stuff and chew because he doesn't have all of his teeth and stuff anymore. Yeah, you got to see me give him treats in real time too. He's probably wondering what the fuck is going on because he never gets treats like that. He's now licking the fabric, which is maybe not good. Thank God I washed this blanket in the last like 5 days. I usually give him treats in very specific locations. But yeah, the last thing I'll just say on this, or extending from what you said, Panda, like I grew up in a pretty sheltered area, and I don't say sheltered in terms of like I had a rich family or grew up in a very like upper class sheltered experience. But I grew up in an area where I wasn't exposed to a lot of cultural diversity. I wasn't exposed to people who were even accepting of science or science fiction or who liked a lot of those things. So being able to, it was almost like escapist in a certain way, like being able to play those video games and honestly like have the things I'd been reading about in like science fiction books and other texts and other stuff kind of come to life in a almost real way that showed me that, hey, like, even if we don't have Starship or we don't have the Normandy or we don't have the Rocinante or we don't have all of these things that can take us off-world and give us these types of experiences, these are problems we could face if we can actually come together as human beings and get us to that fucking place. So it's honestly stuff like that, like when the first Mass Effect game came out, SpaceX didn't even exist and wasn't on my radar, but I don't think I would have ever worked there or had aspirations and motivations or really even carried my own nerdy existing like aerospace interests and stuff towards like wanting to get a job and being able to work at places like SpaceX and stuff if those games hadn't come out. So definitely had a huge impact on my life. I wouldn't be here streaming if those games hadn't come out, and you wouldn't be talking to me or referring to me as Jay Vicarian if those games hadn't been something that made a huge impact on my life. Very awesome to hear me explain exactly what you wanted to hear from the question. Well, that's not exactly, I can't make that promise for all questions here, but I do like to think that. Oh, I definitely got the D&D is satanic, won't possess your soul talk. Not just D&D, but like Doom. Like literal Doom, like the old Doom, not like Doom 2016, like the old fucking like floppy disk Doom, which again was like older than me. I got talking to about that being like product of the devil, and it references hell, which is just bad for us, and no good loving Christian should play anything that just makes fun of or fucking great with hell or any of that kind of shit. Didn't just say, oh, Mass Effect because it's cool. I realized the actual impact the game had my life, overall choices. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. Down to places I aspired to work as I went into school. And literally, like, in my letter, my cover letter and stuff I wrote when I was then being considered for a job at SpaceX and stuff. Like, I don't think I would have even gotten those jobs if I didn't have those interests and didn't pursue and take those things I was passionate about and continue learning about other directly related topics. Like straight up, not only wouldn't be where I am now, but wouldn't have had the same career trajectory or like general, wouldn't have been able to tour Blizzard. I should have actually mentioned World of Warcraft 2, or even Warcraft 2. Now that I say World of Warcraft, like Warcraft and Warcraft 2, which extended into like StarCraft, which is essentially like a Warcraft mod, basically. And then World of Warcraft had a huge impact on me too. Getting to meet a lot of people at Blizzard and getting to tour Blizzard, even before I worked at SpaceX and stuff, was also fucking amazing. But Mass Effect for sure. That's why I am Jay Vicarian. Okay, 22. We are now more than halfway through this again. Touring Blizzard sounds wild. Oh, I don't know if I can show a lot of photos from that, especially me like humping Sylvanas and like going through a bunch of areas since I got an employee tour, not just like a general corporate tour. I knew a person who worked there and got to tour it like extensively. But yeah, I got to like, I even signed a couple guest books. They even have a bar. I don't know if it still exists after all the controversy and shit there. Probably because a lot of that controversy was tied to a bunch of assholes who were getting drunk and stuff on the job and harassing people. But I got to sign like guest books and bars and take photos of the very first disc released for not just Warcraft 2, but the original Warcraft and all that kind of stuff. But in terms of next question, do I have any maybe unexpected guilty pleasures? Watching this makes me want to ask so many questions. Should do this again sometime. Markstar, you can ask questions in chat. I'm more just being stupid and kind of silly and encouraging those who have the channel points to redeem them if they do have them, since that's where this all spawned from. But I appreciate you subscribing, and if you do have questions, you can definitely ask them. And I'm more than willing to do this on a more regular basis if this is something people want to see. It's also been interesting to watch the numbers fluctuate. Like we got up to like 20 some viewers at some point. So I don't know if maybe some of the things I've been saying have not resonated with people, or if new people have popped in and out. Still shook at the satanic panic doom talk. Well, it wasn't just doom. I mean, despite a lot of challenges and lots of issues I had, even with many family members, as I started to disassociate with religion or even challenge some of the religious upbringing and things I had and question that related to other texts and things I'd read, even from other religions, some of that did get blamed back on like video games and shit, or just like, it's all that time you've been spending on the damn computer, all that stuff you've been reading on the internet that's just corrupting your mind. It's like, you and I don't have the same definition of corruption. I'm pretty sure I've just been reading like even literally things written by Christian and Catholic scholars and stuff that we didn't previously have as easy and open of access to in the past. But I mean, you can post more questions if you have them, and I'll do my best to answer them. In terms of unexpected guilty pleasures, this is just tagged as life, not sexual. I do have, like, I am a big fan of toys in the bedroom, which is something that often comes up on dates, even like first dates and stuff I've had. I am very toy positive, and I don't know why anyone wouldn't be. Like, even if you aren't a huge fan of certain types of like, you know, pleasures and things, or this is where this is probably going to get a little bit more 18 plus and not safe for work. But even if you aren't like a huge fan of like PIV or any type of like insertable pleasures, there are not Gundam and not like pulling out these toys, but there are all kinds of fun toys that can make most people feel sensations that are usually, generally, and widely regarded as extremely positive or pleasureful. Do not insert Gundam. Yeah, but that's one thing that is usually, it's strangely still unexpected, or given obviously also being exposed to the internet and reading about and learning about a lot of these things through mostly, or I guess previously mostly online communities, but having found even lots of groups of people who share similar interests and beliefs and stuff. Can I insert Gundam if I 3D print? Yeah, I mean, just design it. You can even like, there's ways to mold yourself in different ways. Poor ER workers have seen so much. No. But that's one of the things that's, I still find, you know, I bring up in first dates and stuff often, because I've found a lot of people who are just not as open to it, or where they say they're open to it, and then I like open up the fucking chest and the drawer of things that I have, or even like I've rebought some of the same toys multiple times because I get that people have like a kind of weird aversion to like, how sanitary is it if it's been used before and stuff. Like, I'll show you all of my sanitization techniques, and especially for stuff that's like literally medical grade, like 304 stainless steel, like it's sanitary. We can go and literally wash it right now if you're worried about that. It is not food safe, and the layer between layer lines breed bacteria. If you're talking about silicone, maybe. Oh, you're talking about 3D printed stuff. Don't use the 3D printed toy. Yeah. I'm talking about like stainless steel, mostly. Not all stainless steel, but you know, even safe plastics and stuff. Wait, is the material they use for 3D printing porous? Yes, usually. You can technically print even with like Inconel and metal. So you can technically print with metals, and they're not cheap 3D printers. Like some of the best 3D printers that are out there can print with things that can have non-porous and food safe. Even aerospace grade, like half of all of the Draco thrusters on a SpaceX Dragon capsule are 3D printed with metal 3D printers. Relativity is a whole aerospace company that is trying to 3D print the majority of their components using metal printing. But yeah, plastic filaments are not usually food safe. But you can 3D print all kinds of stuff that is food safe. Or as is now popping up in chat, yeah, you can 3D print chocolate. So it depends. But usually the stuff that can do a lot of those things, or especially work with like metals or non-porous materials or food safe things, sex safe things, are not 3D printed. Most of the toys I have are not like even silicone, which has its own problems too. So that would be maybe an unexpected guilty pleasure. Maybe not unexpected for people who've joined in on my stream multiple times, but I am extremely sex and toy positive. I have many toys. I've used many toys. I like toys being used with me, which is also where the line usually gets a little bit weird, especially with people who don't have that experience or are maybe a little bit weirded more out by that, especially in more like heteronormative kind of pairings and things. I found more, kind of traditional cis women to be kind of more strange or weirded out by some of that stuff. But in terms of non-sexual guilty pleasures, I love bacon. I love lots of different foods, or for those who've also joined in on here multiple times, outside of maybe drinking alcohol fairly regularly, I don't eat a lot that isn't heavily regulated, or I have a pretty regimented diet. I eat the same stuff pretty much every day. There are occasional times where I'll go out to eat, especially with friends or for dates, which is also why dates are a fun occasion that I don't mind going out to even nicer restaurants and stuff for. But I eat basically the same shit all the time. So when it comes to like eating greasy foods or bacon, or I haven't had pizza in a long time, when it comes to that stuff, those are definitely guilty pleasures that might be slightly unexpected, especially for those who have known me or heard me talk about like eating oatmeal with peanut butter and protein powder literally every single morning. Like I don't even know, like 12 empty containers of protein powder and like 4 more. I just like stock up on it because I go through so much of it. Chocolate melts at human body temp. Ooh. Ooh woo. Don't insert chocolate either. That's an easy way to get infections or problems. Don't insert many foods. Like, I'm not big into food play. I don't mind like wax, which can also cause problems. Hot wax is kind of cool to me. That might also be unexpected. It's not like guilty pleasure. I don't feel guilty about that. The reason I mentioned the toy thing is because it does make, if it's external, I don't mind it. But yeah, foods I'm not huge into, or like chocolate. Some people are like big into like chocolate and stuff, or like chocolate syrup. I don't put chocolate syrup in anything I fucking eat. I used to when I was a kid, and like chocolate or raspberry stuff and like milk is like fun, but I don't eat or drink regular milk anymore. I really don't intake that much dairy, which is also why pizza is more of a guilty pleasure. But like the idea of having chocolate, I just want to take a fucking shower if somebody squirts like chocolate syrup on me. I don't like get turned on by that. I don't like food on me ever. Absolutely no sugar down there. Can you say yeast infection? I didn't say yeast. I literally just said infection, but yeah, that's where I was going with that. Whose milk are you sucking? There are people that have like the milk kink too, like pregnant like pregnancy milk, because people can leak when they get excited and stuff. I kind of understand that a bit more, but that's not a huge fetish of mine either. Yeah, lactation fetishes. This was a good question too, though, Panda. I appreciate this. This is probably one of the closer to like the anything questions that I'd read. Anything question mark? I didn't see this one before either. Literalism. They didn't put their name. Anything. Period. I put anything in all caps when I shared this. If I could erase one game completely from my memory and play it again for the first time, again, what would it be? Ooh, gaming. I didn't see this one either. How did we... I saw there were 30 some responses when we started. Are these not in the order that they were submitted in? Maybe it's not. Maybe when I refresh it, it's not in the same order. Adagio submitted this. I mean, my mind immediately goes towards Mass Effect because, like I said, it had a huge impact on me. So, like, being able to have that experience again, like, it's one of the reasons I didn't start off by even replaying it, which I did think about. Oh, shit, we lost the cat. I did think about replaying the Mass Effect series, but it's one of those things that I feel like I can't relive in the same way. But I would actually, like, my first honest answer goes back towards, like I think more actually about, like, Morrowind and Oblivion, like, earlier Elder Scrolls games and like open world games, or honestly like even WoW, because when I first played WoW was also when WoW was insanely popular and like huge, and the nostalgia of that isn't just even about erasing my memory. It would almost involve like time travel because it was so novel at the time. It was almost like an experience just being part of those things. Like when, you know, those expansions came out, or even outside of like Warlords of Draenor, even more recently, like when Legion came out and stuff, like those things I would love to re-experience because of the groups and people I was playing them with, but also like even for like Morrowind and Oblivion, like Oblivion was game-changing in terms of a lot of the ways that it allowed open world kind of creativity and expanded on things from Morrowind that nowadays is kind of taken for granted. Or even the voice acting in it. And like, I forget who were the voice actors in Oblivion? Like the one who played the Emperor. Oblivion game, IMDb. Yeah, 2006, Jesus Christ. But it also had like a bunch of big name voice actors and stuff in it, which was like Sean Bean. Yeah. Fucking Terrence Stamp. Patrick Stewart, who was, the fucking Emperor. It's like, this is the kind of stuff that, like, here, I'll make this so you can actually read all of it. Like, this is stuff that you don't see even nowadays as much, or when you do, the games tend to fucking suck because they spent all their money on, like, voice acting and not on actually building a good game. So, like, this is stuff that if I could, like, Linda Carter, Sean Bean's name makes me irrationally angry because it should rhyme. Sean Bean! He also dies in everything. Yeah, he died as well. But like, this was stuff that experiencing for the first time, like there were times I literally like rekindled my nerdness from grade school, even when I was well beyond, like, I guess I played Oblivion well after it released, because I didn't play Oblivion for the first time until I was like out of high school. And it was amazing. Like, I locked myself away and played it for hundreds of hours and didn't like talk to anybody. Which is a weird thing to say I want to relive, but the voice acting in it was amazing. Same thing, honestly, with like most of the Mass Effect games. So if I could erase one game, I'd probably say Oblivion, because I'd already had kind of like the setup from Morrowind. And I think I played Fallout 3 before I played Oblivion 2. But that is one that had a huge impact on me too. So yeah, Oblivion, but also Mass Effect 1. But that's one of those things too, where playing it now, I would probably have a different perception of it than I did when I was playing it when I was, young or younger and still living in Kansas, or didn't have exposure to a lot of the things I've had exposure to now. So I'd have to erase a large portion of my memory to have it feel the same. But this is also an amazing question and a much more like thoughtful question than just what is your favorite game, which isn't a bad question itself, but this is a great way to phrase something that might be different than just like what is your favorite game. Even though some of my favorite games are what I mentioned as things I'd want to replay again. Yeah, those would definitely be the ones I would mention that are first on the list. Early Grand Theft Autos too, like GTA 3 would probably be up there. GTA 4 I played a lot of, which would be fun to play again, but they wouldn't be at the top of my list. Okay. Wait, why did we just go from 24 to 25? What times of day is Jackson usually active? All fucking times. Like, dude, even last night, like, so he will usually come and cuddle with me or like sleep next to me. He up until he turned like 10, so like in the last like 5 or 6 years, he hasn't been a super cuddly like sleep in my bed with me cat. But even last night when I didn't go to bed until like fucking 5:30 in the morning, pretty much whenever the sun is fully up and like birds are chirping and shit's popping off, he wants to look outside windows. He still in his old age like wants to hear the world around him, which I want to support and be supportive of. So even like today, I like got up, fucking like opened windows, cleaned his litter box, and like literally just laid back down and passed out. But as you can see right now, or most of the times when I'm streaming, the dude is all over the place. And even when he is like going to sleep for maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours in one place at a time, he's like very rarely in the same spot for more than that amount of time, which is why I need somebody to fucking live with me and chase him around to make this shit work better. Because I can't keep getting up from stream and chasing him around. He's probably next to this camera or in the bathroom, which I can go and try and find him in a second. But yeah, who submitted this? Jackson Animals, I don't care. Spotty, thank you for this question as well, Spotty. Because yeah, he is active all the time. In fact, let's go see if I can find him right now. I'm still doing good on water. I just haven't been drinking as much of it as I probably should. But we'll do this and go see if I can find him really quick. We'll put this camera on so you can maybe see me go and find him too. Boom. Where are we at in terms of timer for Adderonies? Oh no, they just ran not that long ago. 6 minutes ago. We're fine. All right, I'm gonna go find the cat. We'll be right back. Need to find a good way to mic him up too. He's just purring in there. Fucking purring like crazy. But we have the other cameras now positioned well in case he does move. But yeah, in terms of what times of day he's usually active, all fucking times. He does nap a lot, especially as he's gotten older. Like when he was a kitten, he slept like during the day quite a bit, especially when I'd work. Or there was a time where I would work like even like 12, even SpaceX time when I had roommates and stuff. I would work like 12 or 14-hour days and stuff, and would be told that he'd just be super chill and would nap a lot. Would sometimes like, you know, rub around on my roommates and stuff for friends. Oh, it is a few pixels off. Is it off on this though? Here, let's see this. I guess I don't have any kitchen. Is this off? It is off. I never show this screen either. The all four. I also have the all four with the phone to put the cat back. No, you're not. Don't be sorry. I've been thinking I need to change the borders too. So for those who haven't seen my channel since it started. Oh, this probably isn't going to be on my Twitch. And this also probably isn't going to be easy. I can't just do Jada Carrion because YouTube's dumb. That is kind of cool. I now show up in the top results. Oh, holy shit. A bunch of this shows up as the top results now. Holy fuck. We're making it, y'all. Ah! But these, I've had these same panels basically since I started streaming. So it would be a good time to change the panels because actually what these panels are a modification. Let's go to episode 1. Nope. Oh God. Like these panels were like the default OBS like category things it offered. And you can even see like right here, I just went in and recolored them to match a color scheme I was much happier with. It was more monotone than like this bright green bullshit. But like these are literally the same panels and like backgrounds and images and stuff that I've started with since my very first stream 9 months ago, almost to the day. So it's time for us to add some animated bullshit in the background. I do love that I've been able to select thumbnails for almost all of these that have the cat on them and have the 4-panel stuff. So I do like that part, but it does look like it might have broken recently because it doesn't look broken in some of these, which were even just a few months ago. Portal 1, I'm going to start watching VODs. Be my guest. Oh yeah, but here's actually one of the longer Minecraft streams. That was 4 months ago. Or there was another one that should be around there when I was playing with my friend John. Yeah, here we go. Right here. 5 months ago. And here's me on Halloween playing fucking Control in a Deadpool mask, which is around the time we met Sauce. Handing out candy to kids with Jackson passed out in the fucking corner. I literally like beat this game wearing the Deadpool mask. Which is wild. It's also the mask that's still right behind me. Anyways. Deadpool mask! Okay. Continuing with the AMA though. Let's put Jackson at the top. Close some of this stuff. What time is Jackson usually active? Whenever Jackson wants to be active is honestly the best answer to that question, Spotty. He wakes up and, especially if there's like dogs barking or things outside, it can be any time. He has gotten very, very cute and good about knowing how to wake me up. Like instead of just meowing at me, which he used to do a lot as a kitten, or even up until like, I don't know, the last place I lived before this, he used to just like walk around and meow. But since he started becoming more of a cuddle buddy or like even sleeping near my legs in the bed, he'll turn over and like roll up against me in bed and will do like the head rubs and stuff on me to try to like wake me up. And it's the hardest thing to say no to. Like how the fuck, or even compared to dogs. I used to be a much bigger dog fan and only owned dogs prior to Jackson, who's a fucking street cat that I got basically dumped with, which you'll see coming up soon because somebody had also asked about cat photos. But yeah, like he has started getting very cute about the way he wakes me up. And I think it's because he's trained me instead of the other way around, because he knows if he does that bullshit, I'll usually like give him treats or give him what he wants, even if it's like opening a window and shit like that. So it is so fucking cute though. Like even on days like today where I went to bed at literally like almost 6 o'clock in the morning, like starting to enter deep sleep, and he just like rolls up against me and is just like, does like a deep purr, and like I know what the fuck he wants. I just like get up and zombie over and do the shit. Who's training who? Okay, building projects. Can I show some of the cars I've mentioned working on? I thought this might have been you, Panda, but this is another one where they said I don't care and didn't submit a name. But I can do this. In fact, I even pulled up, in addition to the photos of myself, this is one that I had seen. So these must be out of order from what it was before after we got a bunch more submitted once we started. But let's see. I don't know. So what I did is I just backed it. I pulled a full backup. So actually you can see all of this. If you want to see the full behind the scenes, I just like basically pulled pictures of Jackson, pictures of cars. But this is how they were organized in my server. Or in my NAS, technically, not my server. So it was just literally college, cars, and garage, which is just all these folders. So I don't know the order that all these photos are in, or there may be some things that aren't the cars. Hopefully there's nothing. I did a quick spot check, and there shouldn't be anything lewd in here. But cars I've mentioned working on, I guess we can just kind of go in order, which should be, I guess, the Eclipse. Well, fuck. Should probably be the, yeah, here, we'll start with this. So raise your hand if you're familiar with, wait, does this not open in fucking like actual photo viewer? Are these all gonna open in Paint? Is that how old this shit is? How do I open them in photos? Raise your hand if you've seen Fast and the Furious #1. Like the number 1. The very first Fast and Furious. Spotty's allergic. Oh, well, you can. So there is like exposure stuff to that too. Danger to Manifold. Literally danger to Manifold. But in Fast and the Furious 1, for those who are not familiar, Brian Earl Spillner, Paul Walker's character, drove a 1997 Mitsubishi Eclipse GST, not GSX, front-wheel drive. And it got blown up. I don't know if I can go backwards. I can't go backwards. So these are going to be in reverse order of it getting blown up. But I've literally had these photos saved, I don't know, since like I was a fucking child. But like, this is Paul Walker, rest in peace, running away. Here, I can just make this full screen. Running away from this Mitsubishi Eclipse, which had a Eurolight Blitz body kit, which, as you can see in this photo, is not even perfectly aligned on the front bumper, but where in the side bumper, it was what they call fully molded, and same thing for the back bumper, which means it had no body lines. It also did have door handles, but other cars throughout the series, as you go up to Tokyo Drift and Fast and the Furious 3, did not even have door handles, and which opened in like full like DeLorean style fashion or other style fashions, but these molded body lines for like the back bumper and side skirts and stuff were, you can even see here where it looks fully smooth, is something that was super novel at the time, and which, even if this looks like not the coolest car nowadays, 10 years ago was a pretty fucking cool car. Kits went crazy back then. Boy, did they. But you can also see this had a very unique style front mount intercooler, which I didn't learn about, is actually like from Volvos, like old Volvos, which is something that'll be important as we go through some of these cars. But this is from the very first Fast and the Furious movie, where you have Paul Walker, Brian Earl Spillner, young Dominic Toretto in the background here. Family. Talking shit on his car. It did have a hood scoop, which I was not a fan of because I quickly learned that hood scoop had no function whatsoever. It was just cosmetic. I mean, so same with the body kit and some of that shit. But you could also still see in here how even this front bumper didn't really fully align super well. And even though it had the molded body lines and stuff here, had stickers and a bunch of bullshit all over it, it did have this like custom carbon fiber dash that showed off a bunch of cool stuff, including him having a laptop inside of it, as well as a custom back bumper, which was also unique to the Blitz style body kit. So these were my inspirations for what I wanted to do with what would technically be the fourth car I ever had built. This is something that I actually got to see in person. This was a person that I met who was in Missouri, a bordering state to Kansas, that had a much nicer, custom, fancy front mount intercooler, but a very cool front mount Blitz body kit, the exact same body kit that was used in Fast and the Furious, same as this, which is a modified version of that, which had side things. Shit goes so hard, sorry to all the non-car people. But yeah, this also had S15 Nissan Silvia front headlights, as well as S2000 rear taillights, which I ended up actually purchasing but not installing. But you can see here, they even deleted the taillights and molded the back bumper, the side bumpers. They did not mold the front bumper, but also deleted the door handles. So they had no door handles and used what's called a popper kit, which is a mechanical kit that you can use like your unlock key. But when you press the unlock key, it activates a pneumatical driver that pops the door out instead of basically the same thing that happens when you pull the door latch, but activates instead of just the door latch, also pops the door away from the door. So, I mean, I was literally in high school and entering college as I was learning about a lot of this stuff, and didn't have a ton of experience with body work, but got exposed to a group that did a lot of really cool body work and basically said if I would help out with some of their stuff, they'd give me a discounted rate and I could do whatever I wanted if I wanted to try to copy this car. Most of what they did was like classic car restorations, but let's walk you through. This might also not be in order because it's probably taken from multiple different cameras. But this is a Mitsubishi Eclipse GSX 1991 that I had, which may not sound super cool, but I got this car for $700. It was completely destroyed. The transmission would only work in reverse, which was not good. They not only destroyed all the synchros, but he'd blown the engine. So I had actually swapped this engine into it. I also deleted the back seats, and as some of the first stuff I learned about doing car audio installation, the molded lights are awesome and slowly coming back. Yeah, this is a car that I also got to learn a lot about doing car wiring, audio wiring, creating like a clean look. I even redid the carpeting on some of this, even as a fucking teenager, and even made sure that the vent ports and all this stuff work. In fact, these amps actually go for a lot of money nowadays because they're still considered really good, but they aren't made anymore. You can see this isn't perfectly level mounted on this side, so the closer I look at some of this, the more I see some of the issues and problems. But I mean, this car was old even when I bought it when I was like a teenager and got it for, you can also see the headliner starting to fall down a little bit. Like it still had some problems, but I made this thing look fucking clean, and a lot of people respected the shit out of me since I did almost all this work myself and knew what the fuck I was doing. Like I learned a lot of it from my father and my grandfather and had a lot of help, but like I even redid and added a short throw shifter, redid the emergency brake cabling, replaced some of this carpeting, and like detailed the fuck out of it to make this thing look fucking clean for as old as it was. Like I had pride in this car. Changed the entire gauge and dash system. Like I did a ton of work on this car considering it was, you know, old as shit when I had it and is now like over 20 years old, but polished the hell out of it. So this was my GSX. After doing all of that work, I then blew the fucking engine in it. Like literally threw a rod, push rod through the block of a 4G63 turbo motor, and then needed to, so you can then see, this is the original engine. 1Gs need more love. This is so sick. So yeah, this is the 1G 4G63. This is the replacement motor for that car. I then took the components from that one, the 1G 4G63, found a 1995 Eagle Talon TSI, and a 1997 kit for an Eclipse GSX, and was able to essentially, as I created all of this, which were like the eBay photos for selling this, swap the motor for the Talon, and then got a different block, a different 1G block for the Talon that I took the head components and everything from the Eclipse, sent out to get ported. I got like a, 5-axis port on all the heads, and then took the 1G block to put into this Talon, which I bought from a person that had literally abandoned it. It was out in a field, wasn't running. It had a cardboard fucking insert for the window, so it had no window. The door handle was also ripped off of it, which is why I got into like looking up the door handle deletion and shit. Those taillights can't compare. Just you wait. It didn't even have a shift knob. Like, this is literally what this car looked like when I bought it. And like I said earlier, I never spent more than $1,000 on any car when I was younger, but this engine was trashed. The interior was trashed. This had like a fake fucking antenna. Like, this thing didn't even function. It was like from Advanced Auto Parts or O'Reilly's or something. Everything was broken on it. It literally didn't have door handles. I should have a cart. Yeah, this was the window that the person had. This was the fucking window. So we pulled the engine out of the Eclipse. You can also see here, there's a little bit of bent fins on the turbo, which will become important later because they got even worse. But I started then pulling off, so you can see I've taken off the front bumper, borrowed an engine mount from the body shop, which I ended up actually volunteering at. There is the engine actually in the background. Pulled the engine out of the Talon, then pulled the engine out of the Eclipse. So this is this starting to come out. Pulled all the turbo components out, and then, oh yeah, I didn't like the way that the body looked on the back because it was all like faded. You can kind of see that closely. Like here, it's like faded. I guess in like these photos, it might be easier to see. Like, I hated all of this. And so I wanted to learn as I was talking to this body shop about like how they did like body repair stuff. And so this is me, a fucking teenager who took all this shit off, learned how to like sand it down, did my own little spray. I did wear a mask and was conscious of how I did a lot of this, matched a lot of it up. I even learned how to weld. This is my first welding job ever. It's very messy, so don't judge me too closely. But this was after our first spray coat, then added a little bit of filler, added another spray coat. Fucking bam, yo. Bam. It didn't blend perfectly. I'm not gonna lie. It did not blend perfectly, but not bad for a first time. I was pretty fucking proud. And I honestly just didn't add enough clear coat, I think. But it worked out. Like, it looked clean enough. But this is the real problem. So after doing a bunch of work on that engine, using components from the Eclipse that I'd blown the motor in, which in the background at the same time, I'm changing the engine in the Eclipse too. I found out this thing had a fucking coolant leak into the head. So it was time to just rip the motor completely out of that thing. These are 2 all-wheel drive transmissions. So actually, technically 3 all-wheel drive transmissions. So I just started taking everything apart on the Talon. I also found out the Talon turbo had an even more bent impeller on the fucking turbocharger. So this thing was fucked, which is why it not only had coolant, but a bunch of oil and shit coming in. So here we go. We're ripping the entire engine completely out now of the Eclipse. Bye-bye, engine. This is also my father in the background, so I did have help here. Completely out. We're now going to use this block, the block from this engine that wasn't blown, to put into this, and with those heads, and you can now see 3 transmissions, and 2 additional transfer cases. I'm sorry, 2 additional transfer cases. This is what the fucking garage looked like for a while. 2 engines with an additional engine that had already been pulled. Hearing about all this makes me so jealous. I'm taking automotive technician classes starting in the fall. This is also awesome. But yeah, so this is then after seating the new engine in, so I didn't have all the photos of seating all of this in. Hats off to me. What would you like me to wear? But then me basically taking apart everything on the Talon. Oh yeah, here's the first engine that was pulled. So you want to see where block problems came from? This shouldn't be a giant hole, especially in a fucking steel block. This is what I did to it. blew an entire fucking hole in this thing. Like hardcore. But as I was taking all of that apart and had started dipping my toes into bodywork, I also, at the time I was literally also working at a Jiffy Lube. That was one of the earlier jobs I had. Not the first. I'd had 2 jobs before that, working at the mall and shit. But found the body kit that was used on the Eclipse in Fast and the Furious from Sensei Motorsports, the actual Blitz body kit. This is what the piston and the rod that shot through that block looked like after I took that engine out. Bruh. Rip piston. This is my actual hand. All cut up, all fucking dirty. Here's the S2000 taillights and shit I was talking about earlier. And this is what it started looking like. So at this point, I literally had a space heater because it was getting cold as fuck in Kansas in the winter. And I'd taken everything out of this thing. Like, was taking apart the dash, took apart the entire interior in the back, took out all of the taillights, basically took out not only the engine, but every other component on the interior or on the front end. Then you can see now urethane motor mounts. This is the fully machined and honed block. We now have a ported exhaust manifold, a custom blow-off valve. I got actual Eibach lowering springs and Tokiko struts, as well as a new cooler. I had already done some dumb shit before I knew what I was doing, like spray painting drilled and slotted rotors and stuff. So I took those off to get those machined. You can see my Illumina adjustable struts. They ended up mounting into it. I basically changed every component in this entire thing. So brand new turbo, brand new head, entirely machined, like just basically 1mm oversized valves, machined the bottom, changed the mass airflow sensor from a 1995 Eclipse GSX, also shipped out the ECU to DSM tuners. So I got a DSM tuning done on the ECU, and then boxed up all this, including an actual direct from Mitsubishi GSX tail spoiler, because I hated the Talon look. Damn, the real parts, you weren't fucking around? No. I literally drove it around like this, completely illegal, by the way. I put a bunch of stickers on it, drove it with no headlights, no taillights, and just ripped the fuck out of this thing for a little while. But this is what it looked like when I took it to the body shop that I was working at. And I also did like a custom fit of a lot of the parts before I took it out, just to make sure everything like fit up pretty well. You can also, this is my last photo of a bunch of the paint work that I had done, which had already started having problems. I also installed a boost gauge, an air fuel ratio gauge. This is the ECU, which I pulled out and then sent out to DSM Link. And then even as of the time, like this is when there were no iPhones, and going back to the time where I was gaining popularity despite my nerdism for burning custom ripped Napster downloaded, LimeWire downloaded fucking tracks to people's iPods and shit, was figuring out how to solder and rewire an ECU such that I could plug in an OBD2 kit and actually do real-time tuning for my system and even push 277 horsepower out of a mostly stock setup when I was basically a fucking teenager. Here's what we learned today. JV is badass. So this is me driving, also taking photos of a lot of the shit and learning about like PWM modules, and like I had to change like the Hall effect sensor and had to learn about all of that kind of shit. And then you can even see shirtless, well, I guess sleeveless JV in the background here, taking a photo. This is one of the more this cost more than some of the engine components, especially for the time in which I bought them. 225/40 18s, Volt racing wheels. Let's fucking go. So that's what I sent to the body shop. And just for one additional quick look, because I want to show this off, this was my inspiration. I don't know why it keeps opening in fucking paint. This was my inspiration from Fast and the Furious, with this stupid looking spoiler and shit though. This was my inspiration. And after literally like 5 months of work, so now 5 months passes, and this is what I brought home. So we now have short throw shifter, all of our gauges, a new laptop connected to the same DSM Link system that I had connected to all of that. That laptop I also bought with the money that I was making now actually working at a parts warehouse store. Oh shit, this cuts to me like cleaning it before the cool photos. Fuck, I want to go to the cool photos first. So this is what I made. And I did a handful of the layup even for these parts and components myself too. But this is what I built. And even drove all the way through when I was like a sophomore in college. I did all the molding here, the molding there. You can see there's no lines for the back bumper. This was the car. To answer the question, which I guess going back to that, can I show some of the cars I mentioned working on, or what car has been one of my favorite to drive? This car. I also got rid of the stupid Talon stuff and bought these taillights. I wanted to do an S2000 mold, but you'd have to like do a bunch of sheet metal work, or after working and talking with a bunch of the people who were like literal master body workers and people who worked at the body shop who were basically mentoring me and teaching me how to do some of this stuff. Same thing with the door handle deletion. I was able to do that and install the poppers, but that ended up actually being a shitload of work. Like that took a ton of rewiring and testing the pneumatics and adjusting all of those to make it actually pop. But I used to even like trick people. Like I'd say like, oh, just wave your hand near the window and the door will open. And I'd like just press the button when it was in my pocket and stuff. But it was so much fun. So much fun. But I drove the shit out of this thing. And like the body lines, this also took forever. In fact, it actually took two sprays of paint, because I realized after the first spray of paint, there was a ton of shit on the side that did not look clean. So that's why I have all these side shots, just basically admiring my own fucking work and work on the side to see how fucking clean these lines were. And especially no door handles. Show me a car you've seen since 2014 that has no door handles. I also was pretty proud that I got the front bumper to line up even better. So again, this was my inspiration. I guess this too. So these are my inspiration photos. And this is what I ended up building. This is also painted BMW carbon black for anybody who wants to know the actual paint. This is me driving the car in a fucking cowboy hat. I had a friend who helped take the photos while I was driving it. This is also at a church. Come follow me. I took these photos in front of a fucking church that I knew about. Wild Japanese people are the only ones I've ever seen to do it, or lowrider trucks, but it's rare as fuck. Yeah, I did have a slight negative camber, but didn't do all the dumb shit that I even saw at a bunch of the race conventions and stuff, that like people just doing stupid camber and like fucking their suspension and toe lines and stuff up. But yeah, you can see no lines on the side skirts, no lines on the rear bumper, no door handles. This thing was fucking clean. And I could literally plug my laptop into it. And this was also, again, like 2009 is when it actually was fully built. But look how clean those wheels are. I also was involved in mounting and balancing those wheels and did all this engine work. This is also me. But yeah, I also got in trouble for this. Some person came out and yelled at me when I was taking these photos and like, what are you doing here? I was like, I love your church, so I'm taking photos of my car. But this is like the entrance to the church. You're not supposed to drive where I am right now. This is literally like the entrance to the church, not like a parking lot or anything. I just fucking drove my car up there and was like, this looks like a cool place to take photos. You can also see my newly machined and not painted anymore calipers and rotors. I mean, especially for the time, these photos are literally over a decade old. But it just goes on. I also bought like a car cover that was matched for it, which looked clean as hell too. But yeah, in terms of cars I've built, that's probably one of the biggest one. Cowboy hat and the car goes hard, Doom. Yeah, I mean, again, this was also all in Kansas City, or prior to me moving out. But I have a ton more cars. Like, so I have here, this is also the 2.3 liter turbo Mustang that I bought. This is probably not going to be in the right order either, but we can go backwards. So this was the actual garage I had when I no longer Like, this is stuff I did completely independently. I did have a roommate that helped me a little bit, but this is when I was in undergrad and did all of this work myself. So after I sold the Eclipse, which was a heartbreaking moment for me, but it basically became impractical for me as a daily driver, and I'd done so much to it. The only prospect was to garage it and get another car, or to like not drive it at all. What did I take them with, if I haven't already said? The photos? I think it was a Canon EOS. A fucking show? Oh, it wasn't a show. No, it was a Mustang 4-cylinder that I took the motor out and then put a 2.3 liter turbo from a Thunderbird in. So this is the Mustang. And these were functional hood scoops, by the way. Actually had the cuts. And you can see me ripping about a bunch of stuff. Here's my new boost gauge because I fell in love with fucking turbo engines. So it's literally like the same boost gauge I bought, and then I didn't have a place to mount it on the dash. So I just ripped this shit out. The red interior was stock. I didn't paint that. It had like, this is how it came from Ford. So I had no choice over that shit. No choice over that shit. I did paint this part red. I did it with a paintbrush too. So you can literally even see like the paint lines. But yeah, I took the engine completely out of this and then built this. A 2.3 liter turbo engine from a Ford Thunderbird that I put into the Mustang. Some of these images are super small because I took them with like literally a Motorola Razr, not the new ones, but like the old Motorola Razr, like the first Motorola Razr. So they're like the best quality that I could get. But yeah, this is my old garage when I was in college. So you can see there's literally like 2 kegs over here with my torque wrench and shit. That was like, and a little folding chair or like shitty chair from like Walmart or whatever. Little Walmart trash can too. Car ramps with 2 fucking clutch flywheels and shit on it. This was my setup. And just music kit in the background and shit, and an old non-flat panel TV. But yeah, I swapped the engine in that, and then I had a Miata, which unfortunately I got hit head on by a drunk fucking girl right before I moved to California. So this is one of my favorite cars, but I actually did like SCCA driving with this thing too, and a chick hit me head on in it. I have more photos of this elsewhere, but these are the only ones I was able to copy just right before the stream started, which made me very sad. But after all of that, I then bought a BMW, which I've talked about a couple of times, which I should have in here somewhere. Yeah, I bought a 1989 BMW for $500 from a person in Fayetteville, Arkansas, who had literally spray painted the interior red. It did not come from BMW this way, and these were their eBay pics. They'd also cut these holes out and installed these shitty Rockford Fosgate subs, but mounted them directly to the like foam back support, like didn't even have a sub box or anything, and used this like Home Depot bullshit for a cold air intake and shit. It was bad. It was bad. So I bought this thing for like $500 and it didn't run at all. I then also had this Nissan Sentra that I got for like $700 that was technically a 5-speed stick shift, but didn't work in 5th gear, and had that while I drove this thing, limped it home from Arkansas, and had this Sentra in the background, and then bought on eBay a new interior kit to swap out a bunch of the bullshit that they had spray painted red, and then drove this motherfucker all the way to California. This is my apartment when I first moved in to California. Oh shit, I should have more pictures of it somewhere. Oh, it's probably in here. Oh, maybe I don't. I should have pictures once I finish the interior. Oh, you can kind of see it. Oh, it still looks kind of red in that one. But yeah, I rebuilt this thing. This is the car. It was an E61 that I drove. Yeah, that wasn't mine though. That is a Civic in Electron Blue though. This is one of my neighbors. That wasn't mine. Not mine. But yeah, literally the day after I moved to California, I don't know why these photos are actually in here, but the day after I moved to California, I went and partied at a house that's address was literally 1 The Point on Coronado Island, because some people who I knew from Missouri and Kansas City were in California and knew some people who had this like dope ass mansion in Coronado. And so these are all pictures I took from there. And like friends like passed out by the fucking hot tub and shit. Literally the day after I like moved to California. Passed out again by the hot tub and shit. I'm a Honda boy. Got that B18, yo. Yeah, Electron Blue is low. But yeah, hopefully that answers the question in terms of cars I've worked on. There's a ton. I have so many other pictures. Those are just some of the ones I literally copied out because I thought they seemed like they answered some of the questions about cars I'd liked and cars I'd worked on. But I've worked on even more than that. Okay. We're now getting well through some of the photos, or through some of the questions here, and most of the photos I think I've gone through. I think there's only one other set that might be for Jackson. Yeah, only one other set for Jackson, which I think that question might be coming up close too. Beautiful, thank you for that. I mean, I have so many more. So if anybody during my regular streams has questions about any of the cars I've owned, like that Mustang in particular, I have images of like everything I did to that engine and all the rewiring. Same thing for the Talon, and even tuning using the DSM link and like even removing the stuff to get to the ECU and all that shit. One day will for sure derail me again. Well, I think that's one of the things. That's why I just assumed you asked that question. It's fine, Panda. I mostly was just joking about that. Same for you, Marsar. The poor Miata though. Those are also like, if you look up NA Miatas, they like that. Even when it got wrecked, I thought I got a lot of money from insurance to be able to replace it because they gave me like $4,000 or whatever at the time. Fucking Kelly Blue Book average for these things now is like $6,000, and you cannot find them even going for that. Like in good condition, not driven to piss, like a 95 or 97 Miata. This is what I was looking at the other day because I actually thought it'd be cool to replace the car I did have with these. They go for like 10 fucking grand. Like this is basically what I had in red, going for $9,000 with an accident on record. And 123,000 miles. It's wild. Like these things are increasing in value. It's nuts. Like not a single one of these is under $7,000. Nuts. It's fucking wild. That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, next question. Please show more baby Jackson pictures. Okay, so this is actually a perfect time to do this. I forgot who sent this. Also, no name. Let's go back to just where we were. I do have lots of these too. But I've shown some of these on Discord before. So this is the very first day Jackson existed. Here, I guess, can I do file info? So this was taken with a Fujifilm FinePix Z710 for those who were asking. Oh, actually, I could do this with the car selling photos too. Because someone asked what camera I took those with like over a decade ago. Oh, that doesn't have the camera info. But July 22nd, 2009. So for the same person who'd asked about Jackson's birthday and whether or not I celebrate it, I celebrate his birthday since it's very close to my birthday, since this was also technically before this was when I was considering whether or not I wanted to adopt him. Because for those who haven't heard the full backstory for Jackson, he was a street cat that was found at a bar that my roommate worked at the time. And it was clear that somebody had like taken him in because he'd had like been to a vet and had shots and stuff like that. He didn't have a chip, but again, this was like 2009. So just to show this in terms of proof, I don't know if you can read all of that, but this was taken with a Fujifilm camera in 2009. ISO 800, 6.3 millimeter, whatever. But that's why these photos, even from like 2009, are so high resolution. But yeah, it was clear that he'd then been abandoned because he was just like eating out of the fucking like dumpster and like eating scraps and stuff from this bar my roommate worked at. And my roommate's girlfriend at the time wanted to adopt him and then decide this is her holding him, same exact day and everything, still July 22nd, 2009. But I was also getting ready to move to California, like right at the same time. So I wasn't sure if I wanted to adopt a cat, but he was just so fucking cute. And she took him to her apartment for a while. And he also had like fleas, which is why he had this flea collar and stuff, and was a little rascal, like super shitty, and fucking like ripped up a bunch of her furniture and was being an asshole at her place. So she was just gonna give him up. And that's when I just decided he was too fucking cute to give up and decided I would keep him and drive him with me all the way to California. So for those asking for more baby Jackson pics, I think I shared this exact photo on Discord before, but you can even see the same colored tail he like still has. He's definitely colored in a lot more, but in terms of like his Disney eyes and like the blue eyes and stuff, he has the exact same like eyeballs and like the exact same facial pattern and facial appearance and stuff as he did as a kitten. Oh, he's turning around right now too. Perfect timing. Like his fur really just colored in, if anything, which is apparently really common, especially for like lynx point, like Siamese cats. Like his face is the exact same. It's so cute that he turned around at this exact same moment too. But he was the cutest little baby. Like I could not, how the fuck could you say no? Or like let somebody you know give this cute little fur ball up to adoption? Fuck no. So that was the prospect. They were literally going to turn him over like maybe like 4 days or 5 days after these photos were taken. And I said, no, bring him back. I'll keep him. I'd never owned a cat before, but he was just the cutest little thing I'd ever seen. And melted my heart as he continues to do today. But this is what he looked like. Even you can see even now, or even then, like little fur monster. My old cat was Siamese and super white as a baby, became more light gray as an adult, but getting dark and going more brown like he is now, I see all the time. Yeah, Jackson's, he doesn't have as much, he has like brown on the back, but it's like grayish when you see like the light hit it. So it's still not as brown as it is like, I want to say almost like dark gray. But it's definitely like brownish undertones. But his spotting definitely, like the tiger stripes, even on his face, like you can even still see compared to like this photo, like the tiger stripes and stuff on his face and his little hands and stuff. Like he has really, really beautiful striping. Yeah. I think they call it like, so this was what I was looking at. Somebody else asked if he was like a specific type, and it is tabby colored, but it's Lynx Point Siamese is what they're referred to as. And there are a bunch that look like literal clones of Jackson, even though he's obviously like a street cat and not like bred. But for Lynx Points, like there are a bunch. A lot of them, apparently, since they are more inbred, like tend to have like cross-eyed, or they look like this, where they're a little bit more cross-eyed than him. Like even that one still looks pretty damn similar. But a bunch of the Lynx Points, or like this one, is like insanely cross-eyed. So I'm glad he's not cross-eyed or doesn't look stupid. But there are a bunch that look very similar to him. Oh my god, give me the old Reddit. Oh my god, that one on the top is so cute. It's also a little cross-eyed too. That is so cute though. But there's a whole subreddit apparently for this type of cat. And when I was looking at this from like all time, I found a bunch that looked very similar to Jackson. Just often a little bit more cross-eyed. So it makes Jackson even more special. Even cuter. Look at this cross-eyed doofus. But even that in the coloring looks very similar to his. My cat is cross-eyed. I love those little babies. I shouldn't actually call them stupid, but I will say, like, if I had a choice between a cross-eyed cat and a not cross-eyed cat, I'm going to take the not cross-eyed cat. Or I'm going to take the version of Jackson that looks even more Disney-eyed beautiful. Okay. So that was, at least, I still have even more photos of Jackson as a baby. I mean, he's goofy, but in his own beautiful little way. He probably also heard me saying his name, which is why he probably oriented towards me. Okay, 28. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Other category is woodchuck. No name given for this either. I think woodchuck could chuck a lot of wood if a woodchuck could chuck wood. But there are literal answers to this. And I'm not going to lie and say I didn't look this up beforehand, because I did see this question too. But there have been people who have literally looked this up and done studies and have said that if a woodchuck could chuck wood on a good day with the wind at its back, it could move the equivalent of approximately 25 to 30 feet of a woodchuck barrow. Or another study, which considered chuck to be the opposite of upchucking, determined that a woodchuck could ingest 362 centimeters squared, cubic centimeters, or 322 cubic inches of wood per day. There are also Wolfram Alpha. I saw a link to this. I haven't actually typed this in yet. So this will be me validating what the internet has told me. But there are like literal answers to this too. According to the tongue twister, although the paper, The Ability of Woodchucks to Chuck Cellulose Fibers by P.A. Paskovich and T.B. Shea in the Annals of Improbable Research, August 1995, concluded that a woodchuck can chuck 361.92 cubic centimeters of wood per day. What I love about Wolfram Alpha, or why I will show this off, because I did see somebody that had referenced this before, and if you are ever curious about a certain topic, you can find all of these citations or all of the information that they're pulling data from directly on their site, or even pull like the actual links. And if you have an account, which you can often obtain for free, you can then even go directly into this information stored in notebooks, or from the actual data, download it directly from these sites themselves. So from this kind of stuff, find not only the exact details. If you want to know even corresponding quantities, it looks like this would be something that would be related to probably about 2.3 times the volume of a tennis ball. Why do we say it like at all? It's just a good tongue twister. But for those that like Wolfram, or for those that like data, I highly encourage those to dig into some of this information, or to ask these types of questions to the internet. The fact that this now also uses like LLM-based systems, but instead of it being trained on just all information on the internet, is trained exclusively on academic and peer-reviewed texts is pretty fucking awesome. So if you ever then want to find even those articles, or then want to find the exact publication, normally you can click, it actually already downloaded this. Nope, sorry. God damn it, I don't use Microsoft enough to actually... I'm just gonna cancel this. Because I don't use this stuff enough. I just use this normally to play video games, y'all. Okay. Good question, though. I wasn't expecting that one either. What is your favorite comic? Easy, Deadpool. Well, Deadpool Cable is probably some of my favorite. As anyone has seen through all the Deadpool shit in my background, it is my favorite character from the comics and has been. Not to make myself sound cool again, just like the Eclipse and all the car building and all the other stuff that I feel like I need to verify or validate, just because I've liked this stuff since before it was mainstream, before mainstream media had picked up on a lot of it. But I was a huge fan of Deadpool before the first movie came out, which is why I started collecting a lot of this stuff, especially once that was announced. It's also why I even collected and got what I showed off the other day, the Taylor Pool stuff, since Dazzler is rumored to be in Deadpool 3. Where did I put it? Yeah, just in case anybody wants to look back on this and is like, oh, Taylor Swift is in Deadpool 3. Here, we'll go back to putting Jackson. Oh, I don't think I have this with him like that. That's fine. We'll just cut him out for a second. But we have the 9-9. 1 of 500 Taylor pools. And then we have the foil variant in a 9-8 of the Taylor pool. Shiny. So, again, before people start freaking out about that, whether it's true or not, well, not only the 9-9, but the 9-9 of the COA'd 1 of 500. And what's cool is, even though this foil is only a 9-8, there are literally only 50 of these in the entire world. So, when you start hearing about Taylor Swift being in Deadpool 3 as Dazzler, just know you not only heard it first, but saw somebody who was speculatively investing in other literal comics of Deadpool, which I've been a fan of for, we've got other Deadpool shit behind us that I've shown off. This is Deadpool. That is also a sideshow comic, one of only 350 drawing of Deadpool. Oh yeah, also going back to Tatsumaki and my interest in One Punch Man. That is a One Punch Man cross-stitch. Right there. Him just doing the okay voice line. But I literally have even more behind me. I need to move my mic. Full Marvel Collector Corp Deadpool comic set. I have the literal fucking omnibus of all Deadpool comic shit. This is also unopened because I have a bunch of these in their original variants. Oh, how much Deadpool shit should I show off? Oh yeah, I mentioned Deadpool and Cable. Here's Deadpool and Cable Reloaded. Here is Deadpool's Secret Wars. Oh, this is probably also relevant for Wolverine 3. Here's the Wolverine Origin. Here is Despicable Deadpool. Here is one of the Deadpool number 1s. Here is Deadpool 45. Here is Interview with Deadpool. Here is the Virgin cover, Peach Momoko variant, exclusive 1 of 500 Deadpools. Here is the Tyler Kirkham 1 of 1000 Taco Deadpool variant cover, also Virgin. I think these are all just Vanish comics. I could do this all day, folks. You've seen me pull out the literal box, and I have even more shit in my garage. So, being a good collector is appreciating any collection, no matter if you like the source material or not yourself. Yeah, so that's Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe. I wouldn't say that's my favorite comic. I do have that literally in here somewhere as well, but that is arguably not my favorite comic of Deadpool's, but it is hilarious and fun, even if it's campy and doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay, I gotta put some of the shit back. Ow! Oh yeah, we also just got this not that long ago. I haven't even shown this. I've never opened this to show it off. I just shut my finger in my dresser. So this is from a series that's called Do You Poo, which is a bastardization of kind of the Marvel Universe using Pooh and other Disney characters. But this is a metal variant that has Spawn, Thanos, Wolverine, and Iron War Machine variants. I almost said Iron Man. But it is foil metal as well. And it's also signed by Michael Marat. For non-Deadpool stuff, I also collect some Star Wars things. So we have Star Wars print. This is also what they call like the letter sized. I guess I probably should have prepared more for this answer. But anyways. That's probably all I feel comfortable pulling out right now. But Deadpool is definitely the answer to my favorite comic. Put Jackson back up here. Hold on. Can y'all hear my neck popping when I do that shit? But yeah, I've collected Deadpool comics for also literally decades. Some of them aren't in great condition. That's why I've also started moving towards getting CGC graded variants. Like even this is also a Deadpool comic. Which, extending from like Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe the first time, this is a 9/8 of Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe, again, #1 from 2017. And a creator unopened little mini, which is all in fucking Japanese and I can't read any of it, but I love the artist that made this. Here, back to this. You can't actually see it. But this is why I fully admit to being still a nerd. Or despite having played sports and moved a little bit away from some of my previous exclusive nerdism, I can't hide away from this shit. Like when I bring dates home or like bring dates over here, I have to own this. I can't not own this. They're going to see this room. They're going to see other parts of my life that are like literally boxes of comic books and shit. So you just gotta own it. Some of them have. Those are the ones I've lived with or dated for longer periods of time. How long have you shaved your head, and what did you look like with hair? Yeah, I already answered this, or I answered this earlier. That's why when we started this off, I showed the photos of what I looked like with hair into this now. So I guess we won't redo this, but I did see this one, which also had a no, do not mention, or I don't care who answers this. It was interesting, or it is still interesting to me to see so many questions about my age and about like shaving my head and stuff, because those are some of the questions I've had the most in streaming. So either I'm very fortunate and I look much younger than I do, since I have had guesses as low as like 25 this last weekend and shit. But hey, you know, nerd stuff cool in the modern day. Yeah, all those motherfuckers are just missing out too. Like, you don't think that shit's cool? Or I bet even people that like Taylor Swift and stuff, who may not like Deadpool or might think I'm a huge fucking nerd for having a bunch of unopened or like literally comic graded Deadpool comics, might think it's much more cool if she is in the movie. But that's after it becomes mainstream. Like, you gotta love it. You gotta love it before it's cool, or else you're just a bandwagon fan. Same like the Kansas City Chiefs, y'all. Although I was indoctrinated into liking them, so I can't fully take credit for that. If someone is flirting with me and they ask what kind of stuff I like, and I say nerd stuff, and they say like, I like nerd stuff too, and if they're like not a nerd, yeah, I mean, I try to not to be too judgmental on that side too. Like, I hate being, same with video games too. Like, I don't ever want to be the like, actually, how long have you been playing the Elder Scrolls series, or did you really play Mass Effect 1 prior to its re-release on PC? Like, I don't want to be that fucking guy either. Ever. Or like be hyper judgmental of people who are still nerdy and just aren't as nerdy, because going back to the stuff I was saying earlier, like, there's an easier way, I think, to open up people to the nerdism, or to even like, hey, I fucking stream full time in addition to working like full time, and I'm big. When I say I'm big into computers and nerd shit, I don't want to underemphasize the point, but if you're cool with that, let's take it from here, and I'll show you how fucking nerdy I am with no judgment on how nerdy or not nerdy you are. And that tends to go a lot better than like, how nerdy are you? Can you name at least 10 comic book characters? When did Deadpool #1 actually release? Are you familiar with New Mutants number 98? because if you haven't read that, then you're not really a Deadpool fan. Like, fuck that. Anybody who does that shit, fuck out of here. Can you do a Squidward impression?
Go. Go.
I think the nerd stuff is a matter of perspective because there's a lot that goes into exercising. No, for real. It's also just a matter of like presentation. Like literally one of the people who I lived with for over a year and dated for multiple years and like still to this day like would say I love even though we had a parting of ways and you know, we're no longer together obviously and a separation. Like they were so accepting and so they're actually the person that I went to the first TwitchCon and was in TwitchCon San Diego before I even was thinking about streaming myself. Although I did like I've obviously had an account for over 10 years. Like that was a person who basically was like, hey, you do your thing, I'll do mine. Even though I work for a company that's affiliated like with Twitch, like I'm not big into a lot of the gaming culture and stuff. And that was okay. We had our own interests, but they supported me in my interest and my nerddom. They did give me a little bit of shit for the fact that like I needed a safe garage space and like lockable, safe, secure area and wanted like security cameras and stuff to watch like shit that I didn't have the space to display on a wall, or since we were renting didn't feel comfortable like drilling into a wall to mount a bunch of bullshit to and stuff. Actually, but yeah, I mean, just finding people who are like accepting or willing to continue learning more about those topics. Like even that person ended up like playing Valheim with me and stuff when that game first came out. And even though they didn't and weren't previously like ever into survival crafting games and stuff, like we were able to participate and share a lot of those experiences. We disagreed on a lot of other areas and values and things in life, which is why we ended up separating. But nerddom was not a conversation that ended up being a huge issue, but it's also something that I was very open about and like, I guess, willing to share my extreme nerdism with him from, rather than like approaching it from a point of like, can you hang? Can you fucking get on my level kind of shit? No, stop. Actually, as of now, which stream of yours has been the most fun? This is a question that was submitted after I started too. I didn't see this one either. That's a good question. Which of mine has been the most fun? Ooh. I mean, some of the more recent Minecraft ones, even if I sound like pissed or perturbed, or like even if I've died a lot and sounded like agitated, the Minecraft ones have definitely been a lot of fun. They've let me connect more closely with a lot of people. And yeah, I mean, even going back to, even though I guess it was like 5 months ago, almost 6 months ago, like streaming with my friend John and getting back into Minecraft. Like the streams with Minecraft have been some of the most fun. But if I'm trying to think of a specific stream, some of the first ones where I actually started collaborating with Sauce and other people, and going beyond like just engaging with each other in like Twitch chats and stuff, is some of the other stuff that's been the most fun. So even like after I went to the Streamer Awards, I Am Lethal, bro, is esports still alive in the US? Absolutely it is. Yeah. How did you find me, Lethal? But esports is definitely still alive. I don't know about Overwatch or certain games that are primarily or previously dominated by people in the US, or where US teams were even recruiting international people to try to stay super competitive. But I mean, there's a reason most of even like I was gonna say like CSGO and Fortnite and some of the longest reigning esports teams and programs are not only based in the US, even if they do recruit international players, but why those tournaments, even if they also then have international tournaments, are primarily hosted in the United States, even with places buying out like former ABC studios and some of the largest esports tournaments of all time being hosted in the US. I guess to flip your question around, Lethal, where do you think esports are larger? Like South Korea? Japan? What about PUBG Mobile? I don't fucking know anything about PUBG Mobile. And if this sounds like, well, yeah, Korea, South Korea in particular, not all of Korea. I don't know if North Korea has a very large gaming populace. considering most of the people don't even have fucking internet. But even then, there's a lot of South Korean members who now play on US teams, I feel like. But PUBG Mobile, I've never looked into. I don't know anything about that. No, bro, I'm from India. Okay. Well, what does that have to do with PUBG Mobile? All right, we're doing an AMA, though. Before I get distracted by PUBG Mobile, it's hard to say which stream of mine has been the most fun. I definitely have learned a lot throughout a lot of the streams, and I learned a lot really early on in a lot of the collaborative streams I've had. I've definitely had some really stressful streams. In fact, my PC build stream has probably been my most fun, especially the moment where I got both computers to boot or to post on the very first button presses, especially since I Frankensteined an old system into an old case and then components of what is now the system I'm literally streaming from right now into the case that I was using previously. That has probably been my most fun stream, because I've also had a number of you wonderful people and others who I then ended up doing more collaborative streams with after that fact, but who joined in and were super supportive and watched the PC build stream. It's also very different from a lot of the content that I normally create. So although I've had a ton of fun playing games and collaborating with lots of people and even just streaming myself, the PC build stream was probably my most fun stream, because I got to do something I love, which was building new computers, and did so in a successful manner where the computers booted on the first try, which was something I was very nervous about, especially since I was streaming the whole adventure. Isn't PUBG very big in India? I haven't heard it mentioned in years in Cali. Yes, it is. It also just recently had a resurgence, maybe not mobile, but I think they just did a huge update where I saw there were a bunch of sponsored things, even from like older PUBG streamers who were big in like people who even gained prominence in like COVID and stuff. Oh no, we lost the cat. Just recently, like I think they had an update where it gained additional prominence and exposure. Where the fuck is the cat at though? Here, let me go see if I can find the cat again. But yeah, I haven't played PUBG in like 4 years. Since COVID, basically. Yeah, let me go see if I can find my cat real quick. Kitty! Jacksonia! Want some treats? He's just laying in the hallway. See if we can get him to come in here for some treats. I don't really want to reinforce giving him a ton in here. If I can get him to jump up here. He does respond on command even without me opening the treats, which is kind of cool. He'd already come in here. Hang out. Seem to always be overshadowed by Fortnite where I live. I mean, well, PUBG was like one of the OGs, especially since Fortnite didn't have like the no build and all that stuff back then. But I feel like the problem is it just got overshadowed by tons of other games, even like Call of Duty, the minute everybody else started releasing Battle Royale modes. And outside of mobile, which I can't imagine is better in terms of latency or responsiveness, it didn't seem to have a lot of like network or QoL and updates that made it run as good or better than alternatives like Fortnite or others, especially once they released better no-build Battle Royale modes and stuff. Such a good boy. Such a good boy. Showed off your baby pictures. Okay. We are making our way through this, though. And these are really good or becoming even more insightful questions as we've gone along, which I love. How many hats do you own? Wait, this came up in chat too, right? Somebody asked about that? Or somebody did a hats off and did they say what hat they wanted me to wear? Fuck, did I miss the hats off thing? I'm so sorry. I just am now vaguely remembering seeing that redeem. How far ago was that? Or what did I... Marisar, you redeemed it. I didn't know it was a literal hat. Yeah, I have lots of hats that I wear regularly and sometimes stack. Like, if you look at some of my even most recent, like, clips. Oh, God. Please, no. Show me my clips, please. No, don't do this, like... God damn it. How do I sign out of Twitch? Oh, wait, I am signed out. Yeah, so, like, this is one where the other day I was wearing... People just kept doing the redeem, so I was wearing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hats. 7 hats. Yeah, beer hat. Still happy to pick one. Oh, yeah. I mean, I have, even just in my near vicinity, we'll go with this one for now. But I have that Mass Effect helmet, which I don't sound good on. So I'm going to just rule that one out right now, although I normally don't rule anything out. But I have, you can't actually see this because I'm fucking live in the exact same spots. But yeah, I was wearing like a lot of hats. Oh shit, it literally overlaps it. But this isn't the first time. Like, I've had so many of these instances. But we have a bunch of bucket hats. As mentioned in some of the other answers, I was born in Kansas City, so we have lots of Chief stuff. I also worked at SpaceX, so we have a lot of SpaceX stuff. I used to be a huge Blizzard fan and Overwatch player, so I have a bunch of Blizzard shit. I also have Goofy shit that I started pulling out. I didn't traditionally wear these on stream, but once people really started getting into the hat redeems, I have like Goofy stuff like this, like 2.5 foot tall, like Guinness hat, like fucking 30 inches tall. We've worn that on a few streams. Starting to get cat hair all over it though. We have all kinds of hats. Hats galore. Redeem was a wonderful discovery. Aw. Forgot about your baby pics, which are still up here in the background. Oh no, did I close everything? This is bad. Hopefully this still shows the responses. It's like frozen. I broke Google. Okay, I think we were at like 29, 30, something like that. Comic. Stream. Hats. Okay. How many hats do I own, though, was the question. I own a lot. I own a fucking lot of hats. I would say at least 30 hats. Because I have a bunch of hats that at this point I'm keeping for like nostalgia's sake. Like hats I wore when I was really young and hats I haven't shown on stream. But I have literally a box of hats which I have shown off on stream. Also, what do you classify as a hat too? Because I have a bunch of like, you know, goofy shit and I guess like knit things, or even like this, which I was wearing the other day for our sailing stream because it made me look kind of like a pirate. Like this says "assholes live forever." I don't know if you can read that. Here, we'll go back to full screen. Can you read this? One of my friends got me that for my birthday. I think that was kind of a subtle way of calling me an asshole. But yeah, I have a lot of hats. Thank you for the fart. Hey, that also was immediate too. I don't know why the one with Kitten the other night was so far delayed. But yeah, for the answer to how many hats I have is an extensive number of hats. I also wear them practically because I'm fucking bald. So I don't want to get like skin cancer. And even though I wear sunscreen and apply sunscreen every single morning after I shower and shave, I don't want to have to worry about like reapplying it a ton or dealing with all that bullshit. And it's just generally good to cover your head, especially if you shave it. So I have a lot of hats. I just tend to not wear them until people request me to on stream. All right, question 33. Do I have any interest in hydro slash aquaphonics? I don't know what that is. I know what hydroponics is, or aquaponics. What is aquaphonics? It's like reading underwater, or like... Is this a misspell? Like listening to stuff underwater? Yeah, aquaponics? Yeah, I love aquaponics. In fact, I used to have a drip system set up at my the last place I rented, but it used like that, like plastic tubing that was like kind of pseudo, I don't know how to describe it. It was almost like windshield washer tubing. So it got dry and like cracked, and I never bought new tubing. It involves fish keeping. Wait, is it with a PH, aquaphonics? Or aquaponics? I've done aquaponics stuff before. Oh no, we're gonna lose the cat. I've done aquaponics and like hydroponic stuff. In fact, I've even shown on stream before the person who does like the bucket grow aquaponic bucket. I'm definitely bastardizing this. But even a lot of the stuff that I have is a misspell. Yeah, even a lot of stuff I have, I've done with rock wool and other things. Oh man, where is the person? There's like a person who like specializes in this. That's hilarious to watch. Aquaponic bucket video. I'm Googling like an idiot right now, but I'm trying to be simple about it. Fuck. I'll see if I can find the video, or maybe on my next stream, I will show how I learned about a lot of hydroponics and stuff that I used to do. But I still have a bunch of rock wool, and I've even started things outside of aquaponic systems in rock wool, and then just like pulled them out, separated like the roots. Yeah, I don't see the person. But yeah, I have a huge interest in this. If you know a lot about this, I haven't done it most recently. I used to have like a drip feed system, and I didn't use the full buckets for like hydroponics. Some of that gets a little expensive, but I have started looking into this for some of the veggies. Suggest me an underrated story mode video game, according to me. Have you played The Walking Dead from Telltale Games? That is an amazing one. Or I just recently played Ori. Ori and the Blind Forest was also great, although that wasn't full story mode. But yeah, a lot of the Telltale games are good. I really liked Ori. Control was also really good. That's more of an RPG, but was definitely story oriented. I don't, but I've been very fascinated by it. I love fish keeping and often use the water from the water changes to take care of my plants. Yeah, I've never kept fish. I did live with a person for a couple of years who was very, very big into fish, but the rule was like, don't touch any of my shit and don't feed them. Oh, our camera also froze with Jackson on it. So I've never done fish keeping myself or reused water. Me and Spotty set up an automated garden in the backyard at our old house. Not quite the same. Well, that's what I had at my last place. Yeah, it was a timer-based like drip system, which wasn't full like hydroponics. But how I started getting into some of that, or started watching like this guy, which I thought would be easy to find. It was like no interaction hydroponics. It was like set it and forget it kind of shit. I don't know if this was it. I don't want to like steal content either. I don't think this is it. Yeah, this is not it. I'll find it, and we can do another stream where we can go through gardening stuff too, because I've definitely looked at a lot of this stuff, or I'm not signed in to all my stuff right now, so I have whole like playlists and stuff where I've saved things like this. But also a great question that I didn't see. We must be like fully in the realm of questions that have been submitted since I started and set up my stream. Running the pipes and lines of the veggies to keep them watered. Yeah, I mean, that was part of my problem is I had like a water feeder system that was on timers for some of the stuff at one of the places I lived in before where I am now. But a lot of those lines due to like UV exposure, even though they were like mostly pliable and stuff when they started, like hardened and cracked and stuff. And it was a pain in the ass. Like I even like emailed the people who made it and they were like, you need to buy like basically a whole new system with the pumps and everything again. And then I went down the route of like, I could go to an auto parts store and like buy basically like windshield tubing and different stuff. And then looked up like whether or not that was food safe and things. Don't want to get those microplastics in my garden. Set up a bunch of tables, basically like a grate, had the lines running along the fence. Ours was chopped up by a gardener. Oh, that's even worse. Oh no. Rip hydro setup. But yeah, I love that stuff. Oh, this is new too. What's your body count? All right. Well, I guess I did say ask me anything. So a lot of these questions coming in, I guess we are now. Yeah, these are all probably questions that came in after I started and was telling people that I was surprised by how non-salacious or kind of involved some of the questions were. I don't know my actual account. And that's not to make me sound like a badass or like, oh, I've fucked so many people, I don't know how many anymore. Like, it's definitely like under 50. So I'm not trying to make it sound like it's like a ton. I don't know the actual answer though, which makes me, I could probably like list out, I can definitely remember most of the people. The only say like most is because I have been fortunately like exposed to like group events too, which was very strange for me at first. But outside of like getting tested and showing like, you know, negative test results and things like that, which was one of the things that actually drew me into those events and like something that was really cool to me at the time because I was basically fresh out of Kansas, new to California and exposed to some of those things. I wasn't big on or as big on like getting tested and testing and all of that stuff. And when I found people who were, it really opened up and made me feel much safer in a lot of those scenarios. I mean, obviously I'm already like a decently well-built male who doesn't have a lot of the physical intimidation that I know a lot of people have and things. So I think there were a lot of situations I was in where I wasn't paying as close attention to like getting to know some of the individuals and stuff. I still got my succulents though. Love my babies. Took them with me in the move. Yeah, I've had succulents, so that's what I was saying earlier, for like literally over a decade. An experienced soldier. STI stuff is what scares me the most. Yeah, me too. I mean, that's one of the things where I wasn't big on that, but I had mostly like kind of exclusively more monogamous, longer term relationships before I moved to California. And my number then, or my body count, you know, prior to moving to California was probably only like 10 or 12, or it was pretty low. I mean, I know that might still be a lot for some people, but most of those were, even if more short-ish term, like committed-ish relationships. I wasn't having a ton of just like random sex and stuff when I was, you know, under like 21. Scared to do anything with anyone unless I know them well. Well, that's where like the testing comes in, and it's kind of hard to fake. Like if you know their real name, or like you've at least gone on a couple of dates or even a single date. Like I've had a lot of first date sex too, which is why like the older I've gotten, the more I've met other people who, like, I've even dated a number of people who've been older than me, which has been really also eye-opening and kind of fun. And one of the other things that's increased my sex positivity and stuff. But like, that's one of the things that extending out from even the group events, as I approached like the 28, 29 year mark, or got close to 30, there were a few times I went on dates with people in their mid 30s and who were like, have you been tested? Can you show me your test results? Like all of that stuff, which really linked back to some of that. And so if you know their name and they like show you something from, you know, like fucking United Healthcare or Kaiser Permanente or Sutter Health or Providence or something, and it has their name on it, like they'd have to go through a lot of a lot of steps or be like pretty fucking good at building fake mobile apps and shit to fake and falsify personal health records and stuff. Like, it's one of the more trusted and protected data systems we have in the world. Honestly, that's good to hear that it's a norm to show results. Well, that's what I'm saying, is it honestly wasn't as much until I got exposed to like group sex stuff, which I actually more so got exposed to through like research I was doing when I was in academia, which made sense because some of the people I was working with were doing research on people who were poly, and even like now almost a decade ago, really looking at like gender fluidity and some of those things prior to some of the stuff that's become more popular now. So, not gonna lie, I have no idea how to get tested because I've never needed to. Oh, I mean, it's super easy. I mean, even like regular health clinics, and I mean, Planned Parenthood will do it. I know that's kind of more controversial, but any health clinic, or if you have insurance too, like your primary care physician, you can request it, and it's generally even covered by insurance, at least annually. Some insurances will cover it biannually, or will cover it if you also say that you have a concern. But I usually get tested, every time I have a partner. So I've been tested, I don't even know how many times now. I don't know how to answer how many times I've been tested, because at this point it may even exceed my body count. But yeah, my body count, I don't want to say is like super high. I get that for people who haven't had a lot of that exposure, or especially been involved in like some of the poly world, or I've never really been poly myself either, just kind of making it clear here. Not that I think that there's a bad thing about that. It is interesting to see the explosion of the E&M community, or like the ethical non-monogamy community, and where a lot of that usually isn't as ethical as it's announced to be, or especially as even on the date I went on earlier this week, and I go on dates fairly regularly, and there've been a few people who haven't even listed that in their profiles, or where it's like, oh, I have another partner, but we're open, or we're in an open relationship, but then they don't disclose anything about the partner. It makes me like question immediately, like, does the partner know this is happening? Or where when you look at a lot of the research and even dive into like true long-term established like poly communities and things, even those that are parts of like religious sects and things. I'm poly, but like I said, I pretty much only mainly know people online. Well, that's where it gets interesting though. It's like it's one, and I'm not saying again anything bad about being poly, but I really want to make sure that if it is something like that, like the group encounters I've been in, the partner's been present. And I think that plays a big role into it, especially if it's, even fetishistic for the partner, or something they get off on, or something they want to be a part of, versus like a more discreet kind of like, I don't want to disclose anything about my partner, but just trust me, bro. Like, just trust me, bro. We're poly. Like, that's the stuff where it gets where I feel a little queasy, or where most research in those types of areas where the partner's not involved, or, where they're not disclosed, usually tends to side with like this potentially being problematic, or where it's not, that's unfair to say. Body count to IRL, but online, like on VR chat or other things, in the thousands. Yeah, I mean, and online stuff is where, I mean, that's where I have concerns when it's more in person, but they don't want to disclose things about the partner, but they do mention that they have one, like, just to not want to show tests because they want. Well, I'm saying not even regarding the tests. Like, the test thing has been usually less of an issue, as more as like, hey, I have a partner and we're open, but my partner maybe doesn't know that I'm on a date with you. I'm saying even at that basic level, the testing stuff, I'm pretty adamant about myself now. And I'm open. That's another thing I disclose even on first dates and stuff, is in addition to the toy shit we talked about before, like my other natural interests, I usually mention like, hey, I usually get tested regularly, and I don't know if that's something you're interested in doing, or if you have been, but like I said, I have had, a handful of like first date sex encounters, which have gone great, like for the most part. But where all of those in the last, especially like 7 years, have been with people who've also showed that they've been like tested, or that they take testing seriously. But there are a lot of people who consider that really privatized information. I did also meet one person who, after asking and bringing up that topic, like disclosed to me that they had like HPV, and were very kind of, it was a delicate topic to them, something that they considered, they were very worried about, but that they said they usually go on like multiple dates with people before they disclose, and part of that tied into like trauma and stuff that they'd had in the past. But for me, it's like, I don't want to invest in something, and not to make anybody who has STIs or STDs or anything like HPV, which is pretty common nowadays for better or worse. Like, I don't want people to feel bad about that, but I think it's good to disclose those things up front, because it's bad to invest in things if you're going to get pretty deep into those things without that. Heading to sleep. You have a great rest of your stream. Great job on your AMA. Thank you for participating in this too, Sauce. I don't know if you submitted questions or if I just haven't gotten to them yet. It seems like a lot of these questions, including this, were not ones I saw before I started. But thank you so much for also encouraging me to do this. I'll admit I took, obviously some inspiration from joining in on your AMA, and really, really appreciate you being so supportive over, the last 7 months and everything too. So thank you very, very much for hanging out too. I feel like that's an awkward thing to bring up out of nowhere. I mean, if it's a first date, so is sex toys. And I've been told that outright. Like, I've been told, like, oh, I don't normally get into all this stuff on the first date. It's like, well, I don't want to get into you if you don't want to get into this stuff. Like, I didn't submit any questions. I'm not the best at asking questions like this. LMAO. Yeah, I mean, but that's the kind of stuff where, like, maybe I'm just because I've gotten older, but, like, I'm past the bullshit. Like, I'll be open about testing. I'll be open about my sexual interests, my sexual preferences, some of that stuff on the first date, because I don't want to string somebody along either and have them get to, like, the third date or the first time I cook for them in my home, or, we do go back to bed and they're like, wait, what the fuck is all this stuff? Depends on the person for sure. Yeah, but I mean, again, maybe I'm just like, over it, but, like, the kind of people I have had amazing interactions with, or that I have dated more seriously, or that I've really, really enjoyed, even if we haven't had, like, amazing, wonderful relationships long term, but even, like, wonderful short term interactions with, have been the people who've, like, really vibed and, like, been like, hey, I really appreciate you bringing some of this stuff up early, rather than, like, wasting each other's time or, like, tiptoeing around the subject. Like, I found, even when engaging in a lot of the online communities, or again, going back to the research, there's so many people who are uncomfortable talking about or even exploring the things that they may enjoy sexually, that it becomes this, like, taboo topic that people just kind of awkwardly dance around, and then they wonder why they're not in a fulfilling relationship. But yeah, good to get stuff up front out of the way. Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel. And it has led to some awkward situations, like, especially on first dates. Like, there have been a handful I've had, including the one I had like 2 weeks ago, where I said, like, the dinner went well, but I don't think I'll ever go on another date with him. Like, I was being nice about that because we hadn't really dug into any of these topics, but, like, the honest part of that is they seemed much more not only reserved, but, like, even, like, literally rolled their eyes at me when I started talking about some of the toy stuff, and was like, okay, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to stop liking these things. And if you have, like, the bigger problem in that conversation is they had said they hadn't really tried some of that, or they said they had an ex that had kind of tried some of that, but was more, forceful with it, and, like, it wasn't really a fully consensual, open, exploratory situation, which I, touched on and was like, yeah, that clearly sounds horrible and a bad way to be introduced to some of this stuff. But I mean, obviously there's other ways to go about this, and that kind of just shut things down a little bit, where it's like, okay, I totally understand that a lot of people don't have exposure to some of this stuff, but I don't know, it's fucking 2024, y'all don't have, if you're a person who doesn't want to, or is just, you've tried these things and you just completely fucking hate it, like, I'm not going to judge you for that. But if you say you don't even want to try it, or if, like, the only experiences you've had have been horrible because of the way another person, like, engage in these things, I'm not trying to downplay any type of trauma or trauma effects, but, like, to then just shut out those types of experiences entirely is fucking absurd to me. Like, it's weird that people just don't want to experience potential pleasure in ways they may potentially love just because they consider the topic taboo. Not always clear if it's a good time or if they're the right kind of person to bring that kind of thing up to. Well, but that's just it too. Like, I'm not gonna date anybody or even, like, really want to go on more than 1 or 2 dates with if I can't have that kind of conversation with them. I'm having this kind of conversation with all of you. If I can't have this with people I, like, literally meet in real life for dinners and stuff, and, like, am trying to potentially date, like, and if so, how to fit it into a topic change. I mean, I think I'm fairly, I've never had anybody walk out on a date. I have had a few dates that, like, especially where like the photos were clearly dated, or where I got like literally catfished, where I've kind of persevered but knew outright, even just based on that level of dishonesty, I wasn't going to continue. Even if we vibed, like there've been a couple where I felt bad about like vibing with somebody, but where like they were older or like younger, which has also happened strangely. Like there've been a few cases where I've been on dates with people who are like, oh yeah, I created that profile before I was 18, so like my age I just can't edit, and I'm like actually like 3 years younger than what my fucking profile says. That to me is like red flag territory immediately too. Like, wait, what? You created your profile like when you were like literally not even legal age? Fuck out of here. Catfish, hell awkward? Yeah, but that's the stuff too, where I think I don't know, I've never really had bad dates to the point where even when talking about like deeper, I've never asked anybody their body count on a first date. In fact, this is kind of a weird question to me too. I'll answer it and be open and honest about it. A, because I said literally ask me anything, and B, because I'm extremely open, but I totally understand the people who aren't open about this kind of stuff. And I would never judge anybody for their body count. I don't care if you fucked 50 or 500 people, as long as your test results come back clear. And if your test results don't come back clear and you feel ashamed because of that, like there are total communities that you can engage with, especially if it's something like HPV or things that, you know, for again, better or worse, that like more than 25% of people like do have. So like find those people and vibe with them. Are dating apps the main way I find dates? Absolutely. I mean, well, I say absolutely, but that's not entirely true. In fact, some of the longer term relationships I've had over the last like 5 years have been people, well, one of the longest relationships I've had was somebody who was introduced to me through a friend. But yeah, I mean, I moved to California like over 10 years ago, and all but like maybe 4 or 5 people that I've dated, I've met through dating apps. I'm currently active on Tinder, Bumble, Hinge. I used to do like Coffee Meets Bagel. Plenty of Fish I was on for a long time. OkCupid I was on for a long time, but those like died. But yeah, I meet a lot of people through dating apps. I've been on fuck ton of dates too. Like literally hundreds of dates. If you were asking me what my date count is, I could not actually even like accurately box that. Because there've been tons of like even just park meets. I've done picnics. I've done all kinds of weird dates. Mini golf. I went to a batting cage once. A lot of things can be treated too. Get it treated, then come back. That's part of what makes me feel like I can be a little less scared about someone lying about test results, but having them in an app helps a lot, especially if they show using the app. Yeah, so when I show it, I show me opening up my actual like medical provider app and show the results. I'm okay with people who have like a PDF or like have like an e-health record or something, like if they show that, or a lot of places, especially for the group interactions. And this goes back even like 7 or 8 years ago. 20, yeah, shit. That's crazy to think it's been 7 years since some of those things. But a lot of that like required you to show when you'd like the lab results, where the lab testing stuff was, not just like a PDF or something that you could have created yourself. So yeah, that's been pretty common for me for like even the last 7 years, is showing the test results. And I get tested for things that I don't even have a concern about. Like I get HIV tests, and you know, I've even had my HPV vaccine and all of those types of things. I don't usually show my full vaccination records. Although that usually has been a good indicator of whether or not I'll vibe with people too, is how many have you had a booster shot? Are you pro or anti-COVID vaccinations? But yeah, I guess I don't know if I actually answered this question. I think I did in a very roundabout way, but I don't know. I don't care as much about my body count. I care about like the people I've bodied with. Although that has its own like kind of gaming connotation. Like, get bodied, motherfucker. I don't get boosters anymore, even though I really should. I've had... How many have I had? Want to see my personal health information? Here's my vaccination card. It's completely filled out. Here's my Modernas. There's my 4 Modernas. And there's my Pfizer. Yeah, I keep this shit on hand. Just like my STD tests. In short, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But it's not like I don't know because I think I'm like, it's in the fucking hundreds, bro. I don't fucking count. I just get laid every weekend. Like, y'all see me streaming nearly every weekend. I've been on like maybe a dozen dates since I started streaming like 9 months ago. Actually, that's probably not true. I've probably been on a few more. I don't know. I could probably go back literally looking at my streaming history to find out how many dates I've been on in the last 9 months. But I haven't had sex with, it's probably been like half of that. So over the last like 5 or 6 years, I could probably answer it more accurately. But even then it would probably just be like, I don't know, 20 people ish. Not a ton. And some of those I literally lived with, or like I had 2 long-term relationships, even leading very closely up to when I started streaming, where I dated people for like years and even like lived with them. Using the pharmacy info on your cards to dox you right now? I mean, you could try. That would also be a good thing to try to figure out if you wanted to try. Good fucking luck though, because especially even the places I've had vaccines are pretty far from where I lived. They're closer to where I used to work, because I would like literally, especially I never stopped going in person, even 2019 and 2020, because I worked for an aerospace company that was like building shit that needed to launch on like rockets that didn't stop launching just because COVID happened. So you probably wouldn't be able to cross-reference even the places I've had shots with like where I actually live. You could maybe get within like a 20-mile radius. Which one did I initially get, if I don't mind asking? I got Moderna the first 4. Yeah, I got Moderna, and then Pfizer for my 5th. Yeah. Okay. Good-ish question. I mean, actually, I don't know. It's something that I don't ever ask people their body count. I don't mind being asked it, but it's not something that I consider extremely relevant. I self-dox there. Why did you start streaming, and what do you hope to do with your streams? This is actually much more insightful and appropriate streaming-related tag. I don't care. All right, well, this is the one that's from your mom. So this also is one that must have come up right when I was starting the stream. I started streaming because, kind of tying into what we were just talking about, I worked my ass off throughout COVID, even going in person, and worked for a lot of really stressful companies, including SpaceX and other places I've talked about. And then I worked for an aerospace startup after that, where I not only bust my ass and got to do a lot of amazing things like travel internationally and work with international teams and stuff, but where the leadership team there were just absolute fucking, it was just toxic as hell. And I said that directly and got immediately fired for saying it or for pushing back, and just said, fuck it. Like, I'm not going to continue busting my ass for people whose values and like leadership styles I don't align with. And so I chose to essentially be jobless. I gave myself, a few months to do a lot of housework. I also literally got fired less than 2 weeks after buying a house. So I haven't talked about it that seriously because it actually still like hurts a lot, like personally and financially and stuff. But I was super happy, even though I was busting my ass, and even though I wasn't super aligned with some of the teams that I was working with, I'd built up enough of what I thought was a good like safety net and was kind of progressing at a level I thought I'd be able to maintain before I just kind of not only got burnt out, but just got fed up with a bunch of the shit that I was asking to be a yes person for. And so, like, within some of the happiest moments of my life in terms of me buying the house that I'm in right now, even though I knew it was going to need a lot of work as like a failed flip and a lot of that stuff, I made maybe some bad choices depending on how you look at it in terms of protecting my career and my financial stability, and instead just started saying what I actually thought, and that had a very swift negative impact on my financial stability and job situation at the time. So, happens to everyone? I don't know that. I know a lot of people who really fucking hate their jobs, who are doing much better than me, and who are significantly more financially stable in much better houses, even closer to the beach. But yeah, I mean, I started streaming because I figured if I'm going to speak my mind, and again, I'd even dated and lived with somebody who had worked with and partnered with, companies that were directly involved and affiliated with Twitch. I'd been to TwitchCon San Diego, like back in like 2018, before COVID and stuff, even though I didn't really participate or even watch as many streams that often. And so I figured I've been a viewer and user of Twitch since the early days, and I'm gonna start speaking my mind and continuing to play video games and stuff that I would have been doing anyways. I might as well just start fucking streaming it. Nah, most people I know have had that one job where they got laid off or fired for something they regret doing, or even something where something happened that felt like bull. Well, I don't regret saying what I said. The timing definitely wasn't good. I just felt like more emboldened, I guess. But I wouldn't take back the stuff I said or what I did. And the fact that they fired me literally right before the holidays, less than 2 weeks after I bought a house, just proved my point. Honestly. What kind of fucking person does that shit? So I don't feel bad about it. I obviously took a huge financial hit, and even I'm still feeling if I'm being fully transparent on this AMA, I'm still I have to replace my fucking roof. My insurance isn't covering all of it, and I don't have a ton in savings. I've been working again, thankfully, for the last 6 months, more than full time, but I've been consulting and contracting, and I've had to withhold a large portion of that for taxes. My tax bill was also just fucking huge. I've owed on my taxes recently and stuff, so I'm not in a great financial position, which is why I haven't even done as many housework streams, or was even talking about this with Sauce, where he was looking back at some of my early streams where I was digging up my backyard and taking the literal pickaxe and doing in real life Minecraft and stuff. But my goal for that was to build a patio that at the time was quoted for $6,500, $7,000. It would probably be even more expensive now. Have a ton to do tomorrow, so really should get some sleep. The stream has been my favorite so far, night. Well, thank you again, Marisar. Appreciate you popping back in. Thank you so much for the sub. Thanks for hanging out. I'm glad you enjoyed this. I'll see if I can schedule this more frequently, because I should do this stuff more frequently. I'd love to get into more housework streams and stuff like that. But even my joke about instead of doing more outdoor stuff, caulking my shower and stuff like that, is because that would be cheap and easy and stuff I also need to do. Have a good night. But yeah, what do I hope to do with my streams? All of the stuff I was just talking about and more. I'd love to do more housework streams. I would love to do more outdoor stuff. I'd love to build a patio. I'd love to even maybe show off some of the roof work and caulk stream when maybe next weekend, actually. I was going to go to Home Depot and buy a bunch of that stuff I was talking about yesterday, but then I gamed until 5:30 in the morning and didn't go to bed until 6 p.m. or 6 a.m. So I did not go to Home Depot today. Straight yapping for real. Yeah, for sure. But maybe next weekend. Where do I put my caulk? In every hole in the bathroom. The real question is how bad is it going to be after I make the holes bigger? Because I have to remove the old caulk before I introduce my new caulk. Oh God. But yeah, that's what I hope to do with it. Honestly, I hope to just continue also being authentic like this. It's definitely not adding to my viewership as much. I appreciate all the follows and subs and things that are coming in. Maybe it's just that one that's still. I don't know why. Do I put the caulk in the garbage disposal? No! Put it in the trash can. That shit is not dissolved. Don't put even food in the garbage disposal. That's a weird thing for Americans too. I have a literal strainer that I got from the Japanese market. I live right by a Japanese market too. Super cool. More doxing of myself, I guess. But I don't use my garbage disposal very often because it's bad for like the water systems and stuff. But you don't want to put your cock in the garbage disposal or down the drain. You want to put that in the trash, where it'll probably still leach into the fucking water supply, considering how trash is treated in LA. I want to put my cock in the garbage disposal. Well, Speedy, you can do that, but both the water systems and your cock will probably dislike that. I don't think you should put much of anything in the garbage disposal, but it can help clear up clogs if it happens to clog. Yeah, I mean, that's really where I only use my garbage disposal for, is if, like, especially for soups and stuff. Let's face it, ain't like no food bits are gonna get in there. Rather. All right, well, we have an ad starting, which is unfortunate for all those who are not subscribed. Especially since these are all kind of new questions. Oh, and Sauce is gone too. Oh no, this is new. How long have you known Sauce Manager? Did the same person who asked this ask how long I've known or how I met Ephemeral? All right, we'll wait to answer this. I'll go see if I can find the cat while the... but I've known them since, I believe, almost the exact same time. I think it was like December that I first started streaming Control, or late November. Fuck, we can just figure this out. Maybe I'll do that before I go find the cat. Where? Oh, this is definitely gonna be gone. Where? Oh my god, I'm getting my own ads. I don't know what that ad was either. Maybe that would make sense. It might. I've noticed that there are a bunch that have the U. I feel like that's also become more popular recently, but this even has like the proper capitalization, whereas some of the others that said like you and your and shit were like all lowercase. How many hats do you own is capitalized. What is your favorite comic? Please show more Baby Jackson pictures. Yeah, this is all lowercase, but has you spelled out. But there are definitely some that were like all lowercase U's. Where was that one? I probably should. It doesn't really matter. I don't care who asked the questions. But I did notice like a handful from the ones before I started my stream that were all like just the lowercase U. Butts or booba? I don't know. Fuck it. I don't really care. The sleuthing. I used to have really good grammar and made it a point to have fantastic grammar. Over time, I started using bad grammar, like you're, ironically. Fuck that guy who spelled independence wrong. And then it started becoming not ironic anymore. Well, that's what I noticed was one of them was like you're, but god damn it. Maybe it was one of the first ones too. Oh, this one was, how did you, this was a full U, not a regular U. So maybe those were different people. Were you involved in theater? I don't know. Maybe somebody's also just spelling shit differently. Where's P story? God damn it. Even can you recite your SSN is all lowercase, but a full spelled out U. I don't know. Maybe it was like further later. I don't know. It doesn't. I don't know what I'm doing. Anything? I love how there's just a question about anything. Hopefully I've also proven that you can literally ask me anything. How long? Yeah. How long have you, lowercase u, shaved your head, lowercase UR, and what did you look like with hair? I'm not trying to make whoever asked this question feel bad. But this is a very bad sentence. Oh shit, I think we went too far. How long have you known Sauce Manager? Is where we're gonna stop for now. Well, not stop, but I'm gonna go find the cat. If you aren't spelling differently to submit questions on an anonymous form to trick the reader, are you really living life a dude? Hell yeah. Also, when I started programming, having to name variables lowercase, uppercase really messed up my grammar. You'd think it'd get better because then you'd know when to use the proper cases, right? Like, I see that as the opposite, Grin. For real, for real. The fact that I can read all of this and not get... Maybe that's what's fucking my brain up. Is it worse than Independence? I literally had a brain fart when I saw that too. Because when I was reading it just quickly before the stream started, that one was submitted. But I don't think I like registered the Declaration of Independence. After 3 a.m., the spell check in my brain is literally broke, JV. I sorry. You're fine. Oh, wait. So were you the one that asked me about my fucking... how long I've had a shaved head and what I looked like with hair? All right, well, that was easy. I just had to move the camera from the couch. He is hanging out very cutely with his toy, too. I forgot, Noel, was it you or Adagio? Somebody who asked about, like, his toy, what it was. It's Lamb Chop. The little Lamb Chop, and he cuddles with it sometimes like a little kid. It's so fucking cute when he, like, cuddles up with it. Answered all mine for sure. Ooh, baby! Do you know what it's worth? Splitting up my messages all the darn time is an OG Minecraft thing I learned. Only asked about public transit and independence and husbandos. Ooh, I didn't answer the husbando question either. I mean, Snake, obviously, if Sniper Wolf is my waifu, it has to be Solid Snake. Not Big Boss, although Big Boss would probably be considered a lot of people's husbando. Saitama, if I'm gonna also then go with Tatsumaki. I feel like Saitama from One Punch Man. He's also like one of the most powerful beings in the entire universe, so hard not to have that dude taking you to Pound Town. One punch this. Only asked about public transport. Yeah. Ooh, baby, do you know what it's worth? Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. Answer the question on stream. Am I not on screen? I'm on screen. Saitama, not Genos? No, not fucking Genos. Genos is a fucking simp. Genos is a Saitama simp. Straight up. I mean, I don't dislike Genos because I love his admiration and devotion to Saitama, despite him, like, kind of, in many cases, like, ignoring his actual training and his ability to help Genos progress as a member. Even in terms of, like, even just playing, like, video games with King and fucking trying to bang Tatsumaki.
Huh?
Genos is a Saitama simp, though. JV wants to simp, not be simped. I don't want to simp either. I mean, I guess I do. I kind of simp some things. I simp Sniper Wolf for sure. Y'all fucking saw the evidence of that in real time. His fit goes hard. That's all I like about him. Yeah, but his fit is also fake, which is kind of okay. Like, I'm not saying that, you know, pseudo cyborgs aren't people too. Like, Cyberpunk definitely proved that. But what's his name from the Cyberpunk Netflix shit? Show? Edge Runners? What's the guy's name from Edge Runners? Like, I feel like he's better than Genos. David Martinez? David, I feel like, goes harder as a cyborg than Genos. For sure. Because Genos' fit is also, like, kind of forced on him by that creepy doctor. Yeah, David. I like... If I were gonna simp a cyborg, I'd simp fucking David before I'd simp Genos. But also because David's not really a fucking simp. He's in the top 5 for sure for me. All right, Speedy got a cyborg crush. That cyborg fetish. Why did you all bring me up on this? This is JV's AMA. Why do you have a question? I did. So yeah, this is, you left, but how long have I known you was the question. And I was saying it had to be since, like, at least late November, early December. So before I got completely sidetracked by husbando questions. I was trying to see when I was playing Control We could probably find like the exact video. Yeah, 5 months, 6 months, 6 months. Yeah, so it was probably like 6 months ago. So like late November, early December. I will proudly say I have a cyborg fetish. Well, David over Genos, but I do like Genos. Just I don't like him as much as Saitama. If we're talking about One Punch people. David is a human firstly, though. Genos is just a robot first. Yeah, kind of. They're both pretty much robots at the end. I'd say don't at me, but please at me about cyborgs, thanks. Yeah, November. Okay. Yeah, so 7 months, I guess, as we're coming up on now that it's June. But it was probably one of these 3 videos right here where we got rated. It's also funny that YouTube just like focuses on the pictures of me, whereas Twitch focuses on like the... Because I don't customize my thumbnails either, y'all. If you're wondering... Because I don't customize Oh my fucking... I hate that. My thumbnails are like chosen... Oh, normally it shows like the 4-piece thing. But yeah, YouTube focuses a lot on me. But that answers that question. Who asked this too? Oh, they also said no and didn't list their name. I was watching the video the other day. Yeah, you told me you also found my housework stream. We were talking about that a little bit after you mentioned going to bed. The speed guy in OPM is also cool, but I think he's twinky. I mean, people could say the same thing about Saitama too. Him and like Tatsumaki, I feel like are a little bit neotenized on purpose. Will you sing us a song? I literally just sang the 8 Mile rap battle. I don't know, dude. Other? Noel? Noel, what song do you want me to sing? Did you miss the 8 Mile rap battle? Episode 48, Sauce Raid? Fuck yeah. How deep was it into it? Look at how much my chat is not popping off. I don't know how deep it was into this. I will find the moment that we were rated. Hopefully it wasn't like right before I ended stream. It doesn't look like it was. It was probably like way earlier in. All right, well, I'll bookmark this. Actually, I'm just going to add this to a new... Am I signed in? I'm not signed in. All right, we'll add this later so I can figure it out. But yeah, so that'd be almost 7 months ago. But like, I should sing another song. At the end, I can consider doing that. I will also mention, even if this sounds like kind of a cop-out, considering this isn't a real like question, it's more of a redeem. I did stay up until like later than 4 o'clock in the morning, like 3 days in a row. 5 hours, 28 minutes. I didn't even have Jackson showing. Minecraft? I was Minecraft fishing? I was, but that doesn't mean... I don't see any chat shit popping up. Oh, here we go. There's some chat. Hey!
Good idea of where we're at right now, but what I'm trying to do right now is get to some of the things that we have to for the janitor.
Oh, yeah.
I think the way I got here last time was actually just through security.
How do I make this go away? Theater mode?
But I'm navigating and learning my way through the map, so playing it before stream might be a better idea, because I'm sure some people have just seen me kind of run around to different areas, or even like here, have to find my bearings back towards some of the places that I'd been before.
What's crazy is my stuff wasn't like glitching. This is how I knew I literally
really
like
the
cooked
playstyle and the fighting are a lot of fun.
Cooked and fried my system because it wasn't glitchy or super bad. Usually stream with a friend and raid them when I'm done, but wanted to raid someone playing
I really
Control.
Appreciate it. I'll have to check your channel out and give you a follow. In fact, I can actually just do that right now. And for everyone else who is in my stream, the 6 or 7 of you.
Oh, you can't because it's behind
Sauce Manager's page.
It's behind the other video. That doesn't show the cat anymore. God, he's all over the fucking place. Aww.
If there's other stuff you play, I'm taking a look at it right now. Like, I have to return the favor here sometime. Yeah, no problem.
That's the point of the AMA. JV lore.
That's what it's all about. And you're actually one of the few people who's rated me playing the same game. I guess going back to, it happened a couple of times when I was playing No Man's Sky, but I guess first time it's happened from the same game that I was playing single player and from a little while ago. But looks like you play a lot of different stuff. So I saw Rainbow Six and also Outlast, which I just played
Rainbow
Outlast
Six
1 and 2 as well. So a lot of similar stuff in there.
On that horror grind. I know more about you, JV, than Dark Souls.
I haven't played
characters.
Outlast Trials yet, though.
I had heard about Outlast Trials right as I started Control.
Oh yeah, you're at 44 too, so you're pretty close to affiliate status. I just got that last week, which is super exciting, but also I had to change a bunch of my overlays and I'm gonna buy a bunch of my stuff. Good problems to have, though.
God, it's wild how much has actually happened in the last 7 months.
As do I.
Said, yeah, I play a variety.
Okay. That is the mold.
Rating is the reason I
we
like
haven't
Twitch so
really
much as
figured
a
out
streaming
how to
platform.
eradicate it yet.
Never seen another streaming platform where the streamers build community with each other.
Just pop
It's
up.
true. This also froze my, I can't, now that I can't even move this anymore. I don't know what I
Maybe
did
that's
with
not the only moldy area.
my duck player. Congrats on affiliate. That's what I've been working towards.
Can't just like burn it. It's not like being able to just light a match.
Okay, I froze my fucking entire thing though. Let me see if I can. Ah! I don't know how to stop this.
Oh, maybe I need to continue.
Oh my god. How did this of all things break my shit?
Yeah.
I literally...
Because we weren't in here before.
I can't drag this at all anymore. Dude, I did a wild raid the other day. I can't even describe it to you. Twitch is so great. Get supported, Sauce Boy. It can't handle the lore.
Yeah, not a problem at all. Thanks again for the raid. And I hope other people from my channel take a look at your channel as well.
We did also then raid you back, I think like the day
Pay
after.
the favor sometime soon.
Okay, let's see. Oh, that worked. Oh, that's probably gonna close. I'm probably gonna sign back into fucking Google and shit though. Maybe, maybe not. Forms. Hey, we're back. 41. I am amazed at how many responses we even got on this. We lost the fucking cat again though. I just moved that camera for him minutes ago. Okay, what was that? 37? Yeah, we are pretty close to the end. 38. Wait. Where was the... How long have you known Sauce Manager? Maybe this isn't in direct order, because Will You Sing Us a Song is now after that. And then Favorite Husbando. The form is still up, buddy. I could go from one again just to make sure we've answered them all. Because those definitely aren't the same order. Or I was like, I thought I'd at least seen the first 32 or so before I started. How old are you? How old are you? All caps. Test. Okay, so these are in the same order. Jackson's favorite snack. Cite your SSN backwards. Where his P stored. Should I make the pool larger? Do I celebrate Jackson's birthday? was involved in theater, high school, or college. I guess to actually answer that more directly, I didn't really answer that. I did get involved in it in college, but not in high school as much. How did you and Ephemeral meet? I don't know if Ephemeral was able to join in today too. It's unfortunate. What is the longest thing I can recite from memory? That's where I sang the 8 Mile rap battle. Tits or ass, ass. Dicks or glutes, glutes. Who's the best waifu? Sniper Wolf. Micro or macro? Macro. Other than monsteras, what's your favorite plant? That's still a hard one for me too. Butts or booba? Butts. There's like 3 ass questions. What did you do with the Declaration of Independence? I want y'all to at least just to see this in even larger glory. Independence. How would you fix Ellie's transit system? What was my first car? Okay, so these seem to be in the same order. Anything? When is Jackson usually active? All the fucking time, apparently, as you can see right now as he runs around. Ass or ass? Can you show me some of the cars? I don't know who asked that question. If it wasn't Panda. Please show more baby Jack. That's also not a question, I realize too. Please show more baby Jackson pictures is not a fucking question, y'all. Like, I didn't even call that out earlier. But this is not a question. This is just a request in an AMA form. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Comics. How long have you shaved your head and what did you look like with hair? Oh my god. How many hats do you own? Many. Aquaphonics. Hooked on aquaphonics, y'all. What's your body count? Why did I start streaming? Sadness. How long have you known Sauce? So maybe they weren't out of order, or maybe I just did this in the wrong order before. Will I sing us a song? I will give me some options at the end. Favorite husbando? Yeah, probably Solid Snake, or Saitama, not Genos. David before Genos, if I had to rank them in kind of that order. Husbando question mark again? Oh, Speeds named them this time. 38 said no and didn't list a name. Form is still up, buddy. I love that we got 2 husbando questions. This one's a politics one. Probably because the other one was politics. This is a good one, Speedy. And whoever else asked the husbando question. But yeah, if you're not familiar, I didn't even pull it up to show this all off. But if you're not familiar with Solid Snake, and you don't know the lore, like if you're telling me that's his Metal Gear Solid 5 photo, but if you don't know about Solid Snake, or you don't think like this dude just like fucking, this is a very low res image, but you can tell like this is the same type of image that we were showing off even for Sniper Wolf. Oh, well that's maybe a little bit more of the, like the art style was all this way, but if you're telling me that dude, he also is like crouched and laying down all the time. He's like one of the original characters who had an amazing ass. In fact, when he was added to Smash Brothers, there were a bunch of people who were mad that they nerfed his ass. There was a whole fucking controversy about that. And then the same thing for Fortnite. Nerfing Snake's ass. Snake, Solid Snake ass. If we're going to talk about being an ass person. Look at this. Look at that cake. Snake cake, baby. Husbando material right here. See, look, this is literally even a comparison of the flatness over time. How they nerfed him. How they nerfed my boy. Damn thick. That's obviously edited. But yeah, snakehead cake. So much so that it's become a fucking meme. So I'm gonna stick with my Metal Gear lore. You can call me fucking old if you want, but just means you're uninformed. Took away our ads, our ass. This is America's ass, especially for a character that like just like crawls around all the time and stuff. It makes sense to give him good cake. But yeah, there was also a lot of cake in the Metal Gear games. This is even going back to Metal Gear Solid 2. Yeah, the graphics were horrible then, but you know what? We got shit like fucking this. Well, not that. I guess we got shit like this Like this. Y'all want to know why these had an impact on me? You're learning. David Hayter, who was the voice actor for Snake, is also amazing. Top, bottom, or switch, how dumb are you? And PlayStation graphics hit different. The fucking balls from the back in that shot. Oh my god. Yeah. Flaccid Lizard versus Solid Snake. What's funny is there was also Liquid Snake and Solid Snake, and they were both like clones or children of Big Boss. So like this also like kind of introduced some of these like Dom topics before it was cool too. So maybe that's why I'm so fluid and open, because I played these games, or why I say they had such a formative impact on me, because I knew the lore and the nomenclature before the nomenclature fucking existed, y'all. Hideo Kojima was ahead of his time. Not only in terms of like gender positivity and sex positivity and stuff, but I'm very much more top. I have switched, and this gets back to the toy question, because like I mentioned, a lot of like the more like cis women, especially those like who are not as fluid or have been more like heteronormative, are not as usually comfortable even trying to top, or to try to like even use like toys that are used for like prostate stimulation. Or I have, fuck it, I'll just show you guys. Y'all want to know like real lore? It's after 1. Fuck it, do it live. Hold on, I found the cat too.
We'll do it live.
Okay.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Right. Fucking thing sucks.
I'm pretty sure this isn't against TOS, right? Like you can show off toys. No, I don't do it. Don't do it. I'm pretty sure this is okay. This should be okay. I'm pretty sure this is okay. I've heard people talk about toys, and this is an 18+ stream. I think this should be okay. Streamers have gotten banned in the past for showing off toys? Really? We are consenting adults. Clothed streamers have gotten in trouble for it? I am clothed. Okay, well, fuck it. I guess I'll just show the sides of these packages and things. I don't know. I figured this would be okay. But when I say I have like lots of these, when I say I have a chest, he literally just got back up again. Jackson, what are you doing, buddy? We just watched move the camera to you. Alright, when he's trying to hang out again here. Oh shit, that's gonna be problematic. I think this is education, right? Like this is AMA. This isn't, I'm not like telling people like I'm gonna put these in or like do this shit right now. This is to answer the question too. Here, I'll do it in the tiny screen, which wasn't what I was planning to do, but I was gonna go full blown. Some of these are also like, there is medical purposes for this too, for men, especially in terms of reducing prostate cancer rates and things like that. So there are whole general benefits to this. But this is probably my favorite one that I have. I'll show this just kind of in its tiny box. I have 2 of these. Also, it's probably one of the most expensive toys I have. But this, which also works for both men and women, is just pure fucking stainless steel. Comes in this very cute case too, which is nice. But yeah, I have 2 of these, primarily because I also got guilted by a person I was dating into buying an entirely new one, because they're like, ew, this one's been used before. So we had a his and hers, and then I ended up with 2 that had been used. But I really like things like these. which can also be used pretty easy. Oh shit, we are showing the other thing. Oops. But I also have these like full bags, which are from Fun Factory, which are nice. Wait, legitimately educate me on the prostate cancer thing. So if you stimulate your prostate, and it's a good way to not only check for seeing, just like checking your balls regularly to make sure there's not too much pee in there, you don't have too many lumps, can help you for detecting potential prostate cancer problems. But to make sure you don't have an enlarged prostate, it's good to check that, which is difficult to do without putting something inside your butt. Yeah, I have all these other things that are also used for both men and women, which are shaped for his and her pleasure. But there's benefits to stimulating your prostate too. It is not only something that can help you, it's actually the way that if you say like you're in an accident or you're paralyzed or don't have the ability to like have an erection or something, it's how they would extract like semen from you if you were trying to have a child through IVF or other methods. It is a way that you can actually orgasm as a male without needing an erection at all. In fact, prostate stimulation, your P spot for men, is often considered to be even more intense than G spot for women, depending on, like, everybody obviously has their preferences or their ability to respond differently, and biological differences between those things. But prostate stimulation is something that I hope I won't get in any trouble for talking about. It'd be kind of ridiculous, but here, fuck it. Can I just like educationally, shit, this is the probably most dangerous thing I have Googled since starting. Does ejaculation cause or prevent prostate cancer? We're not going to click on any of these fucking links and stuff, but benefits and risks of a prostate massage. Hopefully this doesn't have any. Actually, I should probably pull this up before I have it on live. Are there images here? No, there's not. Okay, fucking cool. So yeah, so like, are there health benefits to a prostate massage? Can help prostatitis, which is swelling or inflammation of the prostate gland. Doctor may do this to help diagnose the condition as well, which is what we were talking about before. Can also help with just diagnosing other medical conditions or things that might... It does leak out. Yeah, it leaks is usually how it is released. You can have like actual orgasms from it as well, which is when it then turns into a normal orgasm. But yeah, you usually leak a lot if it's being done correctly. But it even helps with people who have like bladder problems and things too. So this whole like... That's why I say it has other benefits, or can be helped for even issues related to inflammation and checking for prostate cancer, and where there's not very many. This is the risks category, is basically just if you do it incorrectly, it can be problematic, just like inserting anything into your body incorrectly can be problematic. But the benefits significantly outweigh the risks, and there literally aren't risks if you do it correctly, or if you obtain tools that are also very easily used for G-spot or, non-prostate stimulation. So that's why I have a his and hers stainless steel wand. That thing also weighs a fuck ton. In terms of other education things. Drop some toys on our old computer. But like, this thing could also be used for self-defense, y'all. Like, this thing is fucking hard. This is me hitting on my desk 3 feet away, or it's fucking like, you could use this as a weapon if you wanted to. But it has like 2 different sized ends. Like, this thing is legitimately heavy. So doubles as self-defense, as well as G-spot and P-spot stimulation. But to the actual question that I was asked, I'm much more top. I do enjoy when I say toys, or when it gets into the deeper conversation, or I'll admit even going back to the dates part of this, where there have been times where I've been very excited because somebody has been really like toy and sex positive. But when it comes to like, all right, would you feel comfortable trying this out? There are very few. There have only been a couple of people who I've dated who have been super interested in, or even had experience with, any form of prostate stimulation. So you got to get over that like awkward hump, which I think is also something that has led me to be significantly more sex positive too, where it's like, do you need me to show you how to do it? Because I'm more than willing to show you if you're willing to mimic it in the future. Always want to try. I have glass toys. Yeah, I have plugs and some glass toys too. But yeah, so that I guess could be considered kind of switch behavior. But yeah, I have like a fuck ton of plugs. I don't think I can show those off. Pretty positive I can't show those off. But if you're ever interested in looking into some of this stuff, even for other guys, there's toys that are created by things like Aneros. That can help you train and like learn if you don't know how to do this, or if you have a prostate, I guess I should say, and you want to learn about this. The benefit of a lot of them is they can also be used for G-spot stimulation. So depending on your parts, they can usually be used for both. Freaking massive plug I got from LoveSense. It's like the size of a can of soda, not the small ones either. Yeah, I'm not big into like gaping and that kind of stuff. See Bad Dragon advertises compared to a soda can, and the XSL are scary. Yeah, so that's also something funny too. Like I have used Bad Dragon toys, and I used to date somebody who was into those, but also like wasn't as into like reciprocation, or wasn't as into like the prostate portion. So that's usually where some of those conflicts kind of come up, or when I talk about like true matches for people I will date, not just like casually, but date seriously. That's the kind of stuff that, you know, I don't want to just have to do myself forever. But I don't know if that would actually be considered switching behavior. In terms of Dom, I also have... Oh, fuck it. I think I can show these off. These are so vanilla. If I get banned for showing this shit off, then I fucking deserve it. But also, when I say I have like a literal chest, I do have a literal chest of all this shit, like, in my bedroom, next to my bed. So, for those, when I do go on dates with them, and they come back and are like, oh, are you gonna show me all that stuff you were talking about? You talk a big game, mister. It's like, here's the fucking chest. Oh, shit. He wasn't joking. But yeah, I don't mind in terms of like BDSM kind of things, or how dom I am, like whips. I also have 2 of these, the actual like real leather, stitched leather paddles, which you can smack really fucking hard. This also has like the little handles and stuff on it. I also have a bunch of different sizes of these. I like these ones because they're like space themed, but I have all the different, like, these are the light cuffs. I do have actual metal cuffs, and I even have like a restraint system that goes underneath my mattress. But I have varying lengths of all of these different cuffs and light bandages, so that, you know, obviously you can break out of them if you want to. I also have rope, and a bunch of different kinds of rope. Some that's like silk and knotted and stuff, because some people like to get tied up specifically in certain areas where those knots can be placed. But I have a bunch of these in all different kinds. Yeah, they are galaxy print. I have white ones, and the restraint system that goes under my mattress is black, but these are galaxy print. That's why I was saying I like them, because they're space themed. But like, I literally have tons of these things. We also have, this is probably the most testy thing that I can show you, but like, I also have a few of these. I also have inserts that can go into these as well. That's probably the most I'm comfortable showing. But I have a lot more. But I'm not like super, to actually answer the question, I'm not like, this isn't the kind of stuff that I need. Like, I don't need this shit to like get off, or I'm not like telling people like, you can't come back to my place unless you're willing to fucking let me cuff you and put the gag in and smack you and shit. Like, that's not how it is. It's literally a chest. It has like a lift up top. Looks kind of, it's not like a pirate chest. It's more a chest than like a cardboard box. It's like a chest. I got it at Living Spaces. I'm pretty sure it's just called like a storage chest. Yeah, I do like these things. I'm not huge into like tons of pain play, but like I really like the leather stuff. I don't know why. And I don't like wearing leather or like latex and stuff like that. So in the true question about like how Dom, like I'm not big into like that kind of stuff, but you even saw me like snapping the suspenders and shit the other night. Like where the fuck do you think that comes from? Pirate chest would go crazy. A mimic. Yo, add it to my... I'll add it to my... Can I put that? Can I start putting toys and shit on my throne wish list? Is that allowed? Can I just fill my throne wish list with like Adam and Eve and other fucking nonsense? Love sense stuff. Actually, even when... So these toys, I don't know if I can... Fun Factory is one of my favorite companies though. I feel like, I hope I can rep them. Maybe I can get them to sponsor me or something. Can I do a sponsored stream with Love Factory and not get banned from that? I should probably not look this up immediately on stream either, in case they have any weird shit on there. But I have two of those things. Fun Factory is actually what I meant to say. Sorry. As I just typed it in, I got corrected immediately. Can I show their fucking site? But they're based in the Netherlands too, which it was cool because when I was in Amsterdam last year, I got to see, yeah, I definitely can't show this site. Fuck. Okay, well, look up Fun Factory on your own time. Lots of cool stuff. Oh shit, we're not showing Jackson again? Where does he keep going? Was he on stream at all? Oh fuck. It's showing my toys. Or some of the boxes. There he is. But who asked this question? Grin? If you have actual follow-ups to this, I'm more than happy to dive into it. I actually expected more questions about this earlier on, so for this coming in right at the very end, and after I'd even started my stream, I'm pleasantly surprised to see some of this stuff, because this is stuff I'm amazed I actually haven't been asked too much about. But when I say I'm very toy and sex positive, the chest goes deeper than this by a lot. This is probably the tamest shit I feel like I can show off on stream. I don't have like vacuum bags, or again, I'm not huge into like latex and some of that, which easily extends, especially from like the choker necklaces or like the mouth insertables and stuff like that. Those also tend to be, for people who haven't used a lot of toys, kind of off-putting, but easy to ease into, pun intended. What are my thoughts on portal panties? What? I don't know what that is. All of my VR chat AVs are required to have DPS. What are portal panties? I usually consider myself pretty well learned in this area. I got vacuum bagged at a haunted house once. Damn. Can I look this up? Is it like this stuff where like, I mean, I assume you just like put something in an area and then it like comes out inside of a panty or something? Like, this seems like a VR thing. Like, there aren't portals in real life that I know of yet. Literally, all of us crave it. Why are we afraid to talk about it? Wait, all of us crave what? I'm not afraid to talk about this shit. I'm afraid to get banned after somebody brought it up. I figured I could show toys on stream. I didn't know you could get banned for that shit. Put the other end of portals on a toy. Okay, so this is like a VR thing. I don't know. My thoughts are that seems cool, but fake. Not fake, but like that isn't something that I haven't done any VR stuff, I guess, to... Yeah, I'm not saying fake in a negative or derogatory sense either. It seems like it'd be cool. It seems more like, have you seen the stuff where people willingly, I don't want to call them like glory holes, but where they like allow themselves for, I think it's called like free use, like the free use communities, where there's even whole establishments, mostly in Europe and out overseas. But I've heard of at least 2 in the United States where people allow themselves to be essentially like kind of portaled. I mean, in a way you could make it real with toys that sync up for use. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm super open to that. As again, going back to like making sure it's with consenting people, where a lot of the stuff in real life I think it's fucked up is, especially in like Vegas or areas where you do hear about some of these kinds of things. I worry about like sex trafficking or people who, while potentially saying they're consenting, maybe were coerced into it, or maybe were just, didn't have other alternative financial means or something. I would look up portal panties at some point, but not on stream, or at least not on my main monitor. I can definitely take a look at it. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing too. Like, I'm very porn positive too. Like, I don't ever want to make anybody feel ashamed for their kinks or their porn interests. My porn interests are actually pretty, like, I don't want to say vanilla, but they're not, I'm maybe a little bit, I might be a little naive when it comes to, especially like the VR world, or I've seen, especially if like given my interest in, anime and manga and stuff like that, I've seen some wild shit out there, but I'm not that big into, hentai or some of the animated stuff, which usually does get closely associated, or there have been a couple of people who have been interested in some of the things where we shared interests and have like even been kind of cool with some of my comic and other nerdiness, but where they've been much more interested in some of the animated stuff and things, which to me, I don't know, I'm much more, I would consider like my love language to definitely be physical touch more than like gifts or like words of aspiration or those kinds of things. So some of the virtual stuff to me, like just doesn't tickle my fantasies as much as some of the, like, I don't want to, not for lack of like, again, I don't want to sound derogatory, but some of the like real stuff, probably get a lot of furry things, to be honest. They have those toys that react to your partner. I have used those. So in fact, I've even bought and bought the Hush, I think. Hush, like Hush 3 or something like that. I had a partner that I lived with, where that was a fun thing, because I, at that time, was working a lot, not from home. And they worked mostly from home, but traveled occasionally. And so we got that because you could use like the app, and it was kind of a fun way to like kind of virtually maintain kinkiness. So I've used like the toys that can be used in real time and stuff. Yeah, and I'm not like anti-furry stuff or anything either, at all. Like, I don't ever want to make anybody feel ashamed for any of that kind of stuff. In fact, again, like I said, another person who I dated was into a lot of the Bad Dragon stuff, which I've even brought up on other people's streams kind of jokingly, and introduced other people to Bad Dragon stuff. I've never, like, most of the toys I prefer outside of some of the actual like BDSM style toys and things have been more for like my pleasure or shared pleasure or prostate stimulation and stuff. So I haven't used any Bad Dragon toys like myself, but I don't mind people who have used them or who are into some of the xenomorphic or however that's preferred. Like, I don't know the actual naming for it, but the Hush 2, Lush 3, that is what it was. Lush 3. Yeah. Is what I bought. It was not cheap. And I bought it at a physical store too, which I hadn't done. But it was like when they came out and like a bunch of the sites were either sold out or were charging like more than like MSRP. And when I found a place that was local here in LA, it was offering like a 20% off thing for your first in-store purchase. Like, fuck it. I'm going to buy this thing that's like over 100 and I think it's like $150 or something. I don't know. It was expensive, but I got a deal at an in-person fucking place. God, I sound like a fucking loser. But I do like going into sex shops and stuff too. It's also fun to see the people who are like super shy about it. Yeah, the Love Sense. Yeah, this is what I bought. Yeah, it was like $150. Shit's still fucking expensive. Damn. It's wild. Good toys are so goddamn expensive. Yeah, I mean, even that stainless steel thing, which I own 2 of now, is not cheap. I actually got that through, I want to say, not Adam and Eve. I could just go through my fucking email. I'll just go through my email real quick and tell you exactly. My emails are wild too, because I often get notifications from a lot of the places I have bought stuff from. Love Honey is where I bought it from, or bought them from. So, if anyone, I don't know if I can pull that up on stream either. Let's open it up on the other page. Yeah, definitely can't show this. But highly recommend Love Honey. Not unhappy with the Hush 2 I got, but not gonna lie, I wish I had one size smaller available as an option. Don't use it in a while, gotta work back up to using it. No pun intended. But yeah. I hope I don't get in trouble for showing any of this stuff. If anybody looks back and is like, hey, fuck this guy for being too open and sex positive, that was the whole point of this whole thing. Well, not being sex positive, but being open. And yeah, I think that actually, I can't believe it took a full 6 hours to get through this stuff. Buying too big is the worst. Yeah, I mean, so I guess while we're on this topic, I knew about some of these things, especially since even going back to undergraduate research and stuff I was talking about even early on, as I showed some of the posters and things I was involved in, I had been exposed to some of this stuff, even like prostate stimulation and things like that, or like even the force and like E-stim, like the electronic stimulation stuff, which is much more like dom sub kind of things, or sub oriented, I guess. But I'd never really had it done or been involved in it until after I moved out here. I don't think I could ever get into it. Yeah, myself either. I'm also like, I'm not into the needle or like the sounding stuff. Like that's a whole nother level of insanity. Has one and has redeems for it. That seems like, is that allowable? That seems more like Omegle or like Chatterbait territory. More like a shock collar? I mean, that's effectively what they are. Just a smaller collar. Shock collars are all right, but I don't know. Electricity's scary. I'm not worried about the electricity. That doesn't turn me on. Yeah, I know my own preferences at this point, or going back to what I was saying, like getting exposed to some of that stuff or meeting people who were much more in depth in some of these areas is super great for me, because like who doesn't like experiencing more pleasure in their life? And I'm not, again, judging anybody who experiences pleasure in different ways than I do. Who doesn't vibe? Hey, actually, to be fair though, I'm not big on a lot of the vibrating toys. Like that's why I have like the stainless steel or a lot of the other like kind of handheldables. Like the vibe almost is too intense for me. Like I get like saturated, if that makes sense. Like it feels good for like a second, and then it's just like blah, blah, I don't know what I'm feeling, but it is no longer just like I don't know exactly how to describe it, but as a dude, some of the vibrating stuff I feel like almost numbs my pleasure. I've also used, if anybody knows about Hitachi wands, I have used those, but dated a person who had even like removed like the top head thing because they liked the intensity of just like the vibrating metal part. I was like, damn, you've like maxed out vibing. Yeah, like overstimulation almost. I like exploring new things even if I don't necessarily like them. Yeah, I mean, I've explored a lot of this stuff, but that's how I know I don't really like it. Or where it's like, okay, if I was more to the question before the last, if I maybe was more of a, sub-oriented person, I might understand the appeal more, because I think a lot of it comes down to, even if you don't like it, like having a deriving pleasure and sensation from not having control and from even maybe experiencing things you don't like. I totally get that is a large portion of what is erotic to a lot of people. But to me, that is not as big thing to me. I don't mind switching, or like the switch portion, and even like losing control a little bit, especially with things I do know I like and can experience pleasure from, is a great way, I think, to be more explorative. Most ones are like off-brand now. No, this is like a legit Hitachi one. It's nice when I don't know something, but I understand why people like it. Yeah, I mean, I learned about portal panties today. And have been exposed to a lot of different stuff that I've known, or have even tried to get into a little bit. Even like going back to the conversation about some of the animated stuff and like the like hentai and more extreme versions of manga and stuff. Like there's even bookstores here in LA that specialize in some of that stuff that I've went to with the person I was talking about before. And I don't know, even like going through some of that, it's just like, I don't know. I'd rather just like be naked with that person than like look at. I like comics, the nakedness in comics, like the almost nudity in comics is almost kind of arousing, or like erotic itself. Like the it's almost like pleasure delay in a certain sense, especially for like Lady Death. Oh shit! If we're talking about, fuck, I didn't even think about Lady Death. Considering Deadpool is my favorite comic, we didn't even talk about for waifus. How did I not submit Lady Death? What the fuck? Okay, so Lady Death, outside of like Vampirella and shit, can I find like an overview for Lady Death? Lady Death is in love with Deadpool, but Thanos is in love with her, and Thanos gives Deadpool already has like a more advanced form of regeneration, even compared to Wolverine, as part of his like Weapon X torture and things like that. But Deadpool also then gets immortality from Thanos at one point, because he's in love with Lady Death, but she's in love with Deadpool. But she, going back to some of the earliest comics, had some of the most like risque and even like controversial, like straight up almost nude. God damn, this isn't even going to show the images. Like nude comic entries before some of that was even super popular. So Lady Death would also be in my top 3 for waifus. In fact, above Tatsumaki. It goes Sniper Wolf, Lady Death, Tatsumaki, if I'm being serious. I can't find some of the like nudish things, but here's like a rendition of one of them. So like she was like hentai-ish waifu before that was the fucking thing. Anyways. Who isn't in love with Deadpool? Yeah, there are hentai bookstores in LA. One of them is even in a mall, and they have like a whole back section, like you're in like a fucking old school, like I'm even too old for a lot of the like video rental store and stuff things, but it's like that. Like it's got like a whole back section that's just all full of like hentai and shit. Has to be organic? What has to be organic? Who isn't in love with Deadpool? I've been to one of them, I think. I also bought hentai stickers when I visited Max a few months ago. Yeah, you can get like, so you can get, there's even like, I think it's called like Book Off. There's like some stores that sell all kinds of different stuff. In fact, even some of the, when I say I have like a bunch of the actual literal manga for like One Punch Man and stuff, like I have them in their original forms. These are also all the like, you have to read them right to left. I also have all the Initial D as well. Those are in a case in my garage. But Initial D is what introduced me to like manga. And going back to the cars and talking about Hachiroku and AE86's Truino Corolla GTSs, I got into a lot of that when I was young through not just comic stuff, but Initial D. I didn't mention that before either. Naki? What is... I don't... Even though Metal Gear and a lot of these Initial D and Japanese things have been formative to me, I don't speak Japanese, Spotty, so I don't know what these things mean. Naki. Naki. Nake. Okay. I didn't mention it either, but a lot of the stuff that, like, that is also why I do know about all, like, Attack on Titan. I've seen all that shit and, like, watched everything in, like, even Initial D. I not only own all the comics, but even have all the, like, original VODs and stuff before, like, Funimation or Funko Pop or whoever fucking bought them out, whoever those assholes were. But I have the original ones that are all Japanese and subtitled. Naki does not bring up anything for translation. Is this spelled another way? Because Naki to Naki, Japanese to English, is just Neki. I've now heard 3 different pronunciations. Neki. Hi. Hi. About as far as I go. Okay. Okay. We've lost the plot. We've lost the fucking plot, y'all. But yeah, I mean, even going back to my conversation about Metal Gear and exposure to a lot of that stuff, I was a weeb before it was cool, I guess. I just never, even despite some of that and loving the cultural exposure to even it being in Japanese for a large portion of it, and with Initial D and a lot of other stuff, listening to it in Japanese, Attack on Titan, and tons of other things that I've also watched in their original recorded sounds. I've never picked up on much of it, or I haven't gotten into the, like, true Japanese culture or, like, language. I like how we all explained it differently. Yeah, it's very confusing for me. It's like, Nakey. No, it's like saying Tibby. No, it's like saying Nakey. It's just naked. Ah! That's how I felt in my brain as I was trying to figure this out. And I also literally Googled it twice, and I don't know what it's supposed to actually mean. So in that regard, I still don't actually know what the fuck it is. But we'll look it up. We'll figure it out. It doesn't seem like something I should probably be streaming intensively or significantly while I'm live. Oh, it just means naked. This is like independence. I legitimately didn't even catch how poorly that was spelled when I was reading through things quickly before my stream. Where did you steal the Declaration of Independence? How Tibby means titty? I didn't know tibby meant titty. What is ass, though? Because we've already established that between ass or ass, I align with ass. I spelled bad, so I confused JV. Mission complete. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's see here. Who have we not rated in, like, the last fucking month? I've never heard of the Tibbies. What are the Tibbies? Is this Googleable? I might get fucking banned, y'all. This brings up dogs. Tibetan Spaniels. What does Tibbies mean? Y'all are making me feel like a fucking boomer. Like having a reference justify liking all this Japanese shit before it was cool. It's proof that I'm like, I'm literally Googling these things in real time, and it's not even in, like, the first page of results for the last two things mentioned. Urban Dictionary. Even Urban Dictionary doesn't say tits. A twat, or as South Americans say, el bastardo. When you nibble on a breast. Nibbling is tibbling. That's tibbling, not tibbies. Tibble. That's also not tibby, that's tibble. I'm actually just curious if y'all know how to fucking spell the more I look these things up. I did type tibbies! I literally typed tibbies! That is what we looked up. Tibby is what I Googled. Tibbie. The top result for me is a beautiful Southern belle who enjoys boys, booze, parties, and a little bit of trouble. Often misunderstood as a derogatory term, because this is also misspelled. I feel like, despite also nearly being chronically online, my brain is starting to melt with just like having to interpret things that are chronically misspelled. Grad school and having to grade fucking papers and stuff, like, I've always been a fan of spelling and grammar, but shit I feel like is getting so broken, it's no wonder people graduating from high school now are like at 5th grade fucking reading levels and shit. Tibbies. If for some reason you don't want to say titties, you just say tibbies. It's that simple. It took a lot to get here, y'all. Took a lot to get here. From Soapy Senpai. This is also new-ish. Even this, the last two things we were looking at were like fucking nearly a decade older. Like, this is new slang from Soapy Senpai. I'll have you know I was at 12th grade reading level in 6th grade. I'm not giving you all trouble. And I thought it was hilarious too, Speedy. I thought it was fucking hilarious. But I'm saying, like, even reading through this last thing, like, just because she is polyamorous, is this a fucking thing? Do I need to Urban Dictionary this too? Is this just a dumb spelling? No, they just don't know how to spell. Yeah, this is why I was like, this is what I was referring to, not you guys and gals. Polyamorous is the first result for Tibby. And reading through Reddit, I swear to God, this is gonna make me sound like a boomer, but Reddit used to be like full of a bunch of grammar Nazis and like grammar spell checking police and bots that would correct your grammar, and now it's just like a bunch of skibbity toilet fucking nonsense that is not only misspelled sometimes, I feel like, or the same thing here, like the fucking Twitch stuff. Like if I start typing Minecraft to change my tags, almost everything is misspelled. Even this, like Minecraft mods. Even Tekkit is misspelled right here. Survival, Servival, is literally above Survial, which is also still misspelled. You have to go all the way down here to get Survival, but that also is missing a T on Minecraft. We're fucking doomed, y'all. Literally none of these things spell Minecraft correctly. Actually, Minecraft Creative Building, of all things, does spell it correctly. I know, but that doesn't mean that the top search results shouldn't still be, like, generally correctly spelled. I wonder how many people using those tags are children. To be fair, there's, yeah. I mean, I would expect even a 10-year-old to know how to spell the fucking game they're playing, Minecraft, though. Like, 10 years old should still be in what, like, fucking 6th grade? Or 5. Oh no, maybe. Wait. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 6th or 7th grade. You don't know if you would agree? Well, then we are not the same. Or we did not have the same middle school education. You should understand, like, punctuation and basic spelling, or at least have a decent reading comprehension by the time you are fucking 10 years old. I mean, 13, you're basically already out of grade school. I expect people in 8th grade to know how to spell almost everything. Okay, 7-year-olds is a little different. There's a lot of cognitive development that happens, I feel like, between the ages of like 4 and 10, which is why we call that like preschool, kindergarten, and then grade school. By the time you get to actual middle school, 6th, 7th, 8th grade are the times you should be able to do algebra, even potentially fucking calculus, and be able to pass most English tests. And that's where I think part of the problem is we have a lot of people graduating fucking high school now that are still at like 6th to 8th grade reading levels. But you should be able to read, like, scholastic book fairs and shit exist when you're in like 6th grade, which is when you're like 10 years old. I don't know, maybe I have too high of standards for people who are literally in fucking ages where they should have basic reading comprehension. Oof. Yeah. Most 10-year-olds talked to at the time spoke so poorly. Be like 6-year-olds playing Among Us VR. Could read at that level, but not write. That being said, I don't have high hopes for Gen Alpha. Right, well, that's also, like, if you argue that it's because they have too much saturation to, like, the internet, or a common argument even made for some of this stuff, or, like, even with COVID, is like, well, so much has shifted to online, it's difficult for people to have the same level of attention to reading information. Motherfucker, like, you're talking about them having even more access to reading material than we had even a decade ago. How is that an argument against better reading comprehension? If you have more access to reading material. Well, but that's why I'm bringing up even the Twitch stuff, or the fact that it's crazy that almost all of the Minecraft tags are misspelled. But when it comes to, like, standardized education materials, like, I didn't go to the best schools, but I'm pretty sure the people nowadays are probably receiving even better English classroom materials than I got in the fucking 2000s. At the turn of this century, at the beginning of this millennium, I was probably getting worse education materials. How are the kids nowadays with better education materials than the fucking... I had the internet in grade school, but still, it was new-ish. Language changing over time is different. Like, skibbity toilet spelled correctly is a correct maybe example of the language adapting and vernacular being different, or maybe grammatical structure changing, but that does not mean that for simple things, spelling and reading comprehension should be lower. In fact, you'd think that as language evolves, unless Oxford English or even American and Webster's dictionary terms change, those terms should be still used better or more correctly when not adapted. Yeah, it's turning into idiocracy. So I said, I'm going to change my Kirkland emote to welcome to Costco, I love you. No, misspelling Minecraft is not short form. Misspelling survival 3 different ways is not short form. It's just fucking bad spelling. This is There's no, I'm not going to make excuses for that. Or like, oh, they're just short forming it, bro. No, this literally like, it contains most of the letters just in the wrong fucking places. And it's not like they're misunderstanding I before E except after C grammatical rules. It's like just fucking wrong. We're cooked. Thank you for chiming in here, Doom. I do apologize, especially if in my 2:30 or 3 a.m. nature I seemed negative yesterday too. I do appreciate you joining in my chat, participating in my streams, and being a part of these streams and the scare and all the stuff we have done together too. I was just being cranky last night. I'm sorry if it came out or directed at you. Direct apology to you since you deserve it. Straight up misspelled. Won't defend those Twitch tags. Yeah, me either. Okay. I think we have done. I was planning to play some Minecraft tonight, but it is already 2 o'clock in the morning. I do have to work at 8 o'clock tomorrow, and we stayed up past 3 a.m. Yeah, I was also being killed by drowned at the time, too. And, again, not a good excuse, but have stayed up even just, like, streaming after 2 a.m., like, the last 3 days in a row. So, that night being the day after 4 a.m., going until 5 a.m., is why I don't think, as much as I do want to play some Minecraft right now, I think we're gonna... Does anyone have a recommendation for a raid? We could raid MacGyver. They're actually playing games. They normally do art. I really like them. They do some cool stuff. I don't think they've ever actually raided me back, though. So this would be like our third raid on them. Prime Day shipping? What the fuck does that mean? They're wearing a cute little octopus too. Fuck it. Let's just raid them. Let's just raid them. Even if they haven't returned the raid, they do follow us at least. And we haven't raided them in the last 30 days. Here, I'll show you what this looks like too. Because somebody asked what this looks like or how I could see whether or not somebody followed me and stuff. So under the stream manager, you can see, you know, if somebody's subscribed to you, follows you, or has rated you in the last 30 days, and also whether you're subscribed to them, you're following them, or if you have rated them in the last 30 days, which I think is a really cool feature that Twitch has added this year. But this is somebody who is following me, even if I haven't rated them in the last month, and I'm not sure if, I don't think they've ever rated me. I used to keep a spreadsheet to like track all of my raids and the raids that came in, but we're 9 months in, y'all. That's kind of fallen a little bit off the wagon, but they often do lots of art. In fact, lots of art that ties back to Hayao Miyazaki and all of the like Spirited Away universe and stuff. It's pretty cool. I don't often get to see that window from Spotty's side, though I think Spotty just does /raid. Well, I often try to look at new people as well as like make sure I'm not raiding people multiple times, or this is why I do try to switch it up, or where I used to keep a spreadsheet. But for people like this who do art and who do lots of different stuff and are playing different things. This says it's their first playthrough for Fallout 4. Looks like, you know, they're doing something new. Wearing a goofy hat seems to fit. It's on brand with my streams, so I will do that. Thank you for answering the questions. It was a fun chatting. Sorry for sidetracking you so much. No worries at all. Thank you all for submitting all of the questions. Thank you for the follows, the 2 subscribers. Thank you all for all the fun. I had a blast tonight. And I will look forward to doing this again very soon. But hope you all have a very good night. And I'll catch you soon, you filthy animals.